Chapter 3574. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm. Mystic Light Realm Level 5. As the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, Yixian grinned. As expected, just a single golden crow head was enough for him to successfully break through again. This was the head of a terrifying existence at the Sector Lord level. Even if that one-legged golden crow had fallen countless years ago, and the true essence energy within its flesh had been completely depleted, its terrifying life form was destined to contain the pure energy of Debao within its flesh and blood. It could definitely be said to be a treasure of blood and flesh. It made Yixian, a cultivator of the 11th Great Realm, the Profound Light Realm, who was like an ant compared to him, break through one or two small levels without any suspense. As expected, less than 3 minutes after the first system notification sounded, as the boiling hot energy in Yixian's body gradually dissipated, the second and third system notifications sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm. Mystic Light Realm Level 6. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm. Mystic Light Realm Level 7. Mystic Light Realm Level 7. He had finally stepped into the late stage of this realm. Now Yixian only needed to break through 2 more levels to reach the peak of the Mystic Light Realm Level 9. At that time he would be able to consume a Level 12 liquid and enter the 12th realm, the Void Realm, soon. Thinking of this, Yixian tightly clenched his fists. A sense of pride surged in his chest, but he suppressed it with all his might. Previously, when his flesh and organs were being nourished and tempered by the pure energy from the golden crow's head, every inch of his flesh and blood, every pore, was being nourished and tempered by the pure energy from the golden crow's head. The multicolored light and auspicious aura emitted from it were all suppressed by him and did not appear. Otherwise, the scene would definitely be one where the precious body was surrounded by multicolored light and auspicious aura and rushed into the sky. If such a scene really happened, it would be troublesome. After all, his current identity was the young upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng. His body wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. Such a phenomenon would instantly expose everything. After a long time, the surging light within Yixian's body gradually came to a stop. It lay dormant within every inch of his flesh and blood, so there was no need to worry about the trouble of overflowing the light from the treasure body. Letting out a light breath, Yixian raised his head and swept his gaze over the huge camp of the allied forces of the second universe that was tens of millions of kilometers away. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He turned around and crossed the void, stepped into his own camp, and directly passed through it, heading towards the vast void behind the camp. He quickly disappeared. Not long after, Yixian stepped into the interior of an enormous abandoned planet. His figure landed on the peak of a giant mountain, and after passing through a barrier, he saw the demon-human Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong and the demon-human race's Star Lord Old Monster. The two of them had been waiting here for a long time. They had been waiting for a long time. The momentum is almost there. If there are no accidents, the Heaven's Legacy race will appoint you as the first young patriarch. It will come soon. Seeing Yixian descend, the Demon King's Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong had a serious expression on his face. He slightly nodded his head and went straight to the point, because we just received news that the Heaven's Legacy clan has confirmed that the previous young patriarch, young Master D, has fallen. However, they did not mention the details. In addition, the Demon Emperor just sent news that the Demon Emperor planet has received an order from the Heaven's Legacy race to not use the spirit battle armor at will. Speaking of this, Mo Qigong's face showed a touch of anger, and he continued angrily, and they also asked us to send the spirit battle armor to the Heaven's Legacy race. They said that several core higher-ups in the race are very optimistic about this newly developed starry sky-killing weapon, but they think that it is still not enough and needs to be improved. This is simply extortion. If we really send it over, it is clearly a meat bun hitting a dog. There is no return. Then what are you going to do? Try to delay or find an excuse to brush off the Heaven's Legacy race. Hearing this news, Yixian also frowned. The Heaven's Legacy race obviously had their eyes on the special power of the spirit battle armor. They wanted to get the real thing and use it to research a similar starry sky-killing weapon that could be powered by the Heaven's Legacy race and a large number of cheap intelligent robots. After all, the electronic consciousness, the consciousness of the human race, and the spiritual power of the demon race, actually had some similarities in some aspects. As long as they devoted themselves to research, it was not impossible to fiddle with it. Don't forget that the Heaven's Legacy race was known to be extremely talented in the field of mechanical and electronic research. Even the human race's science and technology were far behind. From this point of view, Wuxia naturally did not want the spirit battle armor to fall into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, he could not control this matter. After all, it involved an entire race and the stakes were too high. Sure enough, seeing that Wuxia had hit the nail on the head, Emochigong was stunned for a moment. Then, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. Now is not the time to officially break off relations with the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, D is not an existence that is easy to fool. Therefore, even if we are unwilling, we can only hand it over. It is not that we are unwilling to part with it. Without this one, we can still build a bigger spirit battle armor. The key is that we are unwilling to let it fall into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, in the future we will turn against each other. This is equivalent to helping the enemy. Moreover, this battle armor is the result of the blood and sweat of our demon race. To personally hand it over to the enemy is really... At the end, Emochigong once again shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he did not continue speaking. His chest was really suffocating. In that case, how about giving it to me? The ruckus here is almost over, especially with the appearance of the golden crow's head. I'm sure that Di's side can't sit still any longer. The expected transfer order should be coming soon. Wuxia took over the conversation and said, "You can give the battle armor to me to bring back to the Heaven's Legacy race. Of course, before that, you need to make some modifications to the battle armor. At the very least, you have to ensure that when I need to use it, once the Soldier Dipper race enters the battle armor, they can use it normally at any time. If there is enough time, it is best to let the Soldier Dipper race enter the battle armor a few times after the modifications are completed. After all, once I return to the Heaven's Legacy race, this thing will definitely be taken away immediately. There will be no chance for me to familiarize myself with it. Only after the matter is done and if necessary, can the Soldier Dipper race enter the battle armor and launch a surprise attack as a surprise attack." Chapter 3575. Although the spiritual war talisman was tailor-made for the demon race, the attribute and structure of its core components were most suitable for the transmission of the demon race's mental power. Moreover, it could gather all the mental power gathered at each node at the fastest speed, and in the process, it formed a certain mysterious amplification effect. But in fact, whether it was the mental power of the demon race, the primordial spirit of the human race, the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan, or the unique biological frequency of the various space insects and beasts, although they were all unique in their own ways, they had some similarities in some aspects. The spiritual war talisman was developed and built by the demon race. As long as they were given a certain amount of time, they could definitely modify the spiritual war talisman into a weapon of mass destruction suitable for the unique biological frequency of the Void Soldier Ladle race. In this matter, Wuxia had confidence in the demon race. After all, they had even created such an imaginative weapon of mass destruction like the spiritual war talisman. It was obviously not too difficult to modify it so that it could be driven by another type of energy. The two sides discussed for a while, and the result confirmed that this method was completely feasible. Therefore, Wuxia waved his hand and took out the Tianji clan fortress that contained the entire Soldier Ladle race, and directly handed it to the demon race imperial uncle, Emochigong. Of course, before this, Wuxia deliberately activated the void marrow crystal that was suspended in his sea of consciousness, and communicated with the current leaders of the Soldier Ladle race, who were the two 8-star king ladles and so on. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to listen to Emochigong's orders, cooperate with him to study the unique biological frequency of the Soldier Ladle race, and after the transformation of the spiritual war talisman was completed, move the entire Soldier Ladle race into the spiritual war talisman for collective training. After everything was done, Wuxia immediately bid farewell to Emochigong and the others and turned to leave. The latter immediately rushed to the spiritual war talisman that had been left somewhere in the void by the concealment formation, and embarked on the journey back to the Demon Emperor planet. the transformation of the spiritual war talisman, as well as the collective training of the soldier ladle race after the transformation, would all be carried out secretly on the Demon Emperor planet to prevent the news from leaking out. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Tianji race in the First Universe's central region, in a secret room in a forbidden area of the Tianji continent, Old Man Wenxing, who had just returned from the root of all evil star field, was sitting cross-legged on the pitch-black floor of the secret room. His eyes were closed tightly, and his expression was slightly pained. This was clearly the rhythm of his body being heavily injured and healing. Suddenly, in the dark secret room, a dreamy halo suddenly burst out from the ground not far in front of Old Ghost Wenxing. It was a holographic three-dimensional screen. After 2 flashes, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion appeared on the screen. This middle-aged man was a clone of the Tianji clan's patriarch D. Are you hurt? As soon as Old Devil Wenxing opened his eyes, the middle-aged man on the screen frowned and asked, "What happened? Why wasn't it mentioned in the previous message? Also, is it confirmed that Xiaofeng and the other 8 people are dead? Who did this? Even you were injured." I'm fine now." Old Ghost Wenxing waved his hand and sighed lightly. Although his tone was relaxed, the expression on his face was extremely solemn. The 8-person team led by Xiaofeng is indeed dead. There is no suspense about this matter. The reason why I couldn't deduce any clues before was that I didn't enter the root of all evil, because that ominous land is very strange. Not only can the star network signal not enter, but it can even obscure some of the mysteries of heaven. Obviously, the 8 of them perished in that stellar region. I tried to deduce this matter with the heaven discernment technique once more as soon as I entered the root of all evil, and I instantly obtained a conclusion without the slightest suspense. However, even though I didn't find the remains of any battleships, based on the results of the heaven measuring technique's deduction, the 8 of them probably didn't perish at the hands of those terrifying existences at the core area of the root of all evil, and it was someone else. As for the reinforcement fleet that was annihilated in the nearby ominous land, it was the doing of a certain existence at the core area. The exact reason is unknown, but that existence's cultivation is at least at the region Lord realm. A Star Lord is unable to instantly annihilate an enormous fleet without leaving a trace behind. When he spoke up to hear, Wenxing didn't speak any further, and he frowned and fell into deep thought. The middle-aged man on the screen was the same, and he spoke once more after a long time. Looks like some unknown and unexpected event has occurred at the core area of that ominous land. Unfortunately, we've paid a heavy price in our numerous attempts and explorations. We've paid a heavy price, but we've only extended our tentacles to the periphery of the core area. We don't know the first thing about the core area. It's really hard for us to determine and analyze. That's exactly why I was wounded. Wenxing continued the conversation, but then he suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Star-Lord beasts at the periphery of the core area have never allowed any Star-Lord experts from the outside to set foot in the core area, or they would attack them together. We had no choice but to send the juniors of our clan to explore the core area. The elites formed a group and entered to explore. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too weak in the end, and they were unable to enter the depths of the hinterland at all. Moreover, the unforeseen event this time was obviously unusual, so I had no choice but to take the risk and enter. The weird thing is that we didn't run into any local Star-Lord beasts at the periphery of the core area. Something seemed to have happened, and they were all hibernating, not daring to show themselves. That was also why I was lucky enough to pass through the periphery and reach the periphery of the core area. Unfortunately, I was unable to go any further even though I've gained a lot. Therefore, we still haven't obtained any clues as to what lies at the end of the depths of the hinterland and what kind of scenery it is. You ran into obstacles? So to speak, you were injured by the local beasts deep in the core area? Asked the middle-aged man casually on the holographic screen with a gloomy face. My clone probably wouldn't have been able to make it back if a ferocious beast from the depths of the hinterland had really attacked. Wenxing smiled bitterly in self-mockery, shook his head and sighed. I've indeed encountered resistance. Even I can't move forward anymore. The pressure is too terrifying. The entire void is filled with the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. Their auras are all at the Star Lord and Region Lord level. They cover a large area of the starry sky. They've been here for countless years, but there are too many of them. The pressure from thousands of Star Lords and Domain Lords' corpses gathered together and shrouded the entire star field. I was just trying to go a bit further to see what was in the deepest part of the star field, but a moment of carelessness and I was heavily injured by the pressure. Thankfully, I retreated in time, or I probably wouldn't have been able to leave that perilous place. Chapter 3576. Sha Baofeng? What does this have to do with him? Old man Wenxing was rather surprised when Di's clone suddenly mentioned Sha Baofeng, and his face was filled with shock. You've just returned, so you don't know what happened in the past few days. It's inevitable that you don't understand. Di's clone sneered, and then he roughly described everything that had happened in the battlefield at the front of the Demon Dweller Stellar region. When he saw old man Wenxing's expression immediately turn gloomy, he continued, I've already thoroughly checked his treasure maple, and there's no problem with it. So, the problem must be with Sha Baofeng. The facts prove this point. This kid made a name for himself in the battle at the front of the Demon Dweller Stellar region, and now he's an unparalleled genius of the younger generation whose name shakes the three dimensions. During this battle, he fused with a small fortress of the Demon Dweller Stellar region, but he still successfully transformed into an alloy war god and died multiple times. He didn't lack a single light shield or death light spear. Besides me, only a few elders of the older generation in the Demon Dweller Stellar region are capable of such a formidable fusion ability. He only suffered a little at the hands of that kid from the human race, Linghu. Even if it's a moment of enlightenment, it's absolutely impossible for him to advance so terrifyingly. Besides that, there's obviously a huge problem with the Golden Crow's head. He openly roasted at the front of the battlefield. If I'm not wrong, he should have obtained it from the depths of the core of the root of all evil stellar region, which is where you just went. How is this possible? Wenxing was astounded, and he cried out involuntarily, even this clone of mine can't approach it and can only stay at the periphery of the core for a short period of time. How could a tiny ant at the mystic light realm like him enter the depths of the core? He even managed to get the remains of a Sector Lord level Golden Crow? When he spoke up to hear, Wenxing suddenly stopped speaking, and then he frowned once more. However, the periphery of the core of the root of all evil stellar region is already filled with the remains of ancient ferocious beasts at the Star Lord realm and even Region Lord realm. If the Golden Crow in Sha Baofeng's possession is really at the Sector Lord realm, then it must be at the Sector Lord realm. Then there's only one explanation. Sector Lord level ancient beast remains, even in the source of all evil. If it really exists, it can only be found in the deepest part of the core. But, how did he do it? I'm also very curious. How did he do it? It's getting more and more interesting. Wenxing was stunned, but Di's doppelganger laughed and said slowly, but it's useless for us to make wild guesses. Let's wait until he comes back before we make a decision. Since Xiaofeng is dead, it's time for the Tianji clan to appoint a new young clan leader. Sha Baofeng's talent is so amazing that he could easily suppress Yi Luo, who is ranked second among the younger generation. Now that he has made a great contribution to the front line, it is reasonable for him to be conferred a title. We can use this opportunity to summon him back to Tianji City immediately. This matter should be done immediately. Demonkin Starfield Void Battlefield. After separating from the Demonkin Royal Uncle Mo Qigong and the others, Yi Xian immediately returned to his camp. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the entire Vanguard fleet. It was not good for him to be away for too long before he resigned. As soon as he stepped onto the flagship Expulsion, Yi Xian's figure appeared. The commander of the Demonkin Royal Guards, Chanas, who was in the lounge of the command cabin on the top floor, jumped up from the sofa. His face was flushed, and his expression was as excited as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. He ran straight to Yi Xian. Xian rushed over. He hadn't arrived yet, but his voice had already sounded. His spittle flew all the way. Lord Sha, good news, great news, Lord Sha, no. It should be the young clan leader. Damn it, I was so happy that my brain almost burned out. I actually made such a mistake. Damn it. As he said this guy ran over quickly and raised his hand to slap his face left and right. It seemed that his slap was quite heavy, but the smile on his face was even more brilliant. It was a perfect interpretation of the symptoms of a severe patient who had gone crazy. However, even though his words were somewhat incoherent, Yi Xian still understood. In fact, he had already expected this matter, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. It seemed that De was even more anxious than he had expected. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to confer a title with this line of fire on the clan. At the same time, there was also a summons to order him to return to Tianji City immediately. And this was exactly what Yixian was hoping for. Although De was already suspicious of him, and Tianji City was a real dragon's pool and tiger's den, the most mysterious and most intimidating starry sky giant city in the entire first universe, Yixian did not intend to avoid this trip to Tianji City. He had his own foundation, and he had already prepared a response. The right strategy. Knowing that the mountain was empty, he walked towards the Tiger Mountain. He was completely fearless. "Give me the electronic tiger talisman." As soon as he stopped, the expressionless Yi Luo had already walked over and directly stretched out his hand to Yixian. "The clan leader has already ordered that after you receive the decree, you must not delay. Within 3 days, you must set off and return to Tianji City to participate in the young clan leader's coronation ceremony. As for the command of the Vanguard fleet, I will be in charge of it. Don't be too nervous. If you don't understand, you can slowly learn. If you really encounter a situation where you are at a loss, you can ask Commander Jia for advice. He has been with this young clan leader for more than a month. It is completely no problem for him to guide you to command this kind of Vanguard battle cry." With a flip of his hand, he took out the small black box that represented the command of the Vanguard fleet from his body. Yixian casually threw it at Yi Luo as if he was throwing rubbish, then raised his hand to pat him on the shoulder and comforted him with a few sincere words. The latter's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and fiercely glared at Yixian. Then he turned his head and glared at Chanas, who was stunned at the side. Only then did he turn around and leave with a cold snort. Until now, Chanas still hadn't recovered from his shock. It was only until Yixian also turned around and walked towards his own cabin that he trembled all over. He shouted at the top of his lungs and chased after Yixian. His tone was sorrowful and filled with resentment. "Oh, my young clan leader, this kind of thing can't be played around with. You can't laugh so casually. You have already left, so why should I stay in this lousy place? Now that you have achieved great success, as a grasshopper that was once tied to the same rope, I want to share some of your happiness. Even if I have to stay by your side, it would be good enough to listen to your orders and run errands for you. I, Chanas, really can't be picky with you. My loyalty can be seen through by the sun and the moon. If there is even half a lie in my words, let me be struck by lightning. Boom." Chapter 3577. Rumble. "Netherworld brat, come out immediately and accept your death. Otherwise, this great emperor will directly blow up this fortress and make you die without a complete corpse." Boom. Amidst the rumbling sounds of thunder, the entire flagship fortress was like a small boat in the middle of a raging wave. It shook violently, and the interior of the battleship was instantly thrown into chaos. However, the only people with consciousness were Yixian, Chanas, and Yerua. The rest were all intelligent robots. There were no emotional fluctuations at all. Therefore, even though they were all rolling on the ground like gourds at this moment, the scene of exclamations and clamoring did not appear. It was also at this moment that an incomparably furious roar came from the void outside the battleship amidst the thunderous explosions. Chanas was furious on the spot. He was really shocked earlier and thought that he had a bad mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he really attracted the lightning of the heavens. He did not expect that it was a crazy old man causing trouble outside. This was the flagship fortress of the Heavenly Fate Race's Vanguard fleet. Where did this netherworld brat come from? Even though this crazy old man's cultivation was definitely not weak, or even very strong, why would Chanas be afraid of him? The person standing next to him was the young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate Race, the young tyrant of the entire first universe. With a casual order, he could immediately summon a few Star-Lord old monsters. He would torture him to death. What's more, he had just shown his loyalty. Now that the young patriarch was frightened, it was time for him to perform. Chanas was unwilling to pass on this responsibility, and absolutely could not miss this opportunity. He immediately swung his arms and angrily rushed to the exit passage on the top floor of the fortress. Before he even went out, he was cursing and swearing. His roars were already gushing out endlessly, Where did this crazy old dog come from? How dare you cause trouble here? Do you know whose stronghold this is? You offended the young patriarch. Even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough for you to lose. Get out of here immediately. I don't care if you're the younger brother. If you want to cause trouble, go somewhere else. If you dare to shout again, I'll slap your mouth off. Before he could finish cursing, Chanas, who had just stepped out of the passageway of the command cabin on the top floor of the fortress, shrieked. It was as though he had been hit by a star that was galloping through the void, and he died on the spot. He flew back in reverse. He flew quickly and violently until he flew to the cabin wall on the opposite side of the fortress. After hitting it hard, he fell down from the cabin wall with a thud like a dead dog. He lay on the ground, groaning as if he was hanging. From the looks of the situation, although he would not die, but for a while, he would not be able to get up on his own. Yixian frowned. He didn't pay attention to Chanas, who was lying on the ground and rolling his eyes. He stepped out of the top cabin of the stronghold and appeared in the void outside the ship. He slightly raised his head and looked towards a figure that was thousands of kilometers away from the galaxy on the right. Sure enough, it's that old thing. No wonder his voice sounds familiar. Yixian muttered to himself as he bitterly smiled and sighed. At the same time, his heart was filled with even more doubt. This person was the patriarch of the Een Demon clan, the Een Emperor. Recently, the Star-Lord level old monster that had been searching for the Netherworld young master in the Three Great Plains. Listening to his roar just now, the reason why this old guy appeared here was clearly for the Netherworld young master. This was the rhythm of the victim's arrival. It was just that he didn't seem to have revealed any flaws, so how could he be so sure and come straight to him? Or was there some oversight that had been discovered, and I haven't noticed it until now? Thinking of this, Yixian's heart sank. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. That would bring many disadvantages. Yixian still needed time to grow. However, although he was suspicious, he remained calm on the surface. When he looked up, his face darkened, and he immediately reprimanded in a righteous voice. I didn't expect that the patriarch of the Een Demon clan, a dignified Star-Lord of the older generation, would be so arrogant and domineering. Even if you are not afraid of others, what a joke, are you not afraid of the wrath of my Heavenly Legacy clan? You came here to act crazy and even injured people. Do you really think my clan can be bullied? Pretend. Keep pretending. Don't worry. This great emperor has plenty of time to deal with you slowly. This time, no matter what you say or how powerful your methods are, this great emperor will not let you escape. He felt that the prey he had been searching for a long time had finally been caught. At that moment it was right in front of him, and he would be able to pinch it as he wished. His resentment had been vented. During this period of time, he had been madly searching for young Master Netherworld. Wherever he went, he would madly roar and disturb the void, causing chaos. Een Emperor, who was jumping around, seemed to be very relaxed at that moment. Not only was the smile at the corner of his mouth frivolous, the expression on his face was also full of ridicule. Even his mocking tone revealed a bone-chilling coldness. No wonder this big monster couldn't find you even after searching the entire world. After all this time, you actually turned around and hid in the Heaven's Legacy Race's headquarters to become a robot. If this fellow Taoist had kindly reminded me, this old man probably wouldn't have been able to find you to vent my anger in this lifetime. A fellow Taoist kindly reminded me? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Yixian's heart suddenly moved, and he immediately sneered. This old fellow in front of him had clearly been used as a tool. The one who had truly schemed against him was actually a mastermind hiding behind the scenes. An existence who could talk to a Star-Lord and be called a fellow Taoist was naturally not an ordinary person. Even the almighty Qianquan of the 15th realm didn't have such qualifications. In other words, this person should be a Star-Lord old monster on the same level as Een Emperor. In that case, Yixian could more or less list the targets of his suspicion. After all, although there were quite a few Star-Lord old monsters in the various factions and races of the three universes, there couldn't be too many. If he investigated them one by one, he would definitely be able to find some clues. When he thought of that, he immediately felt relieved. His tense heartstrings relaxed, and a smile bloomed on his face. He shook his head slightly and sighed. This great emperor finally saw through it. After all this time, it turns out that your netherworld body isn't completely condensed and still has some flaws. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder. What do you mean? Brat, what kind of trick are you trying to play this time? Yi Xian's words didn't make sense. During this period of time, Yin Emperor had been roaring all over the world, and his state of mind was indeed a little anxious. For a moment he was stunned. He stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes and questioned him with a face full of suspicion. Could it be that you don't feel it yourself? There's a problem here. As he spoke, Yi Xian pointed at his own head and held back his laughter as he continued with a serious expression. You believe whatever others say. It's obvious that there's a missing string here. If that's the case, then if that *T fellow Taoist says that he knows your mother and that he's a childhood sweetheart, wouldn't you have to call him father? Chapter 3578. It seems that your problem is quite serious. It's not as simple as having a screw loose in your head. You actually believe in empty words so firmly. More importantly, you're still enjoying being used as a tool. I can't bear to argue with you anymore. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, shook his head and sighed. In the end he said, why don't we make a bet? I bet that the real Netherworld young master will show up in 3 days. Maybe not here, but he will at least show up to refresh his sense of existence. How can someone like him just sit still? How can he allow his identity to be replaced by someone else? Even though I didn't admit it, your insistence on it is also unacceptable to him. If the Netherworld young master doesn't show up in 3 days, this young master would rather admit defeat and become the scapegoat. 3 days? A suspicious look appeared on Yin Emperor's face. He sized up Yi Xian and said hesitantly, Brat, you're not thinking of running away again, are you? If I let you run away this time, I won't be able to catch you again in the future. I won't be fooled by you. Humph, I have such a huge fleet here. Do I need to be afraid of you? So what if you're a Star Lord? It's not like I don't have a trump card to deter Star Lords. After saying that, Yi Xian's face darkened again. He directly activated the Shenong cauldron in his body, guiding a wisp of the terrifying aura of the remains of the ancient creatures stored at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano in the central domain out of his body. In an instant, it formed an aura that would make even Star Lords change their expressions in horror. The terrifying pressure disappeared in a flash. Then Yi Xian didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore. He turned around and walked toward the flagship fortress behind him. No matter what you think, I've already said that we'll make a bet in 3 days. If you continue to pester me before then, you'll have to bear all the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving behind a bewildered Yin Emperor who was standing there in a daze. For a moment he didn't know what to do. After a short while, the old man seemed to have made a decision. He muttered to himself, Humph, what you said makes some sense. 3 days is 3 days. Anyway, it will pass in the blink of an eye. This time I won't even close my eyes. I'll be watching you from above. Let's see how you're going to escape. Then he gradually disappeared into the void, but his powerful consciousness was still spread out, completely covering the flagship fortress that was floating in the void down below. Nothing could escape his perception, and he would definitely take action as soon as possible. Sha Baofeng, you are no longer the commander of the Vanguard fleet. What right do you have to bet the entire fleet with that old monster Yin Emperor? As soon as Yi Fengliang stepped into the command cabin on the top floor of the expulsion, Yi Luo, whose face was full of anger, walked over and reprimanded him sternly. That young Master Yuming is as slippery as a loach. The old fellows outside are frantically looking for him all over the world, but they can't find any clues. If he doesn't show up in 3 days, the old monsters will come again. How are we going to end this time? You ask me? Who should I ask? Yi Xian snorted and rolled his eyes. Didn't you say it yourself just now? I am no longer the commander of the fleet. Shouldn't you be the one to consider and solve this problem? In any case, once the 3 days are up, I should return to Tianji City and take advantage of the time when the old monster is making trouble. When the old monsters attack me, I will create some chaos and leave this place. Sight. After saying that, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He directly entered his own cabin and said, If you have nothing to do in the next 3 days, then don't come to pay your respects. I need to conserve my energy. In 3 days, I still have to hurry back to Heaven's secret city. Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared. and the cabin door was quickly closed. There was even a slight sound of the door being locked from the inside. Sha Baofeng, can you be any more King shameless? Yi Luo was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly until the sound of the cabin door being locked could be heard. Only then did he return to his senses. He immediately roared in grief and indignation. At the same time, in Yi Xian's cabin. You want to scheme against me? Dream on. I will find you sooner or later. While muttering to himself, Yi Xian sneered again and again. Although Yi Xian didn't know who the mastermind behind the scenes was, and what that person's goal was, it wasn't difficult for him to figure it out. He could more or less lock onto the suspicious target with a little deduction. It wouldn't even take much effort, but Yi Xian didn't have the time. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. He could deal with this matter later. As for now, what he needed to do was to leave this place quietly and show his face in other star fields as the Netherworld's young master. The reason for this was not that Yi Xian was afraid of Yin Emperor, who was still staring at him from the void outside. If he wanted to leave, this old man wouldn't be able to stop him. However, although Yi Xian wasn't sure why the mastermind behind the Yin Emperor had raised his eyes, there was one thing that was without a doubt. The other party must have seen through some clues and started to suspect his true identity. In fact, Yi Xian had long since been mentally prepared for this. Back then, after being publicly acknowledged by the demon-human imperial uncle Mo Qi, Yi Xian understood that this matter couldn't be hidden forever. Not long after, the identities of the Netherworld young master Ling Hu, and the others would be revealed. In the world, Yi Xian didn't care about this. Although he hadn't fully grown up, he was no longer the small fish and shrimp he used to be. Even the Star Master wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to him, so he was no longer afraid. But even so, the mastermind behind the scenes who secretly instigated Yin Emperor still made Yi Xian wary. To be able to deduce his identity now, this person's methods and insight were definitely extraordinary. After all, Yi Xian had only used the identity of Sha Baofeng for a few days. It was the first time he had appeared in public with this identity, but he was still suspected. This in itself already explained the problem. This kind of scheming and sinister person was hiding in the dark. His cultivation definitely wasn't weak, and his threat couldn't be ignored. The real reason why Yi Xian decided to let the Netherworld young master reappear in the martial arts world and show his presence in another star domain was to confuse the enemy. Presumably, when the news of young master Netherworld's appearance spread, the mastermind hiding in the dark would definitely be dumbfounded, and his suspicion of Sha Baofeng's true identity would also be shaken. Under such circumstances, the other party would panic, and Yi Xian would have the opportunity to grab his tail, pull him out in one fell swoop, and resolve the potential threat. Chapter 3579. Whoosh! Following a faint flash of light, Yi Xian stepped out of the void and turned his head to look around. Sure enough, he'd already arrived at the buffer zone of the source of all evil. The area he had chosen to leave his interstellar coordinate mark was located in a desolate area of the buffer zone. Not only were there almost no void rifts, but there was not even a single black beetle to be seen. It was extremely well hidden. After confirming the direction, Yi Xian immediately concealed himself and rushed to the periphery of the root of all evil. After passing through the periphery, he quietly left this place of great danger. Although he was a little worried about the huge netherworld furnace in the core hinterland and wanted to see if new remains of primordial creatures had been transported over and were being refined into the root of all evil, Yi Xian finally restrained himself and gave up on the idea. He did not actually go there. On the one hand, he did not want to create unnecessary trouble and affect the reappearance of the Netherworld young master. On the other hand, the consciousness clone of the great primordial being that had jumped out of the Netherworld furnace last time was too terrifying. What if it was still quietly lying in wait in the Netherworld furnace? With Yi Xian's current cultivation base and strength, he would not be able to do anything. If he really went there, he would definitely be sending himself to his death. Currently, Yi Xian's system title was already at the 5th level of the Interstellar Raider. In any universe, he could leave behind 2 fixed interstellar coordinate imprints, and he also had the ability to cross planes and perform interstellar coordinate jumps. Of course, at present, Yi Xian had only left 1 interstellar coordinate mark in the 2nd and 3rd universes. However, he had left 2 in the first universe. In other words, Yi Xian actually had 4 choices in terms of the location of the Netherworld Young Master's reappearance. The Death Star Field of the 3rd universe. The Yin's Nest of the 2nd universe. Of course, that place had already been destroyed and was now a huge void vortex. The great beings of the various races of the 2nd Universe Federation should be thinking of a way to repair it. Apart from that, there was the life black hole of the 1st universe and the root of all evil. The first one was not suitable. That was Yi Xian's current headquarters. The situation of the 3 planes was currently chaotic, and Triumph City had a rare opportunity to stay out of it. Yi Xian did not want to lead the chaos to the Death Star Field. The life black hole of all evil was located in the Demonkin Star Field. It was too close, so it was not the best choice. The remaining Yin's Nest and the root of all evil were better choices. Yi Xian clearly had other considerations as to why he had chosen the root of all evil in the end. The root of all evil was located in the central region of the 1st universe. It was only about 6 days of starry flight from the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters. For Yi Xian, this was the best opportunity for him to take action and rescue the previous generations of Demonkin Imperial uncles. Of course, the Netherworld Young Master had only appeared in the root of all evil's star field. It was far from enough to ensure that the Yin Emperor would be lured to the Heaven's Legacy City. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use another dose of strong medicine. This way he would be absolutely foolproof. After leaving the root of all evil, Yi Xian headed in the direction of the Heaven's Legacy City. He traveled through the void for a day before finally coming to a stop. In the void thousands of miles ahead, there was a life planet. The people living on it were the clansmen of a certain slave tribe under the Heaven's Legacy race. Yi Xian decided to take action there. At this time, his appearance had already changed into the Netherworld Young Master's appearance. He had a pale complexion and a slender figure. He wore a flashy moon-white robe. With one look, one could tell that he was a troublesome hedonistic young master. Following that, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage that he kept in his undying world. This was a primordial treasure that couldn't be forged. It was basically the signature of the Netherworld Young Master. When the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage appeared, even the possibility of the current Netherworld Young Master being impersonated was suspected. This was because all possibilities were eliminated. Of course, this wasn't enough. Yi Xian decided to add another layer of insurance, and that was the Netherworld Claw's bloodline ability. In the current world, only the Yin Emperor and the Netherworld Young Master could use this ability in the 3 universes. With the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage and the Netherworld Claw, even the Demon King Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, and the others who knew the truth of Yi Xian's identity would be dumbfounded. Yi Xian didn't know about this matter. In addition, the reason why Yi Xian decided to use the bloodline ability of the Netherworld Claw was to cause a bigger commotion. This way, the news of the Netherworld Young Master reappearing in the martial arts world would spread as quickly as possible. A certain slave tribe living on the life planet ahead was unfortunately chosen and became the target of Yi Xian's use. Everything would start from here. After stepping into the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, Yi Xian waved his hand again and instantly took out more than 10,000 intelligent robots from his undying world. These were the robots he had taken from the treasure maple ship and the strongholds of young Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. Now, the core source code of these intelligent robots had been modified by the devouring system and had nothing to do with the Tianji race. They only carried out the orders given by Yi Xian through the devouring system. Of course, although they were intelligent robots, their appearance was no different from humans. The intelligent robots of the human race's technology faction had long been humanized and used man-made biological materials on the surface, not to mention the ones produced by the Tianji race. These 10,000 intelligent robots were naturally used to create momentum. Back in the 2nd universe, the Netherworld Young Master had abducted almost the entire Yin demon race. Nearly 10,000 Yin demons had gathered around the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage and swaggered through the streets in a grandiose manner. That scene had long become a classic, and today, it was still remembered by many. Countless experts from various major star fields would mention it from time to time. Although the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen had realized the truth and were taken away by Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Zhou to wander in the void of the universe, How could the great young Master Nether not have an entourage when he came out of the martial world? That would be too weak of a show of strength. In addition, apart from helping the Netherworld young master create momentum, these intelligent robots had another use. With them, Yixian was sure that the old monsterine emperor would definitely run straight to the Tianji city and cause a ruckus. At this time, Yixian was lazily half-lying in the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage with his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the massage of several beautiful robots. From time to time, their slender jade hands would pinch some strange fruits and put them into his mouth. This scene, even from a great distance away, could be seen clearly through the half-drawn curtain at the side of the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. Alright, let's move now. This young master has returned to the world. Gently waving his hand, Yixian's lazy words came out from the Azure Phoenix carriage. Soon, the Azure Phoenix carriage was lifted up by the 10,000 intelligent robots. Although it had the ability to fly, how could it be carried by people to show off? The Netherworld young master. This was the style he wanted. Immediately after, the shameless slogans that had shocked countless people in the second universe sounded again. The huge Azure Phoenix carriage camp finally set off in a grandiose manner amidst the slogans that sounded from time to time. Ancestor Huan Ting, #1 in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever. And live as long as the heavens. Chapter 3580. The life planet in front of them belonged to the ferocious race, and the people living on the planet were a tribe of the ferocious race. The ferocious race looked like mammoths, but they also looked like giant space elephants. They were extremely strong, but they walked on 2 legs and their bodies were huge. Basically, an adult member of the ferocious race was at least 100 meters tall. The ferocious race was the slave race of the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji race. In the eyes of the Tianji race, their value was equivalent to the best manual labor. For example, in the eyes of the Tianji race, the demon humans were the best intelligent scouts. The ancestral land of the ferocious race was not here. The reason why there was a tribe of more than 10,000 ferocious race members that came to this star field adjacent to the Tianji city and lived on this life planet. It was because the Tianji race needed them to be strong, large, and innately strong. The Tianji race was a mechanical and electronic life form, and they were best at electronics and mechanical manufacturing. In the outer industrial circles of the 3 regions of the Tianji city, all the planets had been turned into star-level giant industrial bases. Some built battleships, while others built all kinds of mechanical and electronic equipment, including intelligent robot assembly lines and so on. In the construction process of some huge products such as battleships, the participation of the ferocious race was required. Although every industrial planet had equipment such as space cranes, some locations were not allowed due to the space conditions, such as the interior of the battleship, or required extremely high precision. Therefore, the ferocious race had the innate strength to use martial arts. To put it bluntly, this life planet was equivalent to the ferocious race members' dormitory. During their break, they would leave the outer industrial circles of the Tianji city and return here. It sounded very sad, but in reality, the ferocious race did not deserve pity at all. Yixian was also on the way to the Nine Dragons' Azure Luan carriage, as they majestically cruised towards the life star in front of them. Only then did he understand everything about the giant ferocious clan. The ferocious race looked simple and honest, and they did the kind of hard work that relied on solid labor, but in reality this race was extremely dark in nature. They bullied the weak, feared the weak, and ran amok by relying on power. It was a perfect match for them. After understanding all of this, Yixian actually grinned. If it really was a tragic and pitiful race, then he really couldn't bear to use it. Now it seemed that it was exactly what he wanted. Facing such a group of damned bastards, it seemed that he would have to be ruthless in a while. He would take the place of the heavens. Path. At this time, the vast army of the ferocious race had arrived at this life planet. It was only 10,000 miles of space. It was not far, but it was not far. Patriarch, the ferocious race. Enjoy immortal blessings forever. Live as long as the heavens. Patriarch, ferocious race. 3 universes, the 3 universes. The patrolling army was huge, and the slogans that came out of the mouths of more than 10,000 intelligent robots were extremely loud. When they gathered into one voice, it was shocking even in the void of the universe. The patrolling army did not directly enter the atmosphere of the life planet, because before they got close, Hundreds of members of the ferocious race roared and rushed out of the planet's atmosphere. They were basically all black hole realm cultivators. Although they were laborers, the ferocious race had huge bodies. They were hundreds of meters tall when they reached adulthood. Their bodies were boundless, and their cultivation was naturally not too weak. Among these hundreds of ferocious race people, the few leading fellows had thick dark gray skin that faintly showed a greenish-yellow color. Their cultivation auras were also stronger, and they seemed to be at the mid-late void realm, the 12th great realm. As for the tens of thousands of intelligent robots that carried the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage, they were produced by the Tianji race and were the personal vehicles of the core higher-ups of the race. Naturally, they were not the most ordinary type of robots. Their individual strength was equivalent to the 5th great realm, the Starry Sky realm. A patrolling army made up of more than 10,000 intelligent robots with Starry Sky realm cultivation was quite a good lineup. If they were to be compared with the ferocious race people who had just rushed out of the planet's atmosphere, they would definitely be crushed in terms of momentum. However, if a big battle really broke out, it would not be enough to look at, and they would definitely be annihilated. The nature of the ferocious race people was to bully the kind and fear the evil. They were the type of unscrupulous bullies, and this place was adjacent to the Tianji city. Naturally, they were even more fearless. At this moment, they suddenly saw such an arrogant patrolling army showing off in the starry sky. More than 10,000 people roared in unison, causing the life of the planet within the atmosphere to be disturbed. The content of their roar was so shameless and arrogant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the patrolling army was not a core higher-up of the Tianji race. They were not even native powerhouses of the first universe. Instead, they were the so-called young master netherworld from the race whose identity was still unknown. As a result, the hundreds of furious ferocious race people flew into a rage at almost the first moment. Young Master Netherworld's name resounded again, and he was known as one of the 5 great geniuses of the current era. However, he had not yet matured. Although he had been popular for some time, hadn't he been scared into hiding by the old monsterine emperor and not daring to show his face? Who would have thought that he still did not know how to restrain himself after escaping from the second universe? Did he really think that there was no one in the first universe and that the Tianji race were all blind and deaf? With this thought in mind, the hundreds of furious ferocious race people immediately rushed over. They did not waste any time and directly wanted to suppress him. So what if he was young Master Netherworld? Even if he was a dragon, he had to obediently coil in the Tianji star domain. A big battle broke out in an instant, but it ended as quickly as it started. Yixian immediately used his bloodline ability, Netherworld Claw, and blasted 2 ferocious race people, who were at the 12th great realm of the Void Realm, into a rain of blood that scattered across the starry sky. This kind of decisive and sharp style of killing instantly woke up the hundreds of ferocious race people. They immediately turned around and retreated in defeat, leaving behind only the remains of several hundred intelligent robots whose bodies had been blown apart, revealing various internal components. As such, Yixian's goal could be considered to have been achieved. Therefore, he did not chase after them, nor did he have the interest to do so. The huge patrolling army continued to move forward, moving further and further into the void in a grandiose manner until they completely disappeared. The arrogant slogans that made people's hair stand on end still rang out from time to time and came from afar. After the time it took to eat a meal, the figures of some ferocious race people quietly emerged from the atmosphere of this planet. After confirming that the void outside was incomparably quiet and that even the shameless slogans could no longer be heard, and that the patrolling young Master Netherworld had clearly gone far away, they rushed out one after another. They angrily faced the direction of the patrolling army that had disappeared into the void and furiously roared and cursed, "Little bastard, don't run if you have the guts. I'll kill you." Chapter 3581. In order to ensure that the news of the Netherworld young master's reappearance spread as soon as possible, Yixian wandered around the surrounding void for half a day after leaving the ferocious race's tribe. He showed himself in front of a few fleets of the Tianji race's slave races. He even used this as an excuse to provoke them and cause a small disturbance. Then he found a secluded void, put away the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage and the intelligent robot army, and activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability once again. After all, this star field was adjacent to the Tianji city, and it was only a 5-day journey away. Yixian didn't want to create more problems, and he was pressed for time, so he had to return as soon as possible. This time he was going to the black hole of life in the Demon Dweller Star area. From there to the Void Battleground at the edge of the Demon Dweller Star area. If he used the Dongshu shuttle and the wormhole jump, it would only take him 1 day to get there. At that time, the news of the Netherworld young master coming out of the martial arts world should have already spread. It was impossible for the Yin Emperor to still be there, so he would have long since fled with his tail between his legs. Yixian was completely able to sneak back to the expulsion ship without anyone noticing and finish this operation. A beautiful ending. 3 days wasn't a long time, and it passed in the blink of an eye. 2.5 days had passed, and only half a day was left of the 3-day time limit of the bet. During this time, the armies of the two camps that were facing each other tens of millions of kilometers away didn't make any movements. All eyes were focused on the expulsion's flagship fortress, in front of the allied army of the slave races in the first universe. Yin Emperor hadn't left either. He had been overlooking the situation from the distant void above the flagship fortress, and the pressure of a Star Lord enveloped the void, firmly locking onto the expulsion. As the date of the bet approached, countless starry sky experts from both camps who were paying attention to this matter unknowingly felt their hearts in their throats. Although Yin Emperor's mind was clearly a little abnormal due to the great change that had happened immediately after he came out of seclusion, and his IQ and temperament were both worrisome, he was still a Star Lord after all. Even if his brain wasn't very bright, it wasn't to the extent of being a fool. He definitely wasn't easy to fool. There was no doubt that once the 3-day time limit for the bet was over, this old man would definitely make things difficult for him. However, Sha Baofeng wasn't someone to be trifled with. He even had the remains of a sector lord that even Star Lords feared. If he was forced into a corner, he might just throw it out. It could be said that it was really hard to predict how this unexpected storm would turn out. All the Starry Sky Masters on both sides were either excited or worried. In short, they were all waiting for that moment to come. The atmosphere outside was already so oppressive and solemn. As the newly appointed commander of the Vanguard fleet, and as he happened to be inside the flagship fortress of expulsion, which was the focus of attention, Yero's life was obviously more difficult now. Chana's, on the other hand, was at ease. His bones had been shattered by Yin Emperor's slap, and although he wouldn't die, he would have to lie down for 7 or 8 days to recover. In any case, he didn't need to worry about this matter. In the command cabin on the top floor of expulsion, Yero was the only one burning with anxiety. Since yesterday, he had already turned into an ant on a hot pan. He had practically never stopped pacing back and forth in the command cabin on the top floor. There were several intelligent robots following behind him to listen to his orders. They were all dizzy from his pacing and directly crashed into their nests. Too much. Too much. Sha Baofeng, get the F***ck out of here. F***ck your mother. Who dug this hole? Who the F***ck is going to fill it himself? Why are you sleeping soundly while I'm being roasted on a fire? You F***king bastard. Get the F***ck out of here right now. In just a few more hours the 3-day time limit would be up, but Yixian's cabin was still tightly shut. It was clear that he had no intention of coming out and wanted Yero to take the bullet for him. In the end, Yero couldn't take it anymore and was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously at the tightly shut cabin door. At this moment, his feelings could be best summed up in one sentence. My heart is bitter, I just want to cry. It was also at this time that the news of Netherworld young master's return finally reached this frontline battlefield. An intelligent robot walked over to report, its eyes moving strangely from time to time. In the past 3 days, it was almost dizzy from Yero's incessant walking back and forth. He's appeared? Haha, that little bastard has finally appeared. This news was so unexpected that Yero almost couldn't believe it. He was stunned for a few minutes before he came back to his senses. He immediately laughed and jumped, running back and forth in the command cabin on the top floor, dancing with joy. Poor child, his emotions fluctuated so violently that he seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He was suspected to have been driven mad. Bang! Bang! Not far away, the intelligent robot that had just finished reporting finally fell on its back, making a loud thud as it hit the ground. Its eyes moved quickly a few times before they stopped moving. It was completely dead. At the same time, all the fleets of the two factions facing each other in the void also received the news one after another. In next to no time, an uproar of surprise resounded from both sides, and it shook the entire expanse of space. Big news! Big news! Netherworld Xiaofeng has appeared. Heavens, he actually appeared? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Sha Baofeng is amazing. He predicted Xiaofeng's state of mind and actually tricked Netherworld Xiaofeng into coming out. No wonder Yin Emperor couldn't find him. It turns out that he actually came to the first universe and was hiding near Tianji City in the central region, where the Tianji race's main camp is located. This is too unexpected. That's not important. The most important question is, Xiao Zun came out of the martial arts world. Is it really just because he doesn't want his name to be stolen? Yes, the price is too high. Yin Emperor will definitely chase after him. Soon both sides will face each other head-on and settle everything. Or Xiaofeng will escape and find another place to hide. Why bother? As these exclamations resounded in the void, Yin Emperor, who had been guarding the void above expulsion for the past 3 days, was dumbfounded on the spot. The higher-ups of the fleets of the two factions were even more stunned. As for the old ghost John Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrows, who were in the observation fortress that represented the everlasting dynasty, they were obviously the most shocked and astonished. When the news of Netherworld Xiaofeng appearing in the Tianji Star Zone spread, the two old guys were dumbfounded. They turned to look at each other with their mouths wide open in disbelief. After 10 breaths, the eyebrowless ancestor swallowed his saliva and asked weakly, "Do you think something is wrong?" Chapter 3582. As the news of Netherworld Young Master's appearance spread, the old monster Yin Emperor, who was in the void above expulsion, was instantly petrified. There were only a few hours left until the end of the 3-day bet. He had even begun to brew his emotions, preparing to unleash his might in a few hours and destroy the starry sky fortress below in one fell swoop to vent the anger in his heart. But at that moment the news came and slapped his face in front of everyone. It was fine if it was just a slap, but the most important thing was that he was extremely embarrassed. The dignified Star Master's face was burning hot at that moment. Roar! Netherworld Young Master, you are definitely doing this on purpose. You tricked this great emperor again. We will settle our old and new grudges soon. If this old man doesn't kill you, I swear I won't return to my nest. Roar! Countless gazes filled with strange intentions were cast from the surrounding void, and all of them gathered on Yin Emperor's body. The formless pressure was too heavy, and Yin Emperor Old Monster couldn't hold on any longer. He raised his head and roared in anger, roaring endlessly. His figure took advantage of this opportunity, and fled in panic like a stray dog with its tail between its legs. It was really embarrassing. As his figure disappeared into the distant void, countless sighs could be heard from both sides of the battlefield. Sigh, what a painful realization. It's clear that Netherworld Young Master did this on purpose. Perhaps he didn't intend to show himself at first, but after learning about the 3-day bet, he changed his mind. Otherwise, why would he appear at such a time? It's clearly to attack that old monster Yin Emperor. What a slap to the face. A dignified Star Master madly chased him all over the world, but he didn't even see him. In the end, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face across the endless void. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's no one else who can be so miserable. The most important thing is that Netherworld Young Master is really awesome. He casually showed up for no reason, and he was actually able to ruthlessly beat up that old monster Star Master. In any case, this is the only time I've seen such a method. He casually made a move and he was so relaxed, yet he almost beat up that old monster Star Master. This Netherworld Young Master is really not a normal kind of ferocious. The Netherworld Young Master's report was extraordinary. As soon as the news about him appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the starry sky powerhouses on both sides. The entire void was discussing his reappearance. On the contrary, no one mentioned Baofeng Sha, the genius of the Tianji clan who had been in the limelight before. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quietly returned to the void battleground and boarded the expulsion. Then, at the critical juncture of the 3-day bet, he opened the cabin door and walked out. Yilua was long gone. The crisis had been resolved, so he had no interest in holding Yixian accountable. The key was that he had not slept for 3 days, so the psychological pressure he was under was too great. A few of the AI robots had even fainted because of him walking around. This alone was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, when Yixian walked out of the cabin, he did not see him. His heart was too tired, so he hid in his room to recuperate. As for Chanas, he was lying in another cabin. He wouldn't be able to get up for a few days, which was exactly what Yixian wanted. At the very least, when he left, he didn't have to follow behind a crying old woman who was wiping her tears. Although the battle hadn't ended yet, and had only just begun, the two camps would start a full-scale war again soon. However, all of this basically didn't have much to do with Yixian anymore. He immediately left the expulsion ship and summoned the demon battle cry in the air behind his own camp. One step. He stepped in and left with a rumble. This trip was to the Demon Emperor planet. After receiving the spirit battle cry there, Yixian would embark on the starship journey back to the Tianji clan. Of course, along the way there would obviously be some things that would happen. Yixian had long expected this. The mastermind hiding behind the scenes instigating the Yin Emperor Old Monster would definitely not admit defeat. Even if it was to solve the doubts in his heart, he would definitely follow in secret. And this was exactly what Yixian hoped for. The danger on the table was always easier to solve and deal with than the threat hidden in the dark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he wanted to lure the snake out and cut off the mastermind hiding behind the scenes. The reality was just as he had expected. Not long after Yixian summoned the demon battle cry and left, two figures quietly slipped out of a large observation fortress in the void behind the Second Universe's coalition camp. They were Old Ghost John II and Old Ancestor Wu Mei. The two old guys were extremely cautious and did not directly chase after him. Instead, they used the excuse that they had to return to the Third Universe. First, they sped towards the natural wormhole that connected to the Third Universe for a few hours. Then they changed their direction and took a detour in the void far away from the edge of the battlefield. Yixian was not in a hurry and arrived at the Demon Emperor planet a day later. What made him slightly disappointed was that the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes had not made a move. But it did not matter. After receiving the modified void battle cry, Yixian would soon be on his way again. The journey from the Demon Emperor star area to the Tianji city in the central region of the First Universe could be said to be a long journey. It would take more than half a month. Yixian believed that the mastermind behind the scenes would definitely make a move during this time. It was impossible to send him all the way to the Tianji city, right? After arriving at the Demon Emperor planet, Yixian waved his hand and stored the demon battle cry into his body. Then he directly entered the atmosphere of the planet and quickly met with the Demon Emperor uncle. Emo Qigong. Brat, what's going on? Aren't you the young master of the Netherworld? Why did you appear in the Tianji City Star area? As soon as he saw Yixian, Emo Qigong immediately asked. His eyes were slightly bloodshot. It was obvious that he had not rested well after hearing the news. He must have been struggling and thinking hard. Don't tell me that the guy who appeared in the Tianji City Star area is a fake. Both the Netherworld Claw and the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix Chariot have appeared. Don't try to fool me when you appear. Of course, that includes the real young master of the Netherworld. But why can't he appear in the Tianji City Star area when I'm on the battlefield ahead? Don't forget, there's still an invincible war god in the human clan camp in the Third Universe. Yixian naturally could not reveal the matter of the interstellar jump ability. Besides, he really could not explain it, so he casually found an excuse to dodge it. Then he changed the topic. By the way, is the modification of the void battle cry done? Also, how's the soldier ladle clan's training? I'm in a hurry to rush back. It was not easy to lure a Star Lord Old Monster over to cover for me. If I'm late and arrive after he's done, wouldn't I miss a good opportunity? You mean to say? Chapter 3583. The problem that Emo Qigong was talking about was actually the refinement of the void battle armor. It wasn't that there weren't any storage treasures or spatial boxes that could store such a huge object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. However, they were very rare, and the Demon Royal family didn't have any. However, the construction of Jean La did not take into account the ability to travel through space at extreme speed. After all, that was not necessary at all. It was originally an unconventional killing weapon like a fixed star fortress. It was already considered quite good to be able to travel through space at the speed of an ordinary 10,000-meter-long fortress. The distance from the Demon Star region to Tianji City was very long. Naturally, they couldn't drive the void battle armor there directly. That way, by the time they arrived at Tianji City, the battle in space would have already ended. Yi Xian had storage treasures that could store the void battle armor, such as the Shinong Cauldron. They all had the ability to store things, but the key was that they couldn't be exposed. Hence, the only way was to refine it. As long as one's cultivation was enough, any battleship, fortress could be refined and stored in one's body. Yi Xian was already a mystic light realm expert at the 13th level, so his cultivation was obviously enough. This void battle armor had already been refined by the Demon King Mo Wentian. Now that he was giving it away, Mo Wentian had already erased the spiritual imprint in the core of the void battle armor. In theory, Yi Xian could refine it at any time and leave behind a spiritual imprint or a spiritual imprint of a human cultivator. After that, he could store it in his body and take it away. However, the void battle armor had already been modified. Before, it could only be moved by the spiritual energy of the demon people. Now, it was more inclined towards the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle race. Mo Qigong wasn't sure if it could still be refined, or if it would be faster and more convenient. Hence, he specially reminded Yi Xian. Yi Xian soon saw the void battle claw. From its appearance, there was no change at all. According to Mo Qigong's introduction, the so-called name change was only a major change to the core driving device in the core beehive node in the inner circle of the 9th layer. In addition, some new materials were added to the special pipes that connected the beehive nodes, so that they could be more conducive to the rapid transmission and amplification of the biological frequency of the soldier ladle. Yi Xian wasn't the only one who said this. Even Mo Qigong and the other high-ranking members of the Demonkin royal family were eager to try. They wanted to see what kind of attack this modified void battleship could unleash with the support of tens of millions of void soldiers. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. Its might was too terrifying and he couldn't test it casually. Moreover, this matter had to be kept a secret, so he couldn't make a big fuss about it. However, Mo Qigong patted his chest and promised that as long as there were no problems with the soldier ladle, the void battleship could definitely be activated and used. If there were any problems, he would take responsibility. Originally, due to the transformation of the void battle armor, it was more suitable for the biological frequency of the soldier ladle race to activate. Therefore, if it was refined, the void essence crystal in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness would be the best choice. Unfortunately, this void essence crystal had always had a bad temper, and didn't pay much attention to Yi Xian. This time Yi Xian tried to communicate with it, but the result was the same. There was no response. Since he couldn't use the mysterious power of the void essence crystal to refine the void battleship, Yi Xian had no choice but to use the Demonkin's mind power. Because his cultivation of the hollow dimension technique had stagnated, his mind power wasn't as strong as his mind power, so it wasn't the best choice. Yi Xian activated the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness, and poured his level 7 mind power into the core beehive node of the void battleship. Just as he was about to refine the void battleship, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered that you can absorb mental power. Do you want to absorb it immediately? Huh? What's going on? Yi Xian was stunned. The Demonkin's mental power was rather special. Generally speaking, they had to absorb the energy in the demonic astral crystal, or the multipupil astral crystal to strengthen themselves. Even though Yi Xian had the help of the devouring system, which was like a cheat, he was only able to obtain mental strength through direct absorption. He only had 2 more methods than an ordinary devil cultivator. The first was the mental power source core in the Demonkin's head. The second was the weeping soul beast, which was an energy form. That was why Yi Xian was so surprised to run into such an opportunity to absorb mental power for free. He soon figured out what was going on. It turned out that the mental power the system was referring to was the remnant mental power of the Demonkin in the 1,000-star nest nodes, and the special transmission tubes that connected them. After all, those tubes were used to transmit mental power. When they were first activated, tens of millions of Demonkin experts had gathered inside the battleship, and a Star Lord had acted as the energy hub. Even though most of the mental power had been blown away by the terrifying mental roar, there was still some left in the tubes. Even though the mental power left in every inch of the transmission tubes was so weak that it was almost negligible, many a little makes a mickle. The entire battleship was a gargantuan object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. The amount of mental power left in all the tubes would definitely be a terrifying amount. Of course, other than the devouring system, no one else could absorb the remaining mental power in the War Krama transmission tube, nor would they have any ideas about it. It was a thankless task and it was not worth it. However, Yi Xian didn't have such a problem. He was immediately tempted. After figuring everything out, Yi Xian immediately gave an affirmative reply to the devouring system in his body and ordered it to start absorbing the mental power. As for refining the void battleship, he wasn't in a hurry. He would put it aside for the time being. Maybe the mental power source core floating above his mind would transform again after the absorption, and it might even evolve into a level 8 one. If he really wanted to refine such a gargantuan object, a level 8 mental power would obviously be far more efficient than a level 7 one. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the job of cutting wood. Soon, a trickle-like stream of mental power flowed into Yi Xian's mind, and was directly absorbed by the mental power source core floating above his mind. As time passed, not only did this trickle continue to exist, the amount also grew larger and larger. In the end, the amount of mental energy that poured into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness every minute and every second was like a surging river. It was a wonderful feeling. Although it wasn't as gentle as when he absorbed the weeping soul beast's energy, it wasn't as violent as when he absorbed the mental power of the demon kin either. Instead, it was a combination of both. The amount was huge and the absorption process was quite smooth and stable. After more than 10 minutes, the endless stream of mental power finally disappeared. The remaining mental power in the tubes had been completely absorbed. Chapter 3584. Congratulations to the host. Your mind source core has leveled up. Your mind source core is currently at level 8. Congratulations to the host. Your mind source core has leveled up. Some of your mind skills and secret techniques have leveled up. Congratulations to the host. You have been given the opportunity to randomly select a mind secret technique to evolve. Do you wish to use it immediately? When the unending stream of mind power finally disappeared, the remaining mind power in the transmission pipe was completely absorbed. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised when the familiar system beep rang out in his mind once again. Just as he had expected, he had hit the jackpot this time. His source core had transformed once again and finally evolved to level 8. According to the information that the demonic race had revealed, only the first demon emperor's mind source core had reached this level in the history of the demonic race. Of course, although Yi Xian had believed this in the past, he could only chuckle at this point. In a starry sky environment, the waters were indeed too deep. Nothing could be trusted easily, and one couldn't just look at the surface. Yi Xian had just realized this not too long ago. However, this time he was lucky enough to once again transform and evolve the spirit core in his mind. To Yi Xian, this kind of joyous occasion was naturally worth being happy about. There were indeed too many benefits. The first and most direct benefit was that Yi Xian's mind attribute had leveled up once again. When he used any mind attribute secret techniques or mystic abilities, their might would become even stronger. Another pleasant surprise was that after his source core had transformed, some of the mind attribute secret techniques and mystic abilities that he had mastered had leveled up once again. For example, the Annihilation Spear and the Annihilation Vortex, as well as the Absolute Concussion and the Perfect Concussion secret techniques, had leveled up once again. They were now high-level mind attribute secret techniques. However, the Mind Lightning technique and the Slave Seal technique hadn't changed. They had been at the mid-level before, so they were still at the mid-level now. The Mind Crush and Mind Charm techniques, which had been at the high level before, hadn't changed this time either. Of course, in the end, there was also the only mental power ability that Yi Xian had mastered, Mind Reversal. Perhaps it was because he had just mastered it not long ago and had only used it a few times, but after the source core leveled up again, it was still only an intermediate-level mental power ability. In other words, of all the mental strength skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities that Yi Xian possessed, other than the Spiritual Lightning technique, the Slave Seal technique, and the Spiritual Reversal divine ability, the rest had all evolved to high levels. Although Yixian's source core hadn't produced any new mind power abilities after it had evolved to the 8th level, he had gotten an even rarer opportunity. The system had randomly selected one of the mind power techniques, secret techniques and abilities he had already mastered. Mutant evolution. Anything that was related to the word mutation was basically a good thing. Its power would increase greatly. Of course, there were situations where the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, but they were very rare. Yixian did not believe that he would be so unlucky as to run into them. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately gave an affirmative reply and asked the system to randomly select one. 3 seconds later, the result was out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The slave seal art has evolved. Current mutation progress. Primary mutation. Current mutated attribute. Range of application expanded from demon folk to most non-living matter. When the system beeped in his mind, Yixian was dumbfounded. Slave seal? It was actually the slave seal? Needless to say, Yixian was caught off guard and felt a sense of great disappointment. The slave seal was the first mind power technique he had mastered. It could be said that it had played a huge role in the early stages of Yixian's growth. Without the slave seal art, Prince Xian, who had shocked the 3 Great Plains, would not have existed. He would not have had the opportunity to enter the first universe. In fact, even if he had gone, he would have just been on a platter. Although Yixian had always been grateful for the slave seal art, it was only a mind power technique after all. It could only be used on demons with mind power source cores in their brains. As for humans and other living beings of other races, they didn't have source cores in their brains. They didn't even have mind power. Without them, what was the use of the slave seal? Therefore, in the past 2 years, Yixian had rarely used the slave seal art when he was in the middle stages of his growth. He hadn't used it at all in the later stages because it wasn't necessary. With his strength and various other methods and foundations, Yixian could definitely use a more direct and faster method to solve the slave seal art. Unsolved problem. Amongst the entire devil cultivator race, there were only a handful that could cause the current Yixian to be helpless and need to rely on a slave imprint to deal with them. Furthermore, he was now an ally of the demon race, so the slave seal art was even more useless. That was too unkind of him. Among all the mind power techniques, secret techniques, and divine abilities that he had mastered, Yixian would have been overjoyed if he had gotten the chance to mutate and evolve any of them except for the slave seal art. Only the slave seal art had become useless, yet it had hit the jackpot. This made Yixian extremely depressed. However, this kind of depression quickly dissipated and turned into an even more intense pleasant surprise. This was because after pondering for a moment, he immediately discovered that he'd hit the jackpot again. The mutated attribute of the slave seal actually allowed this kind of mental strength skill, which had become useless to the current Yixian, to once again be useful. Naturally. Furthermore, the room for development and growth potential had become even wider. The mutation process actually had different levels. The current slave seal art was only a beginner mutation. In the future, there would be intermediate, advanced, and even more powerful mutations. Just the beginner mutation allowed the slave seal art to expand its range of application from being only able to be used on the demon race to being able to be used on most non-living beings other than the demon race. Of course, the success rate was not guaranteed. This was obviously directly related to Yixian's own strength, as well as the target's various attributes, level, and other factors. For example, stars were also non-living beings. If the current Yixian wanted to use the slave seal art on a huge star and refine it for himself, he would definitely be kicked in the head by a tortoise. On the other hand, if the target was changed to a piece of ordinary iron or a mountain rock, the result would be different. It would definitely be refined on the spot. That's right, it was refining. Yixian carefully studied the beginner mutation of the slave seal art, and finally completely understood. Chapter 3585. The primary variant slave imprint, other than the domain expansion, had 2 perverse unique properties. They were concealment and confusion. In other words, if a treasure refined by the slave imprint fell into the hands of others, they wouldn't be able to tell that the treasure was refined. This was the concealment property. As for the confusion property, it was even more interesting. If the opponent tried to refine the treasure for himself, then congratulations, because he would definitely succeed. However, this kind of success was just an illusion. Yi Xian could take back his authority at any time. And with a thought, the other party's painstaking refinement efforts would vanish into thin air. The magic treasure that was originally in his hand instantly turned on him, and was inexplicably controlled by Yi Xian. This was definitely a fatal blow. Who could defend against it? What made Yi Xian even more pleasantly surprised was that the concealment and confusion attributes of the elementary variant slave seal were completely impossible to detect. At the very least, the current answer given by the system was, those below the Realm Lord level were unable to detect it. This was enough. What was Yi Xian's cultivation level? Even if he cried and screamed for death, he wouldn't be able to offend a Sector Lord level existence. At most, he would get a Sector Lord level Golden Crow Corpse, and occasionally release a strand of aura to scare others. Since that was the case, then the current slave imprint had a shocking meaning to Yi Xian. How many treasures and supreme treasures did he have? If he was forced into a corner, at most he could deliberately trick the opponent and let the opponent steal one or two of them. When the opponent refined them and took them out to deal with him, the tables would turn. That scene would definitely be interesting. Just thinking about it made Yi Xian eager to try. Coincidentally, there's a hidden mastermind waiting outside the Devil Emperor planet. If nothing goes wrong, this guy will definitely make a move on the way to Tianji City. It seems like, as he muttered to himself, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth quickly curled into a mischievous smile. Looks like before we set off, we'll have to pick a few famous magic treasures and refine them with the elementary slave seal. Maybe we'll be able to use them soon. But for now, let's get rid of this big guy first. With my level 8 mental power and the slave seal, it won't take me more than a few minutes to refine it. Speaking up to this point, he turned his head to look at the gigantic void battle armor at the side and chuckled again. This is such a coincidence. The convenient effect of the slave seal in the initial stage of mutation can be fully displayed on the void battle armor. Originally, I was still a little worried about reaching Tianji City. After that, once I hand over the war talisman, what kind of accident will happen? Now it seems that everything is fine. While speaking, Yi Xian immediately activated the primary mutated power of the slave seal. He concentrated and began to fully refine the behemoth that was 300,000 meters in diameter. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully refining the void battle armor. Primary mutated slave seal has been successfully branded. Concealment and confusion properties have been successfully activated. In just a few minutes, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Level 8 mental power was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, Yi Xian used the mutated slave seal to refine the void battle armor, so the speed was really fast. Even he was a little surprised. After inspecting the void battle armor, Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. Now he could control the void battle armor with ease. Within 100 miles, he could throw in tens of millions of soldiers from the undying world and activate it at any time. Due to the concealment and confusion properties of the primary mutated slave seal, no one would be able to tell that the void battle armor had been refined no matter how they inspected it. They could even continue refining it. Of course, even if the refinement was successful, it would only be an illusion. It is indeed awesome. This type of mutated property is definitely the best treasure for sneaky people. Yi Xian grinned. He was even more confident about the plan he was going to carry out after reaching Tianji City. It was the same for uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes and getting rid of him. Immediately after, Yi Xian pondered for a while. He took out treasures and even treasures from his body one after another, and used the same method to refine them once again. This included the Shenong Cauldron, Yen Luo, and other treasures that had already been exposed in the hands of Linghu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master. Since these treasures had already been refined by Yi Xian, the speed at which they were refined a second time with the elementary mutated slave seal was similarly fast. Moreover, the concealment and confusion effects of the elementary mutated slave seal had all been successfully activated. Even the traces of refinement left behind during the previous refinement were completely hidden due to the effects of the primary mutated slave seal during the second refinement. They looked like treasures that had never been refined before. At this point, Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. All the necessary preparations had been completed. They could set off for Tianji City at any time. In order to avoid people's eyes and ears and to prevent the news from leaking out, The transformation of the Void Battle Claw and the subsequent training of the Soldier Ladle clan were all carried out in a secret valley hundreds of miles away from the Demon Imperial City. Moreover, the Star Lord of the demon race had set up a trap outside the valley, an isolation restriction. At this time, Yi Xian was refining the Void Battle armor alone in the valley. The demon tribe's royal uncle Mo Qigong and the others were waiting outside the valley. Originally, they thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 days to complete the refinement. After all, it was a huge object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. When the demon emperor Mo Wentian refined it, it also took more than a day. Although Mo Wentian and Yi Xian were at the 7th level of spiritual power, their cultivation was much stronger than Yi Xian's. Therefore, according to Mo Qigong's estimation, Yi Xian would need at least 2 days to refine the Void Battle armor. Because of this, when he saw Yi Xian walk out of the valley less than 2 hours after he left, he was stunned. Then his expression changed slightly. He said somewhat anxiously, "What's wrong? You can't refine it? What should we do? Where can we find a space treasure box of this level to store it?" "No need, I've already stored it in my body." Yi Xian grinned. With a wave of his hand, the Void Battle armor within his body was activated. It stood in the air in front of the two of them, giving Mo Qigong a huge fright. How did you refine it so quickly?" "That's not right." Perhaps he didn't believe that Yi Xian would be able to refine the Void Battle armor so quickly. As he spoke, Mo Qigong subconsciously investigated and used his mental energy to enter the core of the beehive. Then his expression changed again as he cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, how did you do it? Clearly you didn't refine it, but you can still store it in your body? What is going on?" Who said that you can't store it in your body without refining it? As for how I did it." Chapter 3586. Stinking brat, you are getting better and better at playing mind games with me. Mo Qigong rolled his eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions. Although the demon race and Yi Xian were now strategic allies who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves. Although Yi Xian's methods had puzzled him, it was also because of this that he didn't know what to do. He couldn't ask any further questions. Mo Qigong was well aware of this. Strategic allies also needed to respect each other. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain this relationship and cracks would appear. "Alright, since everything is ready, you brat, your mind power has actually broken through?" Halfway through his sentence, Mo Qigong cried out in surprise again. F***ck. Don't tell me that in less than an hour. Your source core completed its 7th transformation and is now a grade 8 source core. Actually, that's exactly what happened. Yi Xian didn't hide this fact. He told Mo Qigong about the faint remnant of mind power in the Void Battle Talisman's transmission tube, and how he had tried to absorb it. He hadn't expected to succeed. Finally, he spread his hands. "Actually, I didn't refine the battle talisman at all. I used all my time to absorb my mind power. In the end, after the source core completed its transformation, I casually tried to absorb the battle talisman into my body. That was really unexpected. Qigong, do you know what happened? You must explain this to me." "Stinking brat, are you done yet?" Mo Qigong seemed very hurt. His face was full of hidden bitterness. "Can't you play happily? This is clearly a deliberate attack on this old man. I've really been careless in making friends." After resting for half a day, Yi Xian immediately set off. He left the Demon Emperor planet and rushed toward the Tianji City Star region of the First Universe. The road ahead was long. Even if he jumped through wormholes again and again, it would still take him more than 20 days to reach the Tianji City. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry. According to his calculations, the mastermind behind the scenes would make a move midway. Something must have happened. At this moment, Old Ghost John II and the eyebrowless patriarch had already arrived in front of Yi Xian. Although the two old fellows had taken a detour, their cultivations were strong. They were universe gods of the 15th Great Realm. In addition, Yi Xian had briefly stayed on the Demon Emperor planet for half a day, so they rushed. This time they were in front of Yi Xian. Hurrying all the way, the two old fellows spent another 4 or 5 days advancing forward before finally stopping at a relatively secluded star field. "This is the place." Old Devil Zhan Tu leaped and landed on a certain abandoned planet on one side of the sailing route. He said in great satisfaction, "This space zone is relatively secluded. The nearest administrative planet of the servant community is 3 days away. It is extremely far away. We are not afraid that the news will be leaked. Ew. That kid will probably take another 6 or 7 days to reach this star region. Time is enough for you and me to make arrangements." After a sinister laugh, the eyebrowless patriarch said, "This time, no matter what, we have to keep that kid here. Otherwise, once he returns to the Tianji clan to accept the title and officially become the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, with his means and the support of the Tianji clan, I am afraid it will become more and more difficult in the future. The more difficult it is to deal with, if we really let him grow up, we will be drawing water with a bamboo basket and rejoicing in vain. As for the ceiling formation, it has always been useless against this kid. We don't need to bother with that at all. We just need to make good use of the 2 trump cards in our hands." While talking, old Zhan Tu on the side had already taken out a very strange gourd-shaped storage magic weapon. As he tilted it, 2 chains poured out from the mouth of the gourd, and 3 female cultivators rolled out. They were the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. Although the 3 women didn't have any other restraints on their bodies, there was a restriction placed on their bodies. Their cultivation bases were almost the same, and they could only maintain a state where they wouldn't die in the environment of the void. They couldn't cause any waves at all. Even if old Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless patriarch let them go, the 3 women would not be able to leave this star region. At this moment they were suddenly released. The 3 women looked around. After seeing the surrounding environment, their faces suddenly changed. They scolded the 2 old men harshly, and it was probably because the smile on the eyebrowless patriarch's face was too wretched that they subconsciously guessed something. At this moment, as soon as they spoke, the 3 women were very staunch. They directly said that they would rather die than to die. "Seniors, you are the mighty figures of the universe, but you actually did such a thing to us juniors. Now you even got such a desolate star. What exactly do you want? Old man who is so cheap that he can't even grow eyebrows, stop dreaming. If you dare to mess around, we will just die. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if we still have the ability to self-destruct. Yes, we swear that we will not obey. You better give up this idea and let us sisters go. Otherwise, you will only end up harming others without benefiting yourself. Why do you want to do this?" Although the 3 women's words were different, their willpower was firm. They were already prepared to die. In order to ensure that they could at least survive in this void environment and not die, the cultivation in their body was not completely sealed. Therefore, they did have the ability to self-destruct. This made old Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless patriarch have to be afraid. The latter did have a wretched face. He originally wanted to take advantage of them, but at this moment he was frightened. After all, for them, these 3 women were the trump card to suppress Yi Xian. If they really self-destructed, the loss would be the greatest. And these 2 old men. Therefore, although the eyebrowless patriarch, who was scolded that he was so cheap that he couldn't even grow eyebrows, was ashamed and angry, in the end, he restrained himself and did not flare up on the spot. He muttered in his heart that he would catch the brat first. Later, he would have time to slowly play with and deal with these 3 women. He was happy. After a cold snort, the wretched smile on his face gradually disappeared. He then said, "What are you 3 wretched girls thinking? How can the 2 of us be such despicable people? Don't worry, as long as you cooperate obediently and don't make a fuss, when the bait is hooked and falls into the hands of the 2 of us, we will naturally let you go. Leave." Hearing this, the 3 women of the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and finally asked, "What's the situation? Senior means you want to use us as bait? If that's the case, you must be mistaken. Although there are also powerful figures in our clan, we can't say that we can deal with the 2 of you at the same time." Chapter 3587. What does this have to do with the families behind the 3 of you? Don't underestimate the 2 of us. At the side, old Ghost Zhan Tu rolled his eyes. No matter what, he was still an elder of the Heavenly Battle Empire and had a noble status. Although the Shenyuan family, the Duanmu family, and Bodhi Biotech were considered giants and were the top families and forces in the field of gene fluid research in the Eternal Dynasty, He did not think that this was a big deal. It was not an exaggeration to say that this little bit of foundation was nothing in his eyes. It was not worth it for him to join forces with his old friend, the browless ancestor, to scheme so painstakingly. Therefore, old Ghost John 2's face immediately darkened. He was not interested in wasting time with these 3 girls. He waved his hand and said, "All right, don't ask too much about things that you shouldn't ask. Anyway, the 2 of us are not plotting against the families behind you. This has nothing to do with you. We will let you go after this. Leave." Then, without waiting for the 3 girls to ask again, he turned to look at the browless ancestor. "All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with them. Let's start immediately. These 3 girls can't be placed in the same place. Just in case, I'll be in charge of 2 and you'll be in charge of 1. Split up." At this point, old Ghost John 2 turned to look at the star continent under his feet. He nodded and said, "This is 1 place. As for the other 2 girls, you take 1. Pick another star and set it up. I'll take the other one. The 2 of us will guard separately." The browless ancestor laughed strangely and did not give the 3 girls a chance to continue asking. He waved his hand and released a ball of gentle energy that wrapped around the purplish warbler. Then he turned around and left. It was the 10th day of the journey. A day ago, Yixian had just finished a wormhole jump. However, the next wormhole jump was about 2 days away. During the 2-day journey, there was a relatively remote part of the star territory. In addition to the journey to Tianji City, they were almost halfway there. Therefore, according to Yixian's estimation, if there were no accidents, the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes would appear soon. Sure enough, half a day later, just as Yixian entered this rather desolate star domain, a burst of sinister laughter came from a desolate star in front of him. "Tsk, tsk, tisk. The fish is finally here." Yixian laughed coldly. They did not know who was the fish and who was the fisherman. He stepped out of Devil Battle battleship, not intending to take advantage of this opportunity to flee. With a wave of his hand, he stored Devil Battle battleship into his body. He stood in the void and turned his head to look at the abandoned star where the strange cackling sound came from. I already expected that someone would make a move along the way. This great one has also been waiting for a long time. Come out. Let me see who's so tired of living that you're courting death. Brat, we know you have many tricks up your sleeve. You are not afraid of even the Star Lord, let alone the mighty figures of heaven and earth. You can leave at any time. However, if the 2 of us were not fully prepared today, we would not have attacked so easily." Amidst the strange laughter, old Ghost John 2's figure appeared on a star on the left side of the void. "Speaking of which, the 2 of us are actually just betting on whether you will give up on these 3 girls. I have 1 in my hands now. You will know after I kill her. If she doesn't have 1, if you don't, the 2 of us will just turn around and leave." After saying that, old Ghost John 2 waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was Duanmu Xiaocha. At this moment, his face was filled with grievance, but his eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Yixian. It was obvious that he didn't recognize him at all. Yixian's heart sank. When he saw Duanmu Xiaocha, he immediately understood who the 3 girls were. At the same time, since the other party could make a move on these 3 girls, it was enough to prove that the other party had basically completely seen through the secret of Yixian's identity. Other than young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld, even Prince Xian's matter had been exposed. What shocked him the most was that this guy's methods were too decisive. He actually said that he wanted to kill one of them to see if Yixian cared. He did not intend to waste time talking nonsense. "I also have 1 in my hands. If the young clan leader really does not care, I will not kill this one. It would be a pity to kill such a beautiful girl. Why don't I steal all her cultivation and bring her back as a sex slave? It would be good to slowly play with her." On the other side of the void in the distance, the figure of the eyebrowless old ghost also appeared. Behind him was the purplish warbler who was controlled. "Brat, I know you have methods that even the Star Lord is afraid of, but why don't you try using them? Let me remind you, there's still 1 more girl that is sealed on another planet. She's sealed in another star. Don't try to play any tricks. If you destroy that star and kill that girl, it has nothing to do with us." Yixian sneered. In order to deal with a mystic light realm cultivator like him, the 2 of them had really put in a lot of effort. Now that the three girls were separated and held as hostages, even if Yi Xian really did have any methods, he would not be able to use them. No matter how powerful his methods were, it was impossible for him to take care of three people at the same time. Direction. After all, the two of them were universe realm cultivators. Once they saw that the situation was not right, they would definitely be ruthless and leave. Yi Xian would not even have the possibility of chasing after them. There was still one more girl who he did not know about. Should this old man call you Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, young Clan Master Netherworld, or the invincible war god young Clan Master Sha Baofeng of the Heaven's Legacy race? Just as Yi Xian was pondering, the old ghost Zhan Tu in the distant void spoke again. There was a strong sense of ridicule in his tone. TSK, how amazing. If this important news were to spread, I'm afraid the three major planes would be shaken, right? At that time, what kind of pressure will the immortal dynasty face? Strength, I'm sure you know this better than this old man, so this was another threat. However, Yi Xian did not care at all about the pressure the immortal dynasty would have to bear because of this. Regarding this, the two old guys probably would not have thought of this no matter what. They did not know that Yi Xian was not Prince Xian at all. This identity was only created by a freak combination of factors. Of course, now that the lie had become the truth, even though the immortal dynasty knew the truth, they had already pinched their noses and accepted it. As the old ghost Zhan Tu's words spread, the three girls all widened their eyes. Although Zhao Qianru had not appeared yet, she was on a star in the distance. Her body was restrained so she heard everything clearly. They only knew that Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and that invincible war god who was still causing trouble in the cultivation camp were all Yi Xian or his clone. They only found out about the young clan master of the Heaven's Legacy race at this moment and were completely stunned. Congratulations. You got all of them right. Yi Xian shrugged. He had no intention of denying it at all. At this moment his heart was completely filled with killing intent. Chapter 3588. Brat, this old man doesn't have time to waste with you. I'll give you 10 more breaths to consider. Once 10 breaths are up, this old man will immediately kill this girl in my hand. At most, I'll just leave immediately. Seeing that Yi Xian had fallen into deep thought and did not speak, old ghost Zhan Tu urged again. You'd better think carefully, don't make a mistake. Mistake your sister. Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and scolded without any trace of politeness. He raised his hand and pointed at old ghost Zhan Tu and the eyeless ancestor from afar, then continued, I say, aren't the two of you too unprofessional? Do you know how to rob? The hostage is tied up and your methods are ruthless enough, but after all this time you still look. You seem to have forgotten the most important part, right? You two old ghosts, you didn't even say what you want to rob this old man. You only care to threaten this old man to think carefully. What am I thinking about? As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha could not help but laugh out loud. On the other side, the purplish warbler also rolled his eyes, and Zhao Qianru, who was on the other star, was basically the same. The three girls had their hearts in their throats. At this moment, when they saw that Yi Xian was still so funny at this time, it was obvious that he had a card up his sleeve. With their understanding of Yi Xian, they were afraid that these three old guys would be in trouble soon. As a result, they were relieved and no longer worried about him. You. Cough cough, why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this old man about to say it? Zhan Tu's old face turned red, and he was extremely embarrassed. Don't say what the other party said was right. He was so focused on threatening that he forgot what he wanted to ask for. As a robber, he actually had to be reminded by the robber to say the conditions. This was really King embarrassing. Smelly brat, cut the crap. Hurry up and throw out the yen luo. Don't play any tricks. If you want to use this opportunity to summon the corpse ancestor Hitorigami to attack this old man, Humph, you can give it a try. Let's see if her movements are faster than this old man's snapping of this girl's neck. At this moment, the ancestor of the eyebrows finally spoke again. As he spoke, his withered right hand was already grabbing the fair neck of the purplish warbler. He turned his head and looked at old ghost Zhan Tu. Old friend, as we agreed before, the yen luo belongs to me and I get to choose first. Is there a problem? Let go of that girl. If you dare to touch her with your dirty hands, I will definitely chop off your black claws. Before old ghost Zhan Tu could reply, Yixian had already snapped. Yixian curled his lips when he saw the old man's black bird's claw come to a halt in midair. He continued, "Isn't it just the smoky silk net? I'll give it to you, but let me tell you, if I can give it to you today, I can get it back from you in the future. You better pray for yourself." In other words, it was obvious that he had no choice but to compromise. Not only were the two old men surprised, but even the three girls of the purplish warbler were stunned. The purplish warbler even tried to dissuade him anxiously. "Are you out of your mind? The Yanluo is no small matter. How can you give it to him?" Indeed, the Yanluo was not just a primordial treasure. More importantly, it also contained the spiritual senses of several primordial creatures. Even the awakened corpse ancestor Hitorigami had a terrifying half-step Star Lord cultivation. Once it fell into the hands of the ancestor of the universe, the Eyebrows ancestor, it would become a wingless tiger. In the future, Yixian would never be able to get it back. "Damn girl. I'll break your arm if you dare to talk nonsense again. However, you must hand it over today. Don't try to play any tricks. I won't give you a chance. Remember, throw the Yanluo to me after erasing the spiritual sense mark you refined. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Yixian had expected such a request. He sneered and pretended to do it. Then, he waved his hand and threw the Yanluo into the void in the distance. At that moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Especially old Ghost John II and the Eyebrows ancestor. In their opinion, Yixian most likely did not erase the spiritual sense mark he refined. Instead, he secretly made the corpse ancestor Hamba in the Yanluo to suddenly attack and suppress the Eyebrows ancestor as soon as the Yanluo approached. In fact, even the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were a little nervous at the moment. After all, strictly speaking, they really didn't have a close relationship with Yixian. Even the purplish warbler was like this, let alone Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. If one were to say that Yixian would give Yanluo to others for their sake, and that there would definitely be other treasures as well, then the three girls wouldn't believe it in their hearts. Despite that, the final result made everyone feel relieved, and they even heaved a sigh of relief. The Yanluo had already shot close to him. The Eyebrows ancestor gritted his teeth and finally stretched out his hand to catch it. Then, he checked it with his spiritual sense and found that the spiritual sense mark he refined had indeed been erased. This treasure was now ownerless, and he could refine it at any time. The old man looked up and laughed. He stood up. "Ha ha ha. Boy, it seems that these three girls are very important to you. You didn't hesitate to do such a stupid thing. TSK, since ancient times, too much love leads to hatred. Brat, although you are talented, you can't pass the test of love. In the end, you can't become a great person." While talking, the Eyebrows ancestor had already refined the Yanluo on the spot. He turned his hand and put it into his body. He also did this just in case. Now the Yanluo was completely his. In another void in the distance, old Ghost John II's eyelids twitched twice, and a touch of envy shot out from his eyes. However, the string of his heart that was originally tight finally relaxed. Amongst the various treasures in Yixian's possession, only this Yanluo and the remains of the Realm Lord level Golden Crow were the most likely to be tampered with by him. Moreover, the possibility of the Yanluo being tampered with was at least 80%, far above the remains of the Realm Lord level Golden Crow. Now, it seemed that since he could so easily hand over the Yanluo, then the Golden Crow's remains could be ruled out. After all, once the remains were used, its pressure couldn't be controlled. If it could injure Zhan Tu and the Eyebrows ancestor, the three girls couldn't escape and would die even faster. Not to mention that their cultivation was now sealed. Even if they weren't, they definitely couldn't withstand the pressure of the Sector Lord Realm Golden Crow's remains. They would explode and die on the spot. Chapter 3589. Even if I erase the refining mark, do you have the ability to refine it? Yixian sneered. After a few fiddles, he took out a space treasure box from the undying world in his body. He waved his hand and threw it out, but his mouth was not as mocking as before. "The refining mark has been erased, and I will give you a top storage treasure box with a huge space, but you better not open it. Otherwise, the ownerless Medicine King Cauldron will instantly reveal its original form and turn into a giant star cauldron. At that time you can't take it away, so don't blame me." This was indeed the case. Back then, the Shenong cauldron had been left in the secret space for countless years. There had been many powerful people who tried to refine or take it away, but no one succeeded. Now Yixian deliberately did this. He was so thoughtful that he wanted to confuse these two old guys so that they would think that he was completely controlled. In fact, he had also refined the Shenong cauldron again with the slave seal skill of the primary mutation, and this time he only handed over the Shenong cauldron. As for the Shenong pestle that was unknown to the outside world, Yixian still kept it in his hands. Humph! You don't have to worry about it. This old man has his own way to refine it. Old Ghost John 2's face darkened. With a cold snort, he took the space treasure box that shot over and extended his divine sense into it. After checking and confirming that it was indeed the Medicine King tripod in the treasure box and that the mark of refinement had been erased, his hanging heart was completely relieved. After keeping the space treasure box in his body, the old guy turned his head and looked at the eyebrowless old ancestor in the void on the other side. He grinned and said, "Old friend, I will need your help to refine this Medicine King cauldron. However, now you have obtained an ancient treasure that can be refined and used on the spot, but this old man can only keep it first. In this case, this old man should choose first, right?" The eyebrowless old ancestor frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Zhao Qianru, Xinyuan Ziying and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were completely bound and unable to speak, anxiously listened to the development of the situation. All began to shout at the same time. Zhao Qianru, Xinyuan Ziying and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were completely bound, could only anxiously listen to the development of the situation. Old Ghost John 2, no matter what, you are all powerful people. Can't you be more shameless? Is it not enough to extort an ancient treasure? A man's heart is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Be careful not to die. This is simply a bottomless pit. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. Otherwise, we will definitely be emptied out by them in the end. Do you really think that they will let you go? If you don't leave now, we will immediately. He really did not expect that Duanmu Xiaocha, who was usually a little mischievous but actually quite weak in character, would be so fierce at this moment. As she spoke, a manic aura spread out from her body. Her cultivation was not completely sealed, so she still had the ability to self-destruct. This scared the hell out of old Ghost John Tuesday. If this little girl really wanted to self-destruct, he could just leave. However, the various fortunes that were about to come to him would all go down the drain. This kind of opportunity was too rare, and neither he nor the eyebrowless old ancestor wanted to miss it so easily. Therefore, in a moment of panic, the old Ghost John 2 patted his chest on the spot. With an anxious expression, he carefully said, "Oh my goodness, please don't be impulsive, okay? Where there is life, there is hope. I can make a Tao oath that at most I will only take away that kid's treasures. I'll empty all the treasures on the table, and I won't harm you or him. That should do, right?" Yes, I will do the same. I will make a Tao oath that as long as I take that kid's treasures, I will let you go immediately. Otherwise my Tao heart will collapse, and I will be struck by lightning." Although he was unwilling because he had originally planned to kill Yixian in the end to prevent future troubles, and at the same time take the three girls away to play with. However, in the current situation he had no choice but to give up. If he did not make a Tao oath, the various treasures and fortunes later on would go down the drain. He had no choice, seeing that both of them had made a Tao oath. The frenzied aura in Duanmu Xiaocha's body suddenly stagnated. She also hesitated. If they could really ensure that they could survive this tribulation, it was not unacceptable. After all, they were right. Where there is life, there is hope. Tiske. Robbing like this, you even flatter the hostage and call her grandaunt. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. Other than the two of you, there is probably no one else. It was also at this time that Yixian's sarcastic voice sounded again. He sneered. Since even the two ancient treasures, Yuyan Luo and the Medicine King tripod, have been handed over, I will completely throw caution to the wind for today's matter. As long as you dare to take it, you can take the treasures in my hands. However, I still have the courage to give them to you today, and in the future I will have the ability to take them back. You have to hold on tight. In addition, it is always me who keeps taking out. It doesn't seem very kind, right? Each of you has a primordial treasure. Don't you think you should at least show some appreciation? This was clearly the rhythm of giving whatever they wanted. However, it was fine if they wanted me to give it to them. It seemed that they couldn't keep holding on to the hostage in their hands like this. The two old fellows understood this layer of meaning, and looked at each other across the distant void. Then, old Ghost John 2 laughed sinisterly. The two of us have already made a Tao oath, what are you still worried about? Hehe, how about this, the two of us will each pick a treasure, and then let one of us go back. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yixian sneered again. Tell me, what do you like this time? Anyway, it's only temporarily in your hands. I have nothing to be reluctant about. I'll give you whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Ha ha ha. With this courage, this old man has no choice but to be convinced. Seeing Yixian nod his head and agree, old Ghost John 2's heart relaxed. He immediately laughed loudly, and then suddenly stopped talking. Don't you still have a quasi-supreme treasure-level small private battleship? The one with the battleship's killing system. Anyway, you have the Heavenly Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability. This small battleship probably won't be used anymore, so it's still the same old rules. Erase the refining imprint and give it to this old man. Don't play tricks. Alright, isn't it just a small private battleship? If I give it to you, this old man can refine another one later, just as you wish. Yixian gritted his teeth. As he spoke, he pretended to be busy again, erasing the refining imprint. Chapter 3590. Ha ha ha. This old man suddenly understands a little. No wonder you are so generous. So this is what you are after all this time? As soon as Duanmu Xiaocha finished speaking, the old ancestor raised his head and laughed. His words were full of ridicule. Tisk tsk tsk. You are indeed a sentimental person. Just by throwing out a few treasures, you can capture the hearts of 3 peerless beauties at the same time. This deal is up to different people. Others may think that you have suffered a loss, but maybe you are still secretly happy and think that you have made a big profit. Yes, this old man appreciates you more and more now. On the other side, old Ghost John 2 also took over the conversation and looked at Yixian with a smile. This kind of sentimental person is very rare nowadays. It is rare to meet one. How can the two of us not help you? Cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over the treasure ship. After this matter is over, the two of us will immediately leave. You can also enjoy the good fortune of having 3 phoenixes as soon as possible. Hearing these words, Duanmu Xiaocha, who was originally crying, immediately stopped crying. Her whole face was red to the neck, including the purplish warbler, who was biting her lower lip, and Zhao Chanru, who had not yet appeared, but had heard everything, were the same. The 3 girls were so embarrassed that they were all speechless for a moment. At this moment, Yixian had also waved his hand and shot out another space treasure box, flying towards old Ghost John 2's day. This time, whether it was old Ghost John 2 or the old ancestor, the two of them were no longer worried. They did not think that Yixian would play any more tricks. The latter spoke impatiently, picking up the second treasure that belonged to him. Now it's this old man's turn. Brat, hand over your shape-shifting quasi-starry sky supreme treasure battle armor. This old man is quite interested in it. At the same time, the space treasure box that was shot towards old Ghost John 2 was finally caught by him. Holding it in his hand, he checked it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha. Not bad, you are still young and honest. Hurry up and hand over the battle armor to old friend Wu Mei. We just agreed that we would let the two of us choose 1 treasure each, and we would let one girl go back first. After handing over the battle armor, the girl in my hand, who was crying and insisting on marrying you, will immediately be reunited with you. Reunited. Brat, you really have good luck with women, haha. Yixian did not pay attention to him. He pretended to struggle again, and then threw the space treasure box that contained the undying glass armor over. Of course, it had also been refined with the primary variant slave seal. Yixian could take it back at any time and activate it remotely. The old ancestor Wu Mei caught the space treasure box in his hand, and immediately extended his divine sense into it. After checking that there was nothing wrong, he raised his head and laughed. At the same time, he said to old Ghost John 2 in the void opposite him, Old friend, this brat seems to be completely honest. In that case, let him have a taste of the sweetness first. After all, the two of us are powerful people in the universe. How can we go back on our words? However, you are the first to choose in the second round. After handing over the hostages, this old man will not decline the third round. Hearing these words, the three girls were instantly infuriated. It turned out that they had to separately extort 2 treasures from Yixian for a hostage. If that was the case, wouldn't Yixian have to give each of them a total of 6 treasures after all 3 of them were handed over? Even with Yixian's terrifying foundation, he would be emptied. No matter how many treasures he had, he would not be able to withstand such a crazy extortion. If it were someone else, even if they were powerful people in the universe, how many treasures could they have? It could be said that most powerful people in the universe would be lucky to have one. Many powerful people did not even have a single ancient treasure or a starry sky treasure. However, at this point, Yixian seemed to have already accepted his fate. No matter how much the 3 girls gnashed their teeth in hatred, there was nothing they could do. In addition, they still held on to the last trace of hope in their hearts, and that was that Yixian definitely had his reasons for doing this. With his past monstrous methods, he must have a backup plan this time. Therefore, the 3 girls gritted their teeth but did not say anything else. They did not even have the interest to reprimand the 2 greedy old monsters. Stinking brat, you are a man of your word. The 2 of us will naturally not deceive you. Catch, your little lover will be here soon. Ha ha ha. As he raised his head and laughed, old Ghost John 2 casually patted Duanmu Xiaocha, who was beside him, across the air, and instantly removed the restriction in her body. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the latter's body was immediately swept up by a gentle force and flew uncontrollably towards Yixian. Soon she was in front of him. Yixian waved his hand and dispelled the other party's force, supporting Duanmu Xiaocha's body and landing beside him. Sorry, this time we are in big trouble. As soon as her body landed, the girl's eyes immediately turned red, and she looked like she could cry at any time. Yixian was also speechless. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, comforting her gently. It's okay. Didn't I just say? All the things that they took were only temporarily kept by them to satisfy their cravings. In the future, all of them will be taken back one day. At this point, Yixian's eyes flashed. And it will be with both principle and interest. Of course, he could not say that the "in the future" was actually referring to the moment when the 3 girls were all freed. If he really said that, even if old Ghost John 2 and the ancestor Wu Mei thought that he was just bragging, they would be more or less vigilant. That would not be good. However, Duanmu Xiaocha trusted Yixian very much. The girl immediately clenched her fists to encourage him. Yes, Xiaocha believes in you. No matter what, let's first deceive Sister Ziying and Sister Chanru. Then immediately make a move and ruthlessly beat up these 2 shameless old ghosts, with both principle and interest. We will take back all the treasures that they cheated. It had to be said that this girl was really honest. The words that came out of her mouth happened to be Yixian's plan and thoughts. The latter could not help but feel a little creeped out. I say, miss, this is a top secret action plan, okay? Is it really okay to say it in front of the enemy like this? However, what he did not expect was that the more he said this, the more old Ghost John 2 and the ancestor Wu Mei did not believe him. As soon as Duanmu Xiaocha finished speaking, the 2 of them were so amused that they raised their heads and laughed loudly. Stinky brat, this time it's my turn to choose first. Immediately hand over your quasi-starry sky treasure battle weapon, and it will be mine in the future. Hee, in that case, this old man wants the gene fluid formulas and finished products in your hands. Don't try to play any tricks. Back in the heavenly battle starfield, you've already made a level 12 gene fluid. Now hand over all the formulas and finished products from level 9 to level 12. Chapter 3591. In the third round, one of the 2 old fellows wanted Yixian's quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, the withered demon bloodblade. The other wanted Yixian's level 9 to level 12 gene fluid formula and the finished product. Yixian had already refined the former with his slave imprint. Although he couldn't refine the latter, he could still get it back as long as he killed these 2 old fellows later. Thus, Yixian didn't hesitate at all this time. He directly put the items the 2 old fellows wanted into small spatial boxes and threw them over. The 2 old fellows practically caught them at the same time. After inspecting them with their divine senses, they were very satisfied. They raised their heads and laughed. At this point, Yixian was already in the third round. The treasures had been scammed by them, but he was still very straightforward. He didn't play any tricks or play any tricks. In the eyes of the two old fellows, all of this was for the sake of the girl. They basically completely believed that Yi Xian had decided to pinch his nose and admit defeat today. Thus, the two old fellows once again suppressed the excitement in their hearts and began to extort. This round, this old man wants your 9 dragons Azure Phoenix carriage. Hee. Although this item doesn't have much combat power, its defensive and pretentious effects are pretty good. Take it out immediately. And me, this old man wants the cultivation resources in your hands. Prince Xian has a large amount of top-grade star core origins. In addition to the ones that young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld swindled from the various large factions, it's practically a sea of them. Don't try to fool us about this. Even if you don't hand over everything, at least half of it. That's all. That's right. Aside from the 9 dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, this old man can't be lacking in cultivation resources. You just need to gather 2 portions. If you can satisfy the 2 of us, this round will count as passed. At that time we'll throw a girl to you. Brat, be more generous. Just think about how everything is for the sake of the girl. Don't be stingy, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. In the end, the 2 old fellows seemed to be worried that Yi Xian would be stingy. They tried to entice him and even began to threaten him. Yi Xian's face was cold. He didn't care at all and directly threw 2 small spatial boxes over. Inside were a sea of cultivation resources. Even the almighty experts of heaven and earth couldn't help but be frightened. For example, Yi Xian put 100 level 99 colored star core origins in each box. This was definitely enough. Sincerity. Sure enough, after the 2 old men received the small space box, they extended their divine senses into it and immediately exclaimed in joy. F***ck. Kid, you are really a fat sheep. Just the cultivation resources in this small space box in this old man's hand can be said to be a huge amount. Today's trip was really not in vain. Even this old man doesn't have such a huge amount of cultivation resources. This time we're really rich. TSK. It's the same for this old man. There are 100 level 99 colored star core origins. My brother, this old man, as the almighty expert of heaven and earth, has never seen so many level 99 colored star core origins at one time. No, not to mention 100, even 10 have never seen one before. We've never seen each other before. You're really not a human. Since you're satisfied, then you should fulfill your promise. Yi Xian reminded them in a deep voice, expressionless. Hey, there's one on the surface of the star in front. Old friend, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there. You said before that you'll be in charge of those 2 girls. Without waiting for old Ghost John 2 to speak, the old ancestor raised his hand and pointed at the star in front of them. Zhao Qianru was sealed there. Old Ghost John 2 frowned when he saw this scene. However, he did not say anything in the end. His figure flashed and disappeared. When he returned in less than 3 breaths of time, he had indeed brought Zhao Qianru over. Moreover, he had even removed the restriction within her body. Soon Zhao Qianru returned to Yi Xian's side. At this time, among the 3 girls, only the purplish warbler was still under the control of the old ancestor. Brat, now it's time for us to talk about the last deal. With Zhao Qianru's return, the old ancestor spoke again with a hideous smile on his face. I've specially investigated the relationship between these 3 girls and you. If I'm not wrong, this girl from the Xianyuan family is the closest to you, so you should understand that I'm holding her in my hand. That's why I took her out in the end to make a deal with you, right? At this time, old Ghost John 2 had already stepped forward and stood next to the old ancestor. However, he did not say anything and allowed the old ancestor to speak. Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were following behind Yi Xian, looked at each other anxiously. This was because according to the old ancestor's words, they were afraid that the purplish warbler would not be released so easily. Yi Xian would have to pay a great price. Yi Xian sneered, but the expression on his face did not change. Say it, I knew that you 2 old things were not good people. I'm listening. I have to say you're quite sincere, brat. The old ancestor nodded again and praised Yi Xian's previous performance as if he was praising him. Then he changed the topic and continued. However, if you say that you only have these few resources, treasures and secrets, then you're deceiving yourself. The two of us originally wanted to capture you and control your primordial spirit with this secret technique. From then on, we'll keep you as a servant, order you around, and squeeze out all of your talents. However, now that you've made a Tao oath, as long as you satisfy the two of us, we'll definitely let you stay today. I'm sure you've never doubted this before. There's no doubt about the binding power of a Tao oath. Why are you talking so much nonsense? My time is very precious, can you be a little faster? Yixian frowned and his face was full of impatience. Why are you so fussy about robbing me? I really don't know how the two of you cultivated to the level of heaven and earth. This was not the first time that Yixian had belittled old Devil Zhan Tu and the old ancestor. The two old men had never met such an arrogant fellow. He was the one who was being robbed, but he kept complaining that the pace was not fast enough. This made the two old men extremely unhappy, and at this moment, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. However, they gritted their teeth and endured it. Seeing that the other party was quite cooperative today, they did not want to argue with him over such a small matter. Alright, since you're straightforward enough, I won't beat around the bush with you. As long as you complete this last round of transactions, we'll immediately give you the Xianyuan girl and leave. At this point, a greedy look appeared on the old ancestor's face. Then, he continued, previously when we asked you for the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, it was just a test. I didn't expect you to really take it out. In other words, in your hands you do have something that can allow you to cross the boundless void in a short time. Chapter 3592. In addition to this secret method, you must also hand over 2 copies of your knowledge on the 3 ultimate arts of medicine, weapons, and array. After finishing the words of the eyebrowless ancestor, old Ghost Zhan Tu suddenly spoke. This is the last deal. After it's done, you and I will be even. The two of us will turn around and leave. How about it? Speaking of which, the two of us are quite kind. We didn't take away all of your trump cards. Not only did we leave you with many cultivation resources and treasures, we didn't even touch the Sector Lord level Golden Crow's remains. This way, even if your identity is leaked and the powerful beings of Qinkuan or even Star Lord old monsters come knocking on your door, it's not like you don't have any tricks up your sleeves. Kid, be content. In fact, it wasn't that the two old guys didn't covet the Sector Lord level Golden Crow's remains. It was just that that thing was too dangerous. Just its aura alone was enough to kill them. Although Yixian seemed to have a way to resolve this, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill it. The head was roasted away. However, the two old guys had no idea what this method was. If Yixian did something to it, it would be too late for regrets. They would be at a disadvantage under the terrifying aura of the Golden Crow's remains. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the two old guys finally reluctantly gave up on the Sector Lord level Golden Crow's remains. After all, the benefits they obtained today were not small. There was no need to take that risk. However, young Master Linghu was known as one of the 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and formation. His talent in these 3 domains was shocking. This was definitely an unimaginable amount of resources and wealth. The two old guys definitely couldn't let it go. And this was indeed the last thing they planned to extort from Yixian. Unfortunately, Yixian was destined to not be able to take out the last thing they wanted. The so-called 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and formation was just a saying. Yixian knew his own situation. In these 3 domains, without the devouring system, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He couldn't possibly give the devouring system to these 2 guys, right? Besides, even if Yixian was willing, he didn't have the ability to hand it over. Therefore, even if he didn't want to make a move, he had no other choice. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately sighed. He spread out his hands and said, "Actually, I really want to give it to you. Unfortunately, I can't take it out at all, so I can only fight head-on." Old Ghost Zhan Tu and old Ancestor Wu Mei were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never thought that they would be rejected in this aspect at the very last moment. One had to know that Yixian had even handed over Yu Yanluo and the Medicine King Cauldron, which were of great significance to him, without any hesitation. Although the two of them were asking for insights into the 3 fields of medicine, tools, and arrays, as well as the secret method of ultra-long-distance teleportation, they were also extremely important and precious. However, this was only to others. To Yixian, these things were only to be handed over with a copy of his divine sense. To be honest, there was no loss to him at all. The degree of importance was definitely not comparable to that of Yen Luo and the Medicine King Cauldron. But now he refused. And he even said that he wanted to fight head-on. Could it be that this brat's brain wasn't working properly? He had already handed over his battle armor and several powerful treasures that he had shown before. Even if he had other treasures that he hadn't shown before, he was now facing two mighty figures of the universe. Where did his confidence come from? Besides, the Yu Yen Luo, which he had first handed over, had been refined and absorbed by old ancestor Wu Mei on the spot. In other words, Yi Xian was now not only facing two mighty figures of the universe, but also the half-step Star Lord Corp's ancestor Hamba. Thinking of this, old ancestor Wu Mei immediately grinned hideously. Ha ha ha. Brat, you're courting death. Don't blame us. If you honestly complete this final transaction with the two of us, due to the restriction of the Tao Oath, even if the two of us are unwilling, I'm afraid we can't let you go in the end. At most, we'll just find another opportunity to kill you later. But now, you have broken the previous agreement, so the oath that the two of us made before will naturally be automatically cancelled. TSK TSK TSK. After handing over so many treasures and resources, you still can't think straight and insist on courting death in the end. Kid, you really have a screw loose in your head. Even if you do have some kind of powerful means in your hands that have never been revealed to the outside world before, so what? The two of us don't have to take the risk at all. We can test you with the treasures you just handed over and suppress you at the same time. While speaking, old ancestor Wu Mei grinned hideously again. He waved his hand and took out the Yu Yen Luo. That was the biggest reason why old ancestor Wu Mei and old devil Zhan Tu were so confident. Even if Yi Xian really had a powerful backup plan, they could just let Hamba block him at the front. The two of them could withdraw at any time. Not to mention that there was a purplish warbler by his side. Yi Xian could pay such a huge price for Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. If it was the purplish warbler, even if he wanted to struggle and resist in the end, they would still be able to hold out against him. However, as long as Xianyuan Ziying was still in their hands, they were completely fearless. They had a 100% chance of suppressing Yi Xian's struggle this time. At that time, when he compromised again, the two old fellows would definitely ask for even more things. That was then, and this was now, and this was the principle behind it. Thinking of this, the two old fellows were certain in their hearts. A sinister smile appeared on their faces. In their opinion, Yi Xian's sudden outburst at the last moment was simply like delivering food to them. It was like a pie falling from the sky. It was a good thing that they couldn't hope for. However, it was at this moment that a strange change suddenly occurred without any warning. Xiao! 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 Just as old ancestor Wu Mei waved his hand and took out the Yu Yen Luo that had been refined, a few weak rays of light shot out from the two old fellows' bodies at the same time as if they were competing. Among them, the ray that shot out from old devil Zhan Tu's body expanded in an instant, turning into a huge cauldron that was as huge as a star. The cauldron's mouth was filled with 9-colored mist, and it shot out a cloud of atmosphere mist, directly wrapping around the purplish warbler beside old ancestor Wu Mei. It was absorbed into the cauldron and disappeared. Chapter 3593. The farmer god cauldron suddenly soared into the sky and shot out a cloud of 9-colored fog, which swept away the purplish warbler that was controlled by the old ancestor Wu Wu. Everything happened so quickly that the two old guys didn't have time to react at all. When they finally realized what had happened, their expressions changed abruptly, but they had no time to care about the purplish warbler, because what happened just now was just the beginning. Along with the farmer god cauldron, several other deadly treasures shot out from the bodies of the two old guys. The Dongshu shuttle, the undying glass armor, the withered demon bloodblade. The battleship killing system of the Dongshu shuttle was absolutely extraordinary. Previously, it was indeed unable to seal the 15th level of the universe. But this time, after being refined by Yi Xian with the primary mutated slave seal, some of its power was developed. The foundation of the shipboard killing system was the Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation Disc. It was a miniature, portable killing formation. All the formation patterns and runes were refined and solidified into the formation disc. This kind of formation disc was very rare even in the cultivation camp. Gaopeng was very high in the world of cultivation. It was even rarer in terms of quality. It could be said that once it was activated, the power of the annihilation array could be overwhelming. It could also transform any energy into 5 types of annihilation thunderbolts, which could be divided and combined. If they were divided, they could penetrate the crust of the earth and collapse the mountains. If they were combined, they could bury an area and destroy the void. There were 5 types of annihilation thunderbolts of different attributes, and there were countless combinations between them. The power of the annihilation thunderbolts derived from each combination was different. It could be said that the power of the annihilation thunderbolts was unpredictable. At this moment, under the control of Yi Xian, the Dongshu shuttle displayed its full power. Hum! Hum! With a series of buzzing sounds, the body of the Dongshu shuttle shone brightly. Countless array patterns representing the profound meanings of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth were emitting scorching light at an extremely fast speed. Countless rune energy rays of different colors interweaved like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped a large expanse of space. It was as if an enormous net of light energy had spread out high up in the sky, replacing the dome of heaven and enveloping this part of the world. It was multicolored and dazzling. Rumble! An earth-shattering roar soon exploded. 5 energy light pillars of different colors appeared around the light energy net, each representing the power of the 5 elements. They emitted an invisible pressure, towering in the sky and suppressing the area. Not only did they have different attributes and powers, but even the forms they manifested were also very varied. There were round thunderballs of various sizes, nimble flashes of lightning, and even killing weapons such as magic treasures and flying swords, as well as expressions. All kinds of ferocious and terrifying beasts overflowed with ferocity. Since the forms were different, the methods of attack were naturally different as well. Some were fast, some were slow, some were directly pressed down with a loud bang, some were circling around with extreme speed, and all of them were pouring down at the same time from all directions. It was simply dumbfounding, and they simply didn't know how to deal with it. Facing all this, old Ghost John Tu and old ancestor Wu Mei, who had just reacted, were completely dumbfounded. This kind of attack method was so complicated that it made one's hair stand on end. The number was so terrifying that it made one despair. It was simply unheard of. The 2 old guys had only heard of it before. Now that they suddenly saw it with their own eyes, and under such an inexplicable situation, their faces were immediately filled with a dull expression. Suddenly there was a feeling of chaos in the wind. It was indeed not light. Boom! Screech! Rumble! Before they could react, the huge mess that was pouring down from the sky had already arrived, and the sound of explosions resounded incessantly. And this was just the Dongshu shuttle. The other 2 quasi-starry sky treasures, the indestructible glass armor, and the withered demon bloodblade, were also astonishingly powerful. The former directly activated the second mecha form. Even though Yi Xian's original body wasn't inside, it still manifested a giant glass armor that was 300 meters tall. Under the push of the super thruster on its back, its body turned into a ray of glass light that danced in the air, and with a wave of its fist, it directly activated the reverse between its elbows. The miniature matter deathlight cannon shot out black energy beams of light. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of them, respectively attacking the 2 old guys. The withered demon blood blade directly hit its figure. Although the withered demon blade had not yet awakened and was in a deep sleep, Yi Xian was not far away in the void. It was completely at his command, freely controlling it to move according to his thoughts. Speed was extremely fast. The 5 elements annihilation of the Dongshu shuttle's array killing system. It moved invisibly within the array's killing light screen. The deterrent force was very strong, and it could launch a fatal blow at any time. Although the 2 old fellows were both supreme beings of the universe, even they could not completely ignore the withered demon blood blade's soul-eroding and bone-melting attribute. Once they were hit, even if it was just a small wound, the result would be at least a small layer of skin. This was not all. After the Dongshu shuttle's array killing system was activated, it enveloped the void within 100 miles. Outside the 5 elements formation's killing light screen, at this moment, the Shenong giant cauldron, which was as large as a star, once again floated out a cloud of 9-colored fog from the mouth of the cauldron. Compared to the one that had taken away the purplish warbler in the blink of an eye, it was countless times more majestic. It covered the sky and the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the void within 100 miles, including the killing light screen that was enveloped by the 5 elements formation's killing light screen. This was equivalent to having double insurance. The killing light screen of the 5 elements formation was indeed not enough to seal the 2 supreme beings of the universe. Even if it was only the 9-colored fog of the Shenong giant cauldron, it would not be able to do so. However, when 2 layers of sealing light screens of different attributes were superimposed at the same time, the effect would be completely different. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Its power would increase geometrically. At least, it would not be a problem to seal the old ghost John 2 and the old ancestor Wu Mei within a short period of time. A short period of sealing would be enough. Because even though the old ghost John 2 and the old ancestor Wu Mei were supreme beings of the universe, they were destined to not be able to hold on for too long in this terrifying array that was erected almost instantaneously. Apart from the Dongshu shuttle's killing energy body bombarding indiscriminately, as well as the antimatter miniature death ray cannon's black light pillars that were blasted out by the undying glazed armor from time to time, there was also the withered demon bloodblade that was wandering in the sealed space like the netherworld, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. The one that was truly frightening was actually Yuyan Luo. To be precise, it was the only supreme being's spiritual source that had awakened in Yuyan, the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. Chapter 3594. Favor Hitorigami? Yi Xian, who was outside the sealing formation, shuddered when he heard that. Even though he was Hitorigami's master, and he was the one who made Hitorigami recognize him as his master because of the headless baby corpse. Even if the two of them wanted Yen Luo to be refined by someone else, corpse ancestor Hamba would never betray the incomparably stable relationship between master and servant. However, Yi Xian still didn't dare to say such words to corpse ancestor Hamba. The wisp of spiritual sense that Hitorigami had left in Yen Luo was only at the peak of the universe realm, the 15th level, which was infinitely close to the Star Lord state. However, its true form was a primordial great being on the same level as the Void Ladle. Among the realms that Yi Xian knew, the strongest were the headless baby corpse and the heavenly eye. Below them were the primordial great beings like the golden divine dragon, the void giant tortoise, and the primordial yaksha. Below them were the primordial great beings like the Void Ladle and Hitorigami. After the Star Lord, the Region Lord, and the Realm Lord, it was impossible to directly reach the primordial great beings. Between the Sector Lord level and the Remote Antiquity level, there must be several great realms. This was because the Sector Lord level Golden Crow skeletons were simply treated as garbage and were directly excreted from the Netherworld Cauldron. The Netherworld Cauldron didn't even care about them. It could be seen how big the gap between the eyebrowless ancestor and Hitorigami was. The Realm Lord was far inferior to Hitorigami, who was a primordial great being, while the eyebrowless ancestor was thousands of miles away from the Realm Lord level. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to say that he would favor Hitorigami later. Even Yi Xian had to admire such courage. In his opinion, Yen Luo had already been refined by him, and this wisp of spiritual sense of Hamba the corpse ancestor was equivalent to his servant. However, he still dared to have such a dirty idea under such circumstances. It was said that lust was reckless, and it was used on this old man. It was a perfect interpretation of that. Sure enough, Hitorigami flew into a rage as soon as he finished speaking. Rumble! Without any warning, the blood-red corpse flames around Hitorigami, who had just stepped out of Yen Luo, suddenly soared by 100 times as if a bucket of boiling oil had just been poured on it. The area within 10,000 meters around him instantly turned into a sea of fire. Corpse ancestor Hitorigami's body stepped on the blood-red sea of fire and charged toward ancestor Wu Mei. Even a person in a vegetative state could clearly sense that surging killing intent. The ancestor of the Eyebrows sect and Old Ghost John 2 were dumbfounded. The former's face was completely sluggish. He was a bit confused. Wasn't this his servant? Yen Luo was refined by him on the spot, so why did it turn around and come to him? Moreover, he was brimming with killing intent. In a daze, the eyebrowless ancestor muttered to himself, "What's going on? What went wrong? This old man needs to sort out his thoughts first. My mind is a little messed up again." On the other side of the void, Old Ghost John 2, who was currently dodging the boundless killing energy bodies above his head, had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately understood something. He roared in exasperation. Wu Mei, you old pervert, this is an ancient almighty. Even if he only left a wisp of spiritual sense origin, he still has self-consciousness. You actually want to favor such an existence. This is great, you've pissed me off. F***ck this old man. No, it can't be like this, right? Hearing this, the ancestor of the eyebrows sect was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. This ancestor's temper was too strong. As the master, couldn't this old man have a few words? Unfortunately, everything had become an established fact. There was no way to explain it. He could only admit that he was unlucky, seeing that the terrifying corpse flames and blood sea were approaching. If he didn't escape now, he would have a tragic ending. The ancestor of the eyebrow sect let out a miserable howl, turned around and ran, just like ancestor Jean Tuesday. This was because they were going in circles within this 1,000-mile-wide formation. Rumble. Boom. Swoosh swoosh. The array seal formed by the Dongshu shuttle's battleship killing system was originally only 100 miles in radius. However, as the second layer of sealing power formed by the 9-colored fog of the Shinnon cauldron fused into it, the entire range of the array seal instantly increased to a 1,000-mile radius. In this 1,000-mile large array seal, endless killing energy bodies of all kinds poured down from the array energy light pillar of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array. They exploded from time to time, and the sound of the explosion could be described as earth-shattering. In addition, the second form of the indestructible glass armor, which was remotely controlled by Yixian outside the array, also punched and blasted out miniature antimatter death-light cannon energy light pillars from time to time. The sharp and ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air sent chills down one's spine. In addition, there was the withered demon Bloodblade, which was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and the pursuit of the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was wrapped in a 10,000-meter-long sea of corpse flames and blood. When all these factors were mixed together, it directly led to the miserable situation of Old Devil Jean Tu and the old ancestor Wu Mei. The two old men had completely lost the ability to fight back except for running around like headless flies and being hit from time to time. It was not that they had not tried to break out of the array seal. However, after the array energy of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array fused with the 9-colored fog of the Shinnon cauldron, the array seal light curtain formed was too powerful. With the cultivation of the two of them, who were only at the late stage of the universe realm, they could not break it by force. Perhaps there was still a chance if it was an old Star Lord. Of course, if the old ancestor Wu Mei was given a certain amount of time to focus on breaking the array seal, there might be hope. However, at this moment he was like a stray dog. In such an environment where there was almost no safe place to stand, he could not even stay in the same place for a few breaths. How could he calm down and deduce? This was clearly the rhythm of being tortured to death in the array seal. The two old men were really scared. After the initial panic, they basically reacted at this time. However, the two old men felt that their minds were in a mess as to how all this had happened. They really had no clue. However, one thing was certain, and that was that they had fallen into Yixian's trap. Otherwise, why would the Shinnon cauldron, the indestructible glazed armor, and the withered demon Bloodblade that they had stored inside their bodies suddenly appear out of nowhere and activate their respective power fields in an instant? Killing intent suddenly burst forth from their bodies. Chapter 3595. Rumble. Boom. Swoosh. Awoo. The overwhelming killing energy bodies continued to bombard them. Old Ghost John Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows were exhausted from running for their lives. On one hand, they had to avoid the different forms of killing energy bodies that poured down from the 5 energy light pillars of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array above. On the other hand, they were also carefully guarding against the antimatter miniature death of the mecha giant, the light cannon as well as the hidden figure, and the withered demon Bloodblade that appeared from time to time, slashing towards them. There was also the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was wrapped in a 10,000-meter sea of corpse flames and blood, constantly chasing after them. In just a few minutes, the two old guys felt like a few centuries had passed. Finally, the old ancestor of the eyebrows was careless. The corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was chasing after him, waved his hand and shot out a wisp of blood-colored corpse flames. On the spot, his left calf was burned into white bones. Although he recovered in the blink of an eye with his recovery ability, The boundless pain of heart and soul burning still made him cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Yi Xian, who was outside the array, felt a chill on his back. On the other hand, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the purplish warbler were beaming with joy. The purplish warbler had been released by Yi Xian's control of the Shenong cauldron not long ago. At this moment, she had already met up with Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. She was watching the show with Yi Xian outside the array. Wow, that's awesome. Sister who plays with fire, put in more effort and roast that wretched old thing who can't even grow eyebrows. Play or not, he's the worst. If there's a chance, first cut off a pair of eyeballs, then leave him in there and slowly play with him. If there's no other way, then kill him. That's right. We can kill the other one first, but we have to keep this one. We can only vent our hatred by slowly playing with him. Hearing the infuriating words of the three girls outside the Great Confinement Formation, the headless old ancestor in the Great Confinement Formation felt very uncomfortable. He was already in an unbearable situation. Although the two old guys were both escaping in the Great Confinement Formation, they were treated the same in other aspects. However, Corpse Ancestor was still alive. However, the Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami had been following him closely all the time. That was the painful consequence of his flirting just now. It was definitely a painful realization for the old ancestor of the eyebrows, but it was too late. Unfortunately, it was all too late. He had been targeted by a terrifying being half-star lord in such a narrow space. His fate was doomed. Even if it was a universe realm expert, and in existence in the late stage of the universe realm, in such a situation where there was no way to escape, it was only a matter of time before he died. The old ancestor of the eyebrows didn't feel good at that moment, as if he had realized that. He had been hoping to be lucky at first, but he finally realized the seriousness of the situation when his left calf was burned by the bloody flames shot out by the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. He gritted his teeth and began to beg. He begged for mercy. My young friend, there's no grudge between us. What happened today is just a misunderstanding. A small misunderstanding doesn't warrant a life and death battle, does it? Don't forget that fellow cultivator Jean Tu and I swore that we wouldn't kill you. We can't be so heartless. Hey, my young friend, can you please calm down? If this continues, then this old man will really die. To you, this is also harming others without benefiting yourself, so why bother? Yi Xian didn't say anything apart from sneering. How could he be soft-hearted at such a moment? He and the old ancestor of the eyebrows and old ghost John Tu were already in an irreconcilable situation. Another 10 minutes passed, and the situation of the two old guys became even worse. Old ghost John Tu was still fine because the corpse ancestor Hitorigami didn't chase after him. He only had to deal with the killing energy that was bombarding him. With his cultivation of the advanced phase of the universe state, there was no problem at all. At this moment, old ghost John Tu acted as if he didn't hear the miserable howls of the eyebrows from time to time. He gritted his teeth and ignored them. In his opinion, this old guy deserved it. He couldn't be saved today. He provoked the incomplete spiritual sense origin of a desolate era expert for no reason. Moreover, he was teasing him. He was afraid that there would be no leeway for him to turn the situation around once the kid outside the formation said something. What's more, there were still 3 maidservants who hated him to the bone. While they were watching the show, they were still cheering and belittling him, adding insult to injury. However, this was also good. Someone had to bear the resentment of the other party. Now that there was an outlet, the one who would benefit in the end would be him. His only wish now was that after the eyebrows were killed, the resentment in the heart of the eyebrows would be reduced. At that time, he would pay a certain price and beg a little. At most, he would swear that he would never be enemies with the eyebrows. Basically, he would be able to resolve today's disaster. Awoo. Just as old ghost John Tu was calculating in his heart, on the other side of the formation not far away, the miserable howls of the eyebrows were heard again. His figure had been completely engulfed by the blood-red corpse flame that enveloped the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. Amidst the miserable howls, the old ancestor's body was incessantly burned until only his bones were left. Then, new flesh and blood grew out of his body, and he was incinerated again. This cycle continued to consume his cultivation base, and he fell into a vicious cycle that made one's hair stand on end. Ah! Jean Tu, you old bastard, from the beginning to the end, you have been running away silently. You don't care about me, I hate you. In the end, a long miserable howl that made one's scalp numb resounded in the void, accompanied by the resentful curse of the eyebrows. Then, everything returned to silence. If nothing unexpected happened, a supreme being of the 15th great realm of the universe should have fallen just like that. At this time, Yi Xian's indifferent voice finally sounded. It doesn't matter if the body and primordial spirit are burned, and there is no need to keep them, but you can leave the storage magic treasure. After all, he is a powerful figure of the universe, and there are still many good things on him. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, old ghost John Tu, who was escaping in the void on the other side, took over the conversation and said with a flattering tone, "Little friend, I am also a powerful figure of the universe, and I am the Emperor clan of the Heavenly War Empire. I am much richer than the eyebrows, old dog, as long as you like it. If you like it, we can leave everything to you. In addition, there are many treasures in the resource treasury of the Heavenly War Empire. I can swear that as long as you are magnanimous today and forgive my previous offense, I will find a way to lead you into the resource treasury of the Heavenly War Empire, and let you choose 100 treasures." Chapter 3596. Yi Xian originally had the intention to kill old ghost John Tu, but at this moment, when he heard the Tao oath that he would try to lure him into the Heavenly War Empire's resource vault in the future and choose 100 treasures, he was immediately tempted. The Heavenly War Empire was one of the 3 empires under the immortal empire of the human race's technology camp. There was no doubt that there would be many things that Yi Xian needed in the treasure vault of the Emperor clan. The treasures and resources that could be collected in the treasure vault of the Empire's Emperor clan were of a high level, and were extremely difficult to find in the outside world. In this way, Yi Xian was even more tempted. Anyway, this old guy was basically no threat to Yi Xian. As long as he was forced to swear that he would not reveal the secret of Yi Xian's identity, it was not completely unacceptable to let him live. However, before Yi Xian could say anything, the 3 girls behind him, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru, were already cheering. "Yeah, that's great, the treasure vault of the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor clan. There are only 4 places like this in the entire empire. The 3 empires and the Immortal Star each have one. Many people can't even go in and take a look for their entire lives. Yes or no, this is a rare opportunity. I didn't expect us 3 sisters to gain a blessing in disguise today. Those who see it will get a share. Those who see it will get a share. Old guy, hurry up and swear a Tao oath. The 3 of us also want to go in and take a look. Don't pick too many, just like him, 100 treasures each will do. Don't try to decline, we are the victims. These 100 treasures are just consolation money. What are you waiting for? If we don't hear you swear, we will immediately ask the little sister in the fire dress to kill you. You know, it's easy to talk to women, especially when facing wretched old men like you." Hearing this, old ghost John Tu was so angry that he was about to cry. He was extremely angry. Not long ago, the 3 girls were still hostages in his hands. Now they were blackmailing him. Old ghost John Tu could only pinch his nose and accept it. This was really sullen. In the end, after a round of bargaining, the 3 girls' request of 100 treasures each was reduced to 30 treasures each. In fact, this was far beyond their expectations, so the deal was finalized happily. Old ghost John Tu continued to flee in the sealed void. At the same time, he swore a new Tao oath, and only then did the 3 girls stop in satisfaction. How are these 3 ladies from noble families? They are simply 3 female bandits. Old ghost John Tu muttered to himself. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. In the end, at Yi Xian's request, old ghost John Tu swore a 3rd Tao oath, promising not to reveal the secret of Yi Xian's identity in any form. Only then did this matter finally come to an end. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian kept the Dongshu shuttle, the indestructible glazed armor, and the withered demon blood blade into his body. Then he turned the Shenong giant cauldron into a huge star, and the ancient treasure Yanluo. The other treasures that had been extorted by the eyebrowless ancestor, including the old man's own various cultivation resources and magic treasures, were all stored in the Yanluo. Yi Xian casually spread out his divine sense and was pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, he was worthy of being a mighty figure of the universe. He had a huge wealth. Just the interest he obtained from the eyebrowless ancestor was enough to make his eyes light up. It was also at this time that the dejected old ghost John Tu obediently took out all the resources that he had extorted from Yi Xian. As an apology, he also gave him a treasure space box, which contained a variety of treasures and cultivation resources. Although it was not as abundant as the eyebrowless ancestor, it was still very considerable. After all, this was the first payment that the old man had made in exchange for his life. It was also included in the previous Dao oath. At least it had to satisfy Yi Xian. After putting away the treasure space box that the old man had used to redeem his life, Yi Xian did not continue to extort him, because there was still a female bandit behind him. Yi Xian had already received the first payment for his life. How could the three of them wait anxiously to collect the treasures in the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor clan's treasure house? They more or less wanted to receive some benefits. However, the other party had already agreed to let them return to the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor clan's treasure house, and each of them could choose 30 treasures. For the three girls, this was definitely an unprecedented good fortune. Old Ghost John Tu in front of them had become a big financial backer, so their tone unconsciously changed. Grandpa Jean, I know that you are not a stingy person. The three of us are not outsiders. You don't have to be too polite. Just give us a casual greeting gift. Yes. After all, you are also the Emperor clan's elder of the Heavenly War Empire. You can't take out ordinary things. It would be embarrassing if you don't give us, but don't give too much. As juniors, we are afraid of holding it. Yes, that's right. Why is your old face green? Is there something wrong with you? No, you can take out the storage magic treasure. We can each choose a little so as not to make things difficult for you. Then old Ghost John Tu's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and took out 3 more treasure space boxes, which blocked the 3 girls' mouths. Young friend, this old man accepts today. After finally getting rid of the 3 girls with great difficulty, old Ghost John Tu turned around and looked at Yi Xian. He unwillingly continued. After this old man has arranged for the Dao oath, I will naturally contact little friend or the 3 girls. Girl, before I leave, I still have a worry in my heart. I don't know if it's small. Can you explain it to me? Yi Xian understood and sneered in his heart. He casually replied, Oh, tell me about it. Alright, little friend is straightforward. Nodding his head, old Ghost John Tu continued to ask. Before this, the treasures that little friend handed over had clearly been absorbed by the 2 of us. That Yen Luo was even refined by Wu Mei on the spot, but after that, I wonder how little friend did it? You want to know this? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and teased. Guess. Pft. The old man's body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was truly angered to death. He originally wanted to pretend to be weak and act like a grandson, and use this opportunity to find out the secrets of Yi Xian. He didn't expect that even with the restriction of the Dao oath, the other party still wouldn't let go of the slightest bit of information. He was extremely vigilant, which caused him to feel greatly frustrated and disheartened. In the end, old Ghost John Tu took a deep look at Yi Xian and did not say anything else. He turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru behind him also looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Their words were frivolous, and it was obvious that they were up to no good. I didn't see it. How long has it been since we 3 sisters were captured? You brat, you actually managed to sneak into the Tianji city, and even obtain the position of young patriarch of the Tianji clan. Chapter 3597. As soon as old Ghost John Tu left, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru set their sights on Yi Xian. The latter was speechless and rolled his eyes. In the end, he spread his hands and said, It's fine if you want to share the spoils. After all, you are also participants this time and even victims. However, old Ghost John Tu didn't have much on him. He only had some cultivation resources. You have to know that I have been putting in all kinds of consumables to refine the armor for you. At the mention of the armor that Yi Xian had refined, the 3 girls immediately changed their words. They surrounded Yi Xian and acted coquettishly. All kinds of soft words made Yi Xian feel extremely embarrassed. The 3 girls' necks turned red. It seemed that this was the only way to deal with these 3 crazy girls. Yi Xian was secretly pleased. Then he changed the topic and talked to them about business. "Oh right, what are you going to do next?" "I'm going to Tianji City, and it's a very dangerous trip. It's really inconvenient to bring you along, and this is the first place in the universe. It's a long journey back to the devil domain from the depths of the universe. I'm really worried." "At least you have some conscience. It's okay. Just let us follow you. At most, we'll let you hide in a golden house. Yes or no, that Shinnon cauldron can't do anything to it. We'll definitely be safe if we hide inside. Anyway, I'm already yours. If anything happens to you when you go to Tianji City, we won't be able to live anymore." The last sentence was actually said by the purplish warbler. As the three girls spoke, they all lowered their heads shyly. They were so shy that Yixian's heart couldn't help but flutter. After experiencing this unforeseen event, the three girls seemed to have begun to face up to their feelings for Yixian. Moreover, because they had gone through thick and thin together, there was no rejection between them. It was clear that they wanted Yixian to possess the three beauties. It was truly too alluring. Yixian had only imagined it in his mind for a moment before he couldn't hold it in any longer. He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He quickly shook his head to shake off these fantasies and began to seriously consider the matter at hand. Although the three girls' decision was a little rash, thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be the most appropriate way to deal with it. Otherwise, if the three of them were to embark on the return journey alone, Yixian would not be able to relax. After all, this was the depths of the first universe close to Tianji City. Yes, there were only about 10 days left. It was too dangerous. On the other hand, if they followed Yixian to Tianji City, as long as they hid the three girls in the Shinnon cauldron, they would be in less danger. After making the decision, the four of them immediately set off, leaving that space zone and continuing their journey to Tianji City. During this period of time, Yixian had completed the third fusion of the three girls' armor, causing them to all advance to Starry Sky Epic Rank Battle Armor. Moreover, their quality was even more perfect, and their appearance was incomparably valiant, causing the three girls to be unable to put them down. In the following week, Yixian drove the Demon Battle Bugle transformed from Wildstar to Tianji City on his own. The three girls, on the other hand, occupied an entire floor of the Demon Battle Bugle and put on their armors. They had a lot of fun with each other. Only when there were only 3 days left on the journey to Tianji City, did Yixian put the three girls into the Shinnon cauldron. Then, he even put away the demon battle cry that the life stronghold had transformed into. In order to prevent De from coveting it, he used an excuse to ask for it. Even after returning to Tianji City, Yixian didn't plan on easily returning. He activated the Demon Battle Bugle. After all, the undying world in his body was covered by the absorption system. Even beings beyond the Star-Lord state wouldn't be able to detect it. It was quite safe. As for transportation, Yixian took out the huge fortress that contained tens of millions of void soldiers for temporary use. It wouldn't matter if De asked for it. As for the entire group of soldiers, they were also stored in the Shinnon cauldron. After making all the arrangements, Yixian didn't hesitate any longer. He fully activated the Heavenly Fate Fortress, which was 100,000 meters in diameter, and rushed to Tianji City at full speed. At the same time, inside the mysterious secret chamber where Old Devil Wenxing was cultivating in seclusion, in the core area of Tianji City, Old Devil Wenxing and one of De's clones were having a secret discussion. What's going on with young Master Netherworld? Why did he suddenly appear in the central area of the first universe? This is very weird. Do you have any clues? On the holographic screen, De's clone was frowning, seemingly confused. This matter is indeed strange. What's even stranger is that the result of my divination with the heaven measuring art is the same as the previous divination of Xiaofeng and the others' deaths. There seems to be some mysterious power that is covering up some clues. Old Devil Wenxing was also frowning, seemingly worried. Something isn't right in the Tianji Star Zone recently. I've run into several problems that I can't predict with the heaven measuring technique in such a short time. I have a bad feeling as if something bad is going to happen. And all of this started after Xiaofeng and his companions died. Now Xiaofeng and his companions are dead, and young Master Yuming is nowhere to be found. The only thing that is related to the failure of the heaven measuring skill is that Sha Baofeng is still in our hands. When he spoke up to hear, Wenxing paused for a moment before a wisp of cold light shot out from his eyes, and then he continued. Now it would seem that everything is extremely likely to be related to this person. Now, he has already become the only point of breakthrough, so in order to solve all the questions this time, we must make a move against him. I've already made arrangements for this. At the mention of Sha Baofeng, Di's clone's voice was cold, and his face was gloomy. Is it so easy to be the young patriarch of the Tianji clan? Back then, even for Xiaofeng, I left a hidden source code imprint in his electronic consciousness. Once he makes any move, I'll be here. I'll be able to sense it immediately. Even if Xiaofeng dies and the hidden source code imprint is obliterated, I'll still be able to sense it. But it's strange that since Xiaofeng and the others left Tianji City for the last exploration mission in the source of all evil star zone, until now the information of his death has been confirmed by your deduction with the heaven measuring technique. I've never captured the obliterated aura of the hidden source code imprint, but I can't sense it at all. I was able to sense its existence. This is also the reason why I have always been a little suspicious about his fall. Di's eyes flashed coldly. However, if there's no accident, we'll have the answer soon. Chapter 3598. After a short while, the secret room flashed with a dim light and fell into darkness once again. The image of Di's clone completely disappeared. In the darkness, old devil Wenxing's soft mutterings quietly rang out. Perhaps this is an opportunity. This clone's mission should be completed. I've waited for too long. At the same time, in the central region of the first universe, in a certain cosmic void that was only 3 days' journey away from Tianji City. Roar! Get the hell out here! All of you, get the hell out here for this great emperor! Rumble! Boom! A terrifying roar like that of a heavenly puppet suddenly came out, causing the atmosphere of the planet where the giant ferocious race lived to surge like a raging sea, violently surging. In the cosmic void outside the atmosphere stood a figure surrounded by raging flames. It was the Star-Lord Old Monster, Emperor, who had just rushed over from the battlefield of the Demonkin Star Domain. Previously, the location where young Master Netherworld had first appeared in the first universe was this planet. Although it was basically impossible for young Master Netherworld to still remain here, Emperor didn't care about this. He only knew that if there was any place where he could find clues about young Master Netherworld's whereabouts, it would be in this star domain, where the ferocious tribe resided. This planet was clearly the most likely location. So he had come. At this moment, as Emperor's furious roar passed through the surging atmosphere and spread to the interior of the planet, including the terrifying pressure of a Star-Lord Old Monster, the tens of thousands of ferocious tribe members who resided in the interior of the planet all trembled. Among these ferocious tribe members, the strongest ones were only a few half-step universe realm existences. Even the 15th Great Realm Universe Realm Almighty experts were like ants in front of a Star-Lord Old Monster. How could they dare to have the slightest thought of resistance? In addition, the ferocious tribe's nature was to bully the good and fear the evil. They belonged to the type of unscrupulous bullies. At this moment, when they realized that a Star-Lord Old Monster had arrived and was roaring furiously at the planet they resided in, all the ferocious tribe members almost fainted from fright. Gone. Soon, the members of the giant ferocious clan all rolled out from the planet in the atmosphere in groups. They were all trembling, and they did not even dare to release their auras. They lined up in a large black mass in the void, like subjects waiting for their king. They were trembling there. Among the 10,000 ferocious tribe members, the 2 half-step universe realm elders slowly walked out and respectfully asked Emperor if he had anything to say. Their tone was extremely respectful, as if they were afraid of provoking Emperor's dissatisfaction. Roar! Heaven's Legacy Race. As expected of the Heaven's Legacy Race. Rumble! After a short while, Emperor suddenly roared again. In his fury, he smashed the 2 half-step universe realm ferocious tribe members kneeling in front of him into meat paste. Then, he waved his hand and collected all the ferocious tribe members. Only then did he turn around and head straight for Heaven's Legacy City. Just now, he had understood everything clearly. It turned out that the 10,000 figures that had followed young Master Netherworld out on patrol were all intelligent robots. On that day, when the several hundred ferocious tribe members attacked, some of them had their bodies destroyed, revealing everything. Although intelligent robots were not exclusive to the Heaven's Legacy race, whether it was the immortal dynasty of the first universe or the Federation of the second universe, there were more or less intelligent robots. The Immortal Dynasty was even more so. Intelligent robots had already been used in various fields and were extremely common. Yes. However, this was the first universe after all. Young Master Netherworld had suddenly appeared in Heaven's Legacy City's star field, and the people escorting him on patrol were all intelligent robots. Anyone would associate this matter with the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, Emperor was originally a terrifying existence whose brain was not functioning normally. Sometimes, he would be stubborn, which was very normal. Due to the fact that the Emperor had stopped many times along the way to search for the Netherworld young master, by the time he arrived at the giant ferocious clans planet that was still 3 days away from Heavenly Fate City, Yixian had already arrived in front of him and arrived at Heavenly Fate City first. The coronation ceremony for the new young master was 2 days later. During these 2 days, the patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race did not appear. Yixian had been staying in the high-rise villa that belonged to Sha Baofeng on the Heaven's Legacy continent and rarely went out. Using these 2 days, he wanted to work hard again and see if he could break through. He was already a Mystic Light Realm 7th stage expert, and if he broke through again, he would be able to enter the Mystic Light Realm 8th stage. At that time, he would only be 1 stage away from being able to consume a bottle of level 12 liquid. This time, Yixian consumed another drop of All Evil Origin liquid. Compared to the effects of the first time he consumed this miraculous innate spirit liquid, although the effects this time had decreased, it was still very obvious. In just a day and a half, the invisible chains that represented the shackles of Yixian's potential were torn in two again. Immediately after, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of the physical body's blood chi has increased. Current realm. Mystic Light Realm 8th stage. After opening his eyes, Yixian clenched his fists. He was only 1 stage away from breaking through, and once it was completed, he would be able to consume a bottle of level 12 liquid. Even if the first bottle was useless, he could always consume a second bottle. In short, entering the 12th Void Realm was already a done deal. It was just around the corner. However, it was obviously too late before the young lord's coronation ceremony. Yixian originally wanted to wait until his cultivation broke through to the 12th realm and stepped into the Void Realm before doing anything. But now, it seemed that it was obviously impossible. According to his speculation, DE, who was already suspicious of him, would definitely take action during the coronation ceremony. The reason why he hadn't done anything at the moment was that he was afraid of the remains of the Sector Lord-level Golden Crow in Yixian's hands. The reason? That was also the reason why Yixian had deliberately displayed the remains of the Sector Lord-level Golden Crow in such a high-profile manner on the battlefield in the demon territory. Even if DE was strong, it was impossible for him to be as strong as a Sector Lord. After all, there was still a region lord between the Star Lords. If he didn't have the remains of the Sector Lord-level Golden Crow, the fearless DE would definitely attack Yixian as soon as he returned to Tianji City. That was exactly what Yixian didn't want. He couldn't force his way into Tianji City. Even with the help of the corpse ancestor and Hanba, he couldn't do that. Therefore, Yixian could only stall for time, create chaos, and then take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. Now, it seemed that the temporary delay was achieved. D didn't attack as soon as he arrived because he was afraid of the remains of the Golden Crow. However, if he wanted to fish in troubled waters, he would have to wait and see. Chapter 3599. The young clan leader coronation ceremony was held in the Tianji continent, the core region of the Tianji City Star region. The ceremony was held in the center of the Tianji continent. There was an extremely modern mechanical plaza there. The plaza was where the ceremony was held. Although the Tianji clan did not have many clansmen, they were not few either. After all, the entire clan had existed for many years. Even though the birth of every new clan member was random and uncontrollable, the Tianji clan still had not figured out a stable way to make intelligent robots or intelligence develop their own intelligence. From then on, they would possess electronic intelligence and become a member of the Tianji clan. However, after all these years of development, the Tianji clan's population had still reached the 1 million mark. It didn't sound like much, but just imagine a single true member of the Heaven's Legacy race leading millions or even tens of millions of sentient robots to form a massive fleet of space fleets and head to the battlefield. From this, one could deeply understand the terror of the Heaven's Legacy race's million-man army. However, at least half of the 1 million clansmen had been sent out to carry out missions such as exploring new mineral sources in various parts of the universe. Some of the clansmen had even been sent to unknown and dangerous void planes outside of the 3 main planes. The number of Tianji clan members stationed in the Tianji City Star region was only slightly more than half. Among them, there were posts in the outer industrial circles and inner defensive circles that required 1 or 2 Tianji clansmen at all times. Therefore, the true number of Tianji clan members stationed in the core region, which was the Tianji continent, was only slightly more than 200,000 clansmen. The colossal Tianji city needed to function normally, and many clansmen had to be stationed inside. Therefore, the number of Tianji clan members who had appeared on the continent to participate in the young clan leader coronation ceremony was only about 100,000. Boom! Waving Di's clone, a white-faced middle-aged man gently waved his hand. From the top of the ghostly talismanic sculpture in the central plaza of the Tianji continent, a dark blue ball the size of a head floated up and released a boundless blue light. All the members of the Heaven's Legacy race around the plaza prostrated themselves, their expressions extremely respectful. Each of them had a hint of divinity on their faces. When Yixian saw this scene, he was dazed and almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Was this still the core of the Heaven's Legacy race's headquarters? Why did it feel like he had come to the ancestral land of some race in the second universe? The Heaven's Legacy race was different from any other race in the 3 dimensions of the universe. They did not have a bloodline inheritance. All of the members of the Heaven's Legacy race had coincidentally developed their own consciousness from AI robots or electronic machines. From there, they developed electronic intelligence and evolved into electricity of life forms. It was impossible for such a race to have a bloodline belief source such as a bloodline ancestor. However, at this moment, the scene in front of him was exactly the same as the scene when the people of other races worshipped the bloodline ancestor during the ceremony. Even the devout expressions on the faces of the more than 100,000 Heaven's Legacy race clansmen prostrating around the plaza were identical. From the state of these Heaven's Legacy race clansmen, it was clear that something was wrong. They seemed to have been bewitched by some sort of power, similar to how human cultivators were bewitched by some sort of secret technique. However, at this moment, Yixian did not feel the slightest bit of abnormality. In fact, all of this was related to the Heavenly Fate race and Electronic Lifeform race, and the core of their race. Yixian couldn't find anything from the electronic consciousness of Sha Baofeng, the young emperor, and the others. He didn't have any impression of it at all. Suddenly, Yixian's heart skipped a beat as he sensed danger. It was very clear that the blue light emitted by the head-sized blue crystal ball that was slowly rising from the statue in the center of the plaza had some sort of bewitching effect on the electronic life forms of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, Yixian did not feel anything at this moment. Clearly, it was because he himself was not a true electronic life form, or because the influence of the blue light had been directly blocked by the power of the headless infant corpse. However, no matter which it was, there was no doubt about one thing. That was the current Yixian. When this blue head-sized crystal ball rose and released a dazzling blue light, all the Heaven's Legacy race clansmen around the plaza were bewitched and kneeled down with reverence. However, he was the only one who did not feel anything and was still standing there foolishly. Yixian was already exposed. He was completely exposed. Yixian cursed inwardly. He did not expect the Heaven's Legacy race to have such a trick up their sleeves. This blue crystal was very strange. Sha Baofeng, the young emperor, and the others had no recollection of it at all. It was obvious that once the nearly 100,000 Celestials Legacy race clansmen prostrated around the central plaza ended their bizarre state of bewitchment, their electronic consciousness would automatically erase all memories of what had just happened. Just from this point alone, it was enough to see that this blue crystal was unusual. Yixian had never expected that the Heaven's Legacy race would have such a powerful touchstone. Even though he had already obtained the electronic consciousness of Sha Baofeng and the others and could be said to have perfectly disguised himself as a real Heaven's Legacy race clansman, in the end, when the other party used this blue crystal, he would not be able to do anything. Everything he had done would have been for naught. He was exposed almost instantly. Sha Baofeng, you really do have a problem. When you test it with the Heaven's Legacy source core, you immediately showed yourself. Just as Yixian's face was gloomy and his mind was spinning, thinking of a way to deal with it, In the center of the plaza in the distance, Di's doppelganger, who was standing on one side of the statue, spoke with a faint smile. He seemed to have expected everything in front of him, inside and outside the huge plaza. Other than him and the hundreds of thousands of Heaven's Legacy race clansmen kneeling on the ground, there was actually a Yi Xian standing upright there. His face was filled with shock and gloominess, and he was not surprised in the slightest. Even his tone was extremely calm and confident. To be precise, it doesn't seem accurate to call you by the name Sha Baofeng, right? Priest 1, in your opinion, what is the true identity of this child? As soon as he finished speaking, a second figure quietly appeared on the other side of the statue. He looked at Yi Xian with a smile on his face, his eyes shining brightly. Seeing this figure, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. His entire body felt unwell. The sense of crisis in his heart had already become stronger and stronger at this moment. He even cried out involuntarily, "Old ghost Wenxing? You really didn't die." Chapter 3600. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank. Since the other party knew that he was the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, then they obviously knew that he was Prince Xian as well. Regardless of whether they knew all three identities of the invincible war god, Linghu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master, Yi Xian was only concerned about Prince Xian and his identity being exposed. However, it was already a big problem. He did not have the ability to kill Old Ghost John Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei like he did to Old Ghost John Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei, forcing them to swear a Dao oath not to reveal his identity. In other words, even if he were to successfully escape today, Yi Xian would still be in a precarious situation. The secret of his identity would most likely be leaked out by the Heavenly Legacy clan. This was a matter for the future. In fact, to him, the most important thing now was to find a way to escape. Of course, he had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates and ignore the void imprisonment. This was very mysterious. Yi Xian still could not understand how the devouring system did it. He could only say that the human technological pioneer who created it, Xing Bo, was really too monstrous, too abnormal. However, if he were to leave now, Yi Xian was truly unwilling. If he wasn't able to save those dozen or so demon cultivator imperial uncles, then his secret alliance with the demon cultivator race would be wasted. Yi Xian felt uneasy in his heart. He felt a sense of guilt that he had made a promise to others but had not done his best. After all, to the demon race, such an opportunity was really unprecedented. If they did not succeed this time and did not see hope, they could only be completely hopeless. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian immediately made up his mind and made a decision. No matter what, since he was already here, and since the matter had been exposed, then he had to try even if he had to force his way out. After all, with the two trump cards in hand, the interstellar coordinate jumping ability and the headless infant corpse, even if he did not succeed, Yi Xian's own safety was completely not a problem. Yes, when he thought up to here, his heart was caught off guard by this sudden and unforeseen event, and his mind that was almost in complete chaos finally calmed down slowly. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on his face as he looked at old Devil Wenxing and said, "Based on what you said, it seems that you started to suspect me when we were in the Devil Dweller Star region? Otherwise, do you think this old man is so concerned about you only for those 8-eyed silver crystals or 9-eyed golden crystals that you brought out from the desolate ancient cage? This item is indeed precious, and this old man only has a few in his possession. Even the 9-pupil golden crystal is only one. However, comparatively speaking, this old man is more interested in how you were able to obtain so many top-grade multi-pupil consciousness crystals. It's not that this old man has never been to the corpse pond, but the fortune there is not something that can be obtained casually. This old man has entered several times, and only once has I encountered a corpse flame explosion in the corpse pond and obtained a 9-pupil golden crystal. But after you entered once, the entire corpse pond was empty. Moreover, almost all the descendants of the desolate ancient creatures in the corpse pond died. This is definitely the rhythm of the heavenly Tao I clone in the desolate ancient cage being alarmed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so generous. You were able to alarm the clone of the Eye of the Heaven Tao and empty the entire primordial cage. This obviously shows how terrifying the secrets you possess are. Otherwise, it's because you brought out some sort of extraordinary precious treasure from within it. If that wasn't the case, why would this old man fake his death? It's a pity that you have the means to conceal yourself from the heaven-measuring spell. I originally wanted to fake my death and follow you secretly, but I lost you in the end. I had no choice but to return to Tianji City temporarily and wait for an opportunity to plan this matter again. I didn't expect that fate would make a fool of me. Today, you are actually the young clan leader of the Tianji clan. You have personally delivered yourself to me. It is truly the will of the heavens. As these words entered his ears, Yi Xian's heart could be said to be violently shaken again and again. This old fellow's water was indeed not ordinary deep. In Yi Xian's heart, his level of mystery had already caught up to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and Mad Mosquito Emperor. He was definitely ranked third. As far as he knew, not just anyone could enter the ancestral land space of the Devil Cultivator easily. Even the Devil Cultivator experts would only enter once every 100 years. However, Old Ghost Wenxing had personally gone in to investigate after he left the desolate ancient cage. He had learned about the void of the cage, including the corpse pool. Everything was going on. In addition, he actually knew that the void was a desolate ancient cage. He even knew about the 9-pupil golden crystal, and the secret of the primeval heavens I clone in the desolate ancient cage. Oh right. He clearly knew the heaven measuring technique. The first time Yi Xian had heard of this kind of secret divination technique was from Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. The latter also knew this technique. Could there be some mysterious relationship between the two? The so-called heaven measuring technique, Yi Xian had previously checked in the system database of the devouring system in his body, but there was no result. Now it seemed that this secret technique was indeed extraordinary. The two existences who had mastered it, one was Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, and the other was Old Devil Wenxing, were both mysterious in Yi Xian's heart. In terms of degree, Yi Xian could not help but feel that the top 3 figures were unfathomable. How come I don't know all these things? Wenxing, you need to give me an explanation. Just as Yi Xian was still digesting Old Devil Wenxing's words, Di's doppelganger on the other side of the sculpture suddenly spoke. His gaze had already turned to Old Devil Wenxing. His face was gloomy, revealing a strong sense of dissatisfaction. He had just casually spoken a few words to Old Devil Wenxing, who was hiding at the side. He didn't expect that it would lead to so many words. The amount of information revealed was so great that even he couldn't help but be surprised. Faintly, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Today, Old Devil Wenxing was a little too talkative, somewhat different from usual. Everything has not been confirmed before. Naturally, it is useless to say more. Faced with the doubt of Di's doppelganger, Old Devil Wenxing smiled lightly and then changed the topic. Back then, the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, who was later known as Prince Xian, was the first existence that I could not deduce with the heaven measuring technique. But I did not connect everything that happened later with him. Later, when I continued to deduce the deaths of young Master Linghu, young Master Yuming, Xiaofeng and others, as well as the sudden appearance of Baofengsha among the younger generation of my tribe, the result was the same. There was a mysterious power that concealed it. Only then did I manage to connect all of this to Prince Xian while I was extremely shocked. In this way, I gradually saw the truth and learned about this series of identities and amazing connections between people. Chapter 3601. After hearing Old Devil Wenxing's words, Yi Xian sighed inwardly. Originally, after killing ancestor Wu Mei and forcing Old Devil Zhan Tu to swear a Dao oath not to divulge the secret of his identity, this matter was temporarily resolved. He could still quietly make a fortune and continue to live a stable life like before, compared to obtaining a period of time to grow rapidly. But now, it seemed that this situation was about to come to an end. Apart from ancestor Wu Mei and Old Devil Zhan Tu, Tianji City now had a comprehensive understanding of the secret of his identity. Old Devil Wenxing already knew that he, Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, young Master Yuming, and Baofengsha were the same person. How could he not link the invincible war god, who was still tormenting the human clan's camp, to Yi Xian's doppelganger? If Yi Xian was left in Tianji City today, they might not immediately disclose this matter to the outside world. But once Yi Xian successfully escaped, there was no doubt about the result. In a fit of anger, Di and Old Devil Wenxing would definitely publicize this matter as soon as possible. At that time, Yi Xian would be in big trouble. It was needless to say how much trouble the invincible war god had caused in the human clan's camp. and the two identities of young Master Ling Hu and young Master Yu Ming had offended nearly half of the top forces in the three major planes. The identity of Bao Fengsha was even more extraordinary. He was obviously a fake, but he actually got to the high position of young master of the Tianji clan. This was simply intolerable for the Tianji clan. This time the wanted list of the first universe was likely to reappear in the world. Although the ultimate source of these identities was Prince Xian, who was the legitimate prince of the immortal dynasty, he had caused so much trouble outside. Putting the Tianji clan aside for the time being, the various races of the second universe were all in the Federation. They were allies. How could the immortal dynasty account for this? Moreover, there was also pressure from the human clan's camp. In this case, even if Yi Xian was a real prince, the immortal dynasty would not hesitate to give him up. Not only would they not protect him, but they would also join forces with the forces of the other planes to suppress Yi Xian, cleaning up the family. In the blink of an eye, the three universes had become enemies with the entire world. If Yi Xian was alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Even if all these forces sent out Star Lords, Yi Xian had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. As long as he didn't make any major mistakes, he would be safe. However, the same could not be said for Triumph City. Everyone knew that those were Yi Xian's subordinates. Naples and the others had long been branded with Prince Xian's brand. If all the top forces of the three universes were to launch a punitive expedition against Yi Xian and were unable to capture him, it would be unavoidable for them to vent their anger on Triumph City. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was mysterious, but no matter how strong he was, could it be that he could protect the entire Triumph City by himself? In short, this time Yi Xian was really in big trouble. It seems that you are also aware of the serious situation you are about to face. Seeing Yi Xian frown and remain silent, Old Ghost Wenxing explained to Di's avatar beside him. Then he looked at him again with a smile on his face and said patiently, "Just based on the trouble you have caused with your identities, there is no place for you in the three universes. There is no place for you to stand. And as far as this old man knows, you are a person who values friendship. Even if you have a mysterious escape method that does not fear the top forces of the three universes, what about Triumph City? What about the Xianyuan family? All the forces and existences that have been related to you will be implicated. The three great planes are close to each other. The joint attack of all the top forces is not a joke. Your only way out now is to cooperate with our Tianji city. This old man does not want your life. For a peerless monster like you, the value of living is countless times greater than directly killing you. What this old man wants is the peerless secret on your body, the secret you found out from that ancient cage, or some supreme treasure you brought out from there. Compared to your own life and the lives of all the people related to you, this old man wants everything. Although it is extremely important with your temperament, it should not be so difficult to make a decision, right? 3 minutes. This old man will only give you 3 minutes to consider. After 3 minutes, either surrender or you don't have to leave. Even if this old man can't make you stay, I will definitely send the Tianji clan's army back to flatten Triumph City and annihilate the Purplish Warbler family. All the people and things related to you will be erased from the world. You know, if the Ji clan is determined to do this with the power of the entire clan, it is still completely possible. Yi Xian's heart sank once again. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Hearing old Devil Wenxing's meaning, he was afraid that he really would not let go of Triumph City and all the people and things related to him. At this moment, a violent rage suddenly surged in Yi Xian's heart. Just as he was about to explode, he glanced at Di Yi's clone on the other side of the sculpture, who still had a gloomy expression and seemed to be thinking about something. His heart suddenly moved. Then, he forcibly suppressed his anger, pretending to be indifferent as he shrugged his shoulders. He turned his head to look at Di's clone and lightly sneered. "What a big tone. You actually want to use the power of the entire Tianji clan to retaliate against this old man? Old Devil Wenxing, I see that you are not a robot. In other words, you don't even count as a member of the Celestials' legacy race. But now, in front of the Celestials' legacy race patriarch's clone, you're speaking as if you're the master. You're using the power of the entire Celestials' legacy race. Could it be that the Celestials' legacy race has been enslaved by you? This is really a huge secret. Presumably, after this news spreads, it will really shake the three great worlds. The universe's planes. At that time, the entire Tianji clan will lose face. The dignified overlord of the first universe has been reduced to an old man's enslaved clan. I'm afraid that countless people will laugh their heads off. Yi Xian's original intention of saying these words was to sow discord. After all, even if old devil Wenxing had a close relationship with the Tianji clan, his words at this moment were still a bit excessive and overbearing. However, what Yi Xian never expected was that after he said these words, Di Yi's clone, who was standing on the other side of the sculpture, did not show the slightest bit of shame or anger. Instead, he looked at him with a strange expression. That expression was simply like looking at an idiot. Yi Xian was very confused and subconsciously turned his head to look at old devil Wenxing. The expression on this old guy's face was actually the same. Strange. This scene was too strange. Could it be that they were a pair of exceptionally good friends? Their relationship was so deep that Di could ignore the entire clan? Chapter 3602. You don't even know what the relationship between the two of us is, and you want to sow discord. What a joke. Seeing Yi Xian being defeated, old man Wenxing raised his head and laughed proudly. Haha, I can't tell you too much, but you just need to know that Di and I have you in us. We can't be separated and are equivalent to a whole. That's enough. You have me in you, you have me in you? They can't be separated and are equivalent to a whole? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. Could it be that he really met a pair of good friends? One was a life form of flesh and blood, and the other was a mechanical life form. They could actually get together and make gay feelings radiate everywhere. Probably in the 3 universes, only these 2 disgusting people in front of him. There was no one else like this guy. However, whether the truth was as he thought in his heart or not, one thing was certain, and that was that he wanted to use this method of sowing discord to create a rift between old man Wenxing and Di Yi's doppelganger. From there, they would be in chaos internally and would have no time to care about other things. He looked at it. After the 2 old men heard his words of provocation, the contemptuous and mocking expressions that appeared on their faces at this time had already clearly explained all of this without a doubt. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that he could not make plans in Tianji City for the time being. After leaving this place, he was about to face the most serious situation, and there was no way to avoid it. But now was not the time to worry about these problems. The urgent matter in front of Yi Xian was how to try to rescue the dozen or so demon emperor uncles in the imperial prison on the Tianji road. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps he could still buy a little more buffer time. As long as Tianji City was completely in chaos, the Tianji clan would have no time to care about other things. Even if the truth about his secret identity would eventually be leaked out, there would be some time for Yi Xian to plan ahead and make arrangements in advance. Now that he had failed to sow discord between old ghost Wenxing and Di Yi's avatar, he still had one last and only chance to do so, and that was the imperial prison. In the first universe realm, which was known as the servant of 10,000 races, although there were not really 10,000 races, there were at least 1,000 of them. Among these races, most of them had generations of important figures who were imprisoned in the imperial prison in the inner city of Tianji City. For example, there were still more than 10 generations of imperial uncles from the demon people royal family imprisoned. They were also the people that Yi Xian had come to Tianji City to rescue. But other than these 10 or so emperor uncles, since they were already in the emperor's prison, why couldn't they just release all of the other slaves? These were the royal family experts of the first universe's slave races. Among them, there were many universe almighties and even Star Lord old monsters. Some of them might even have the strength and methods to escape from the imperial prison. But they usually did not escape because they were tied down by their races, so they did not dare to do so. Otherwise, once they escaped, their entire race would be implicated. But if they could be persuaded to release the entire imperial prison and let everyone escape, these people would most likely not miss this opportunity. After all, the law did not punish the majority. If 1 or 2 races were taken hostage and escaped, the Tianji race might be able to exterminate the entire race, but if everyone was released, would the Tianji race be able to exterminate all the races in the first universe? Back then, the reason why the Tianji clan could dominate the first universe was basically because they slowly swallowed and enslaved them one by one. At that time, the slave races in the first universe had their own camps. They did not realize that such a situation would occur in the end. The entire first universe was dominated by the Tianji clan. But now, after so many years of painful experience of being enslaved, the upper echelons of the various races in the first universe must have woken up long ago. Especially these hostages who were imprisoned in the imperial prison in Tianji City, they probably regretted their actions long ago. Of course, they could only blame their ancestors. After all, the hostages of the various royal families imprisoned in the imperial prison probably did not experience that chaotic war. Everything had happened tens of thousands of years ago. Although they had not experienced it before, for tens of thousands of years, generations of large races in the first universe had always been bearing the consequences of this. They just did not have a chance to resist. What Yi Xian wanted to do now was to light this fire, ignite the hope in their hearts, and arouse their desire to resist. When the time came, as long as the imperial prison was empty, these seniors of the various races would all return to their respective races. Would the various races in the first universe be willing to be enslaved? It was not that there were no races that had this kind of enslavement deeply imprinted in their bones, but there were definitely not too many of them. At least for Yi Xian, this was definitely a chance to disrupt the situation in the first universe, and the chances of success were quite high. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart began to pound wildly. His mood had been extremely gloomy before, but now he was extremely excited. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to disrupt the situation in Tianji City and even the entire first universe, then he would have really made a profit this time. Big. He had even inadvertently helped the demon race find the best opportunity to rebel against the Tianji race. At that time, they would definitely be the first to jump out and start a rebellion, or secretly contact the various large races that had been enslaved in the first universe for many years. The situation would only become more and more chaotic. Under such circumstances, even if the truth about Yi Xian's identity was revealed by the Tianji race in anger, the pressure that Yi Xian would be under would be greatly reduced. The chaos in the first universe involved too many things. Even if many forces hated Yi Xian to the bone, they probably would not be able to find him for a while. Trouble. Whether it was Yi Xian himself or Triumph City, they would all be given a period of time to rapidly grow. However, Yi Xian had no chance to enter the inner city of Tianji City, let alone approach the imperial prison. There were two powerful existences in front of him eyeing him covetously. From the aura that Di Yi's doppelganger and Wenxing's old ghost vaguely emitted, they were clearly two Star-Lord old monsters. This made Yi Xian feel very depressed. He was not surprised by the cultivation strength of Di Yi's doppelganger, but Wenxing's old ghost was too exaggerated. He had long expected that Wenxing's old ghost had been hiding his strength, but in his opinion, the old man was at most a universe almighty in the 15th realm. Chapter 3603. Brat, 3 minutes seems to be almost up. Just as Yi Xian was excited by his sudden inspiration, and at the same time, he was eagerly anticipating the arrival of Yin Emperor, whose brain wasn't too bright and stubborn. Old man Wenxing, who was next to the statue in the middle of the square, suddenly had a dark expression on his face. He began to urge her. Admittedly, your methods are indeed extraordinary. Even if you're facing a Star Lord, you might still have the ability to successfully escape. However, don't forget that this is Tianji City, and it's the core area of Tianji City. Just the outer defense circle is incomparably vast, and it occupies a part of it. In this small star field, countless stars are fixed starry sky fortresses. Even if you can escape from the Tianji road, do you think you have the chance to leave unscathed when you're locked on by more than 10,000 fortress-level stars in that star field? Don't make a mistake. Cooperating with my Tianji race won't harm you. It's a win-win situation. Roar. Rumble. Netherworld brat, get out here for this great emperor. Boom. Just as old man Wenxing finished his words of consolation, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an incomparably huge dark green skull appeared in the void above the Tianji road without any warning. In a flash, it turned into a figure. It was the Yin Emperor that Yi Xian had been waiting for. Yi Xian wasn't surprised at all by his sudden appearance. Although there was something wrong with the old man's brain, there was no way he would be so stupid as to directly start shouting in the outer industrial circle of Tianji City. He had the netherworld body and was a Star Lord. In a situation where no experts of the same level were paying close attention to him, the possibility of him silently breaking through the outer industrial circle and the inner defense circle was too high. As soon as he appeared, He directly appeared in the sky above Tianji City in the core area. The current situation was exactly like that. The old man quietly passed through the outer area and descended in the sky above Tianji City. Yixian was overjoyed. In order to prevent Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing from making the first move, he immediately shouted, "Hey hey! Isn't this Yin Emperor your excellency? I didn't expect that this young patriarch would be summoned back to the clan to accept a title. Just as I arrived you rushed over. It was because you left in the devil domain. Is it because you are in a hurry and haven't fulfilled your end of the bet?" His purpose in saying this was naturally not to make Yin Emperor fulfill the bet. In fact, when Yixian made this bet, he didn't agree on what the bet was. However, these words were able to remind Yin Emperor who wasn't that smart. It made him remember that when Netherworld young master Yu Ming reappeared in Heaven's secret city, Yixian was guarded by him inside Expulsion's flagship, not taking a single step out. This old man's brain wasn't too bright, and he was stubborn. As long as he remembered this matter, even if Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing both agreed that Yixian was the real Netherworld young master, Yin Emperor definitely wouldn't believe them. Instead, he would think that they had ulterior motives. This was because they were deliberately stirring things up to confuse right and wrong. Sure enough, as soon as Yixian finished speaking, this clone immediately snorted coldly. "Dao friend, don't be fooled by this brat. He is Netherworld young master." "That's right. If you don't believe me, wait until we capture him and search his soul. The truth will be revealed." Old ghost Wenxing also took over the conversation. Soon after, he turned his head to look at Yixian. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. This was clearly the rhythm of him about to make a move. "Roar! You two old fools, you actually dare to deceive this great emperor? It seems that Netherworld brat is indeed related to you. You didn't hesitate to turn a deer into a horse and sacrifice the newly conferred young master to protect him. If you don't hand over that brat today, this great emperor won't let you off." Just as Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing finished speaking, the old monster Yin Emperor's furious roar suddenly rang out. He clearly didn't believe the two's words at all and directly came to a conclusion. He firmly believed that the two were protecting Netherworld young master. This level of intelligence was too shocking. Yixian was almost moved to tears. He shook his head and sighed incessantly. "You old thing, don't pester us endlessly. Quickly leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for falling out and immediately taking action to suppress you." When Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing saw that old monster Yin Emperor didn't listen to their advice and firmly believed that they were in cahoots with young master Netherworld, Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing immediately felt that they were in bad luck. Their expressions immediately became gloomy, and they ordered Yin Emperor to leave immediately. "Roar! You two old things, do you think this great emperor is afraid of you? Immediately hand over that Netherworld brat. Otherwise, I will definitely tear down this Tianji city of yours today." Claw Netherworld transformation. With another furious roar, Yin Emperor's figure suddenly swayed and turned into a dark green Netherworld fog that exploded. As it surged, it grew to a size of 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye. It turned into a dark green Netherworld skull that was much larger than before, and its eyes were flickering with dense blood flames. It opened its mouth wide and opened its mouth. It opened its bloody mouth and directly bit down on the Tianji city below. Yixian's expression changed. Previously, this old guy only knew the first form of the Netherworld claw. Yixian had demonstrated the second form, Claw Netherworld transformation, to him. He didn't expect his comprehension to be so outstanding. In such a short period of time, he could already use this form so skillfully. However, this was even better. In any case, this old guy had already determined that he had nothing to do with Netherworld young master. No matter how much trouble he caused in Tianji City, he wouldn't take the initiative to pester Yixian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian's figure rapidly retreated. At the same time, his aura locked onto Di's clone and old monster Wenxing. He was on guard against these two old guys attacking him at any time. At this very moment, there were still about 100,000 Tianji clansmen prostrating on the ground with pious expressions on their faces. They were majestic and motionless, as if they had lost their souls. They didn't move at all. "Damn it, Yin Emperor old monster, you're courting death. Immediately disperse the clansmen and capture this fiend." Di's clone and old monster Wenxing's expressions immediately changed as they cried out involuntarily. The former waved his hand, and the head-sized dark blue crystal at the top of the huge sculpture slowly sank down and finally disappeared. The latter leaped and pounced on the huge dark green skull that was pouncing down. At this moment, the 100,000 Tianji clansmen prostrating on the ground shook violently. They all came back to their senses one after another. They raised their heads and looked around blankly. They clearly didn't have any impression of what had just happened, as if a part of their memory had been erased. Immediately afterward, when they realized that danger was approaching, a large number of Tianji clansmen roared and retreated. Yin Emperor was a Star Lord expert, and his aura was extremely powerful. Although there were almighty experts among the clansmen, they didn't dare to recklessly face him. Chapter 3604. Gotcha! Gotcha! The sound of grinding machinery that made one's teeth ache rang out, and it was a loud sound. This was not the sound of a certain Heavenly Legacy clan member activating his mechanical fusion ability and starting a mechanical transformation with his mount. Instead, it was the giant dark green netherworld skull that swallowed hundreds of Heavenly Legacy clan members in one gulp and immediately chewed their bodies into a pile of scrap metal. There was a strange sound. Almost all the Heavenly Legacy clan members would try their best to pursue everything that humans had, such as taste, pain, and so on, according to their own strength conditions. From the moment they developed self-awareness from an intelligent robot, gained intelligence and evolved into mechanical electronic life forms, all the Heavenly Legacy clan members no longer regarded themselves as cold machines. They longed to be recognized as humans, or at least to have a sense of touch that was not weaker than humans. It was a kind of perception ability. It was impossible to say whether this was an evolution or a regression. At least, for these hundreds of Heavenly Legacy clan members whose bodies had been swallowed by the giant dark green skull and were now being chewed into a pile of scrap metal, if they did not feel pain, perhaps even if their bodies had become a pile of intertwined metal alloys. The alloy was a waste, but its electronic consciousness might still be intact. As long as they turned around and changed their bodies, they would be able to become lively again. Right now, it was precisely because their highly bionic bodies had a sense of pain that was transmitted to their electronic consciousness while their bodies were being chewed. However, this kind of pain was so unbearable that it exceeded the limits of their electronic consciousness. Therefore, as a large number of mechanical grinding sounds came from the giant dark green skull, the electronic consciousness of these hundreds of Heavenly Legacy clan members instantly fell into weakness. In less than a breath of time, more than a dozen electronic consciousnesses were completely annihilated. As the patriarch of the Heavenly Legacy clan, even though it was only a clone here, he could still clearly sense all of this. After all, he was the strongest expert of this electronic life form race. There were clansmen dying in front of him. If he did not sense it, it would be too unreasonable. In the past, he was both shocked and angry at once. Every member of the Tianji clan was an incomparably precious resource in his eyes. The entire Tianji clan had developed for tens of thousands of years, but now there were less than 1 million clansmen. Just from this, one could see how much they were worth. It could be said that the massive Heaven's Legacy race would produce countless AI robots every year, but only a few dozen of them would develop self-awareness and evolve into true members of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now, hundreds of them had fallen in the blink of an eye. Just the loss of this moment alone would take 10 years to recover. Under such circumstances, how could he not be angry? Screech! Old fogey Yin Emperor, don't even think about leaving Heaven's Legacy City today. Wenxing, join hands with me and suppress him. He raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill screech. Immediately, an incomparably majestic cultivation aura surged out of Di's body. His entire body expanded in an instant, and at the same time a large number of limbs extended from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into an alloy war god that was hundreds of feet tall. He waved the black battle blade in his hand, and his body rushed out like a beam of light from a star cannon. He shot toward the void, and in the blink of an eye, he began to fight with the giant dark green skeleton head that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. On the other hand, although old fogey Wenxing also had an angry expression, he immediately made his move. He directly rushed toward the horizon, but after 3 to 5 steps, his figure silently disappeared into the void. Not even a trace of his aura could be seen. This scene caused Yixin to feel a sense of alarm. It had to be said that these two old monsters were indeed not easy to deal with. They were too threatening. Old Fogey Wenxing's fighting style was obviously the same as his ruthless nature. He was like an assassin that wandered in the dark night and would not fight head-on. At this time he must be wandering around the giant dark green skeleton head, waiting for an opportunity to launch a killing blow. The clan leader of the Heaven's Legacy clan, Di's clone, made Yixin feel like his horizons had been broadened. What the old guy had just displayed was clearly the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's Legacy clan, the machine fusion ability. However, the machine fusion ability that he displayed was clearly not on the same level as the secret technique that Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the others had displayed. If what Emperor Xiaofeng and the others had displayed was only the initial form of this secret technique, then what Di's clone displayed was a more advanced form. If the former wanted to display this secret technique, he would have to fuse with a warship to transform into a mechanical blade or other mechanical killing weapon. However, Di's clone was even more direct. He did not need to fuse with a warship. It was as if his body was a warship, and he could directly transform. From a certain point of view, this could no longer be considered a machine fusion secret technique. This was clearly a machine superpower that could transform infinitely. This was something that even Yixin could not do. This was because he did not have a true mechanical body. Whether it was the mechanical demon bug or the alloy war god, it was actually the life fortress that was transforming. Yixin basically did not participate in it at all. Whoosh! Roar! After Di's clone displayed his mechanical transformation, the black saber in the right hand of the alloy war god was clearly not a blade. Not only was it made of some kind of special alloy, it was very likely to be a primordial treasure. This was because Yixin clearly sensed a wisp of obscure primordial aura from it. The Tianji clan's path of evolution was divided into two levels. One was the continuous strengthening of their electronic consciousness, and the other was the continuous transformation of their own bodies. When the two were combined, it represented a comprehensive evolution of a life form. At the level of continuous transformation of their own bodies, they would do their best to use more powerful materials and magic treasures. For example, the black saber in the right hand of Di's clone was one such example. Its original form was a primordial treasure that had been refined by Di's clone through special means. After being refined into the body, its power was clearly stronger. At this moment, with a sudden swing, it directly cut a hole in the area below the right ear of the dark green skull. It gave off a crisp and ear-piercing sound like silk being torn apart. Unfortunately, merely this strike was obviously far from being able to heavily injure the enormous dark green skull, and it aroused its ferocious nature instead. This old fellow's brain was originally not very bright. He was stubborn, impulsive, and easily angered. Now that he had suddenly suffered such a huge loss, how could he be willing to let it go? A world-shaking roar came from the mouth of the dark green skull once again. Immediately after, the Yin Emperor's furious roar instantly reverberated throughout the world. Roar! Old Ghosty, you actually dare to injure this great emperor? Awoo! Chapter 3605. The Celestial Legacy Race's Patriarch Di's doppelganger used a high-level mechanical transformation divine ability and instantly transformed into a 300-meter-tall humanoid alloy war god. All kinds of tentacles extended from his body, and one of them was actually fused with a primordial treasure-level black saber. With one slash, the saber landed right under the dark green skull's ear. A cut appeared on the right side of the skull, but it was a pity that not only was this attack unable to shake the dark green skull that was 10,000 feet in size, but it also completely stimulated Yin Emperor's nether fiendish intent. After a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth, an angry roar suddenly came from the enormous dark green skull. Nether blood explosion, great art. Immediately after, the dark green skull's bloody mouth suddenly let out the despairing howls of a large number of ferocious race clansmen. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. Countless shrill howls resounded, accompanied by cracking noises that were as dense as raindrops. Some were the sounds of flesh and bones being crushed, and some were the grinding noises of machines that made one's teeth ache. Through the enormous and terrifying mouth of the enormous skull, one could faintly see the remains of the Celestial Legacy Race clansmen flickering with electric sparks. They were currently rolling, intertwining, and even merging with the enormous bodies of the ferocious race clansmen. As the dark green skull's enormous bloody mouth continued to open, it was like countless duckweeds in a stormy sea, powerlessly rolling and undulating without end. Souls were born and souls were extinguished, and the cycle repeated over and over again. This was a kind of secret technique. To be more precise, it was a kind of evil technique that originated from the legendary Netherworld race of the Netherworld. Even though Yi Xian had a pure Netherworld body, he didn't know this kind of nether blood explosion great art. Only Yin Emperor, who was a member of the Yin Devil race, could slowly cultivate the trace of Netherworld inheritance in his bloodline, until he finally relied on his own strength to revert his bloodline to its ancestor and reconstruct the Netherworld. Only then could he find the inheritance imprint of this nether evil technique from his bloodline. However, this was only a possibility. There was no doubt that although the old monster Yin Emperor's brain wasn't very bright, he was still worthy of being the patriarch of the entire Yin Demon clan. He was the only one in the clan who had relied on his own efforts to achieve atavism and reconstruct the nether physique. Even in the Netherworld race's bloodline, only a small number of existences could awaken the nether evil secret technique, and he was lucky enough to master it. At this moment, the hundreds of Heaven's Legacy race clansmen's bodies that were made from all kinds of top-grade biomimetic materials and alloys, as well as the bodies of the ferocious race clansmen that Yin Emperor had captured, were all contained in the bloody mouth of the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of zhang long. It continuously chewed and gradually fused together. Once they were together, they could no longer be distinguished from each other. It was no longer possible to tell which was the alloy material and which was the flesh. Apart from this, the souls of the tens of thousands of ferocious race clansmen, as well as the damaged electronic consciousnesses of the several hundred Heaven's Legacy race clansmen, were also forcibly detained in the dark green skull's bloody mouth under some mysterious power of this nether evil technique. Moreover, they were strangely needed together. Not only was it the fusion of the living souls and electronic consciousnesses, there was also this kind of indescribable evil consciousness that was mixed with the equally evil and strange mixture of flesh and mechanical alloy. To put it simply, it was the flesh and souls of the tens of thousands of ferocious race clansmen, as well as the electronic consciousnesses and alloy bodies of the several hundred Heaven's Legacy race clansmen. All of this was broken and crushed, and in the end, it was forcefully mixed together to form a large chunk of incomparably evil and filthy unknown substance. At this moment, it was being chewed in the dark green skull's bloody mouth. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality it happened in the span of a breath. Before Di Yi's clone, who had just waved the black treasured blade in his hand and lightly injured the dark green skull, and old ghost Wen Xing, who was hiding in the dark, had come to their senses, everything had already been settled. A powerful and incomparably evil aura instantly spread out from the dark green skull's bloody mouth. It was incomparably valiant, and it was actually comparable to the old monster Yin Emperor's cultivation. In fact, this aura faintly contained a trace of the old monster Yin Emperor's aura. It was clear that he had merged a part of it. It was because of his primordial spirit. As this powerful and evil aura spread out from the bloody mouth, Di Yi's clone immediately cried out in alarm. Even old ghost Wen Xing, who had always been hiding in the dark, took the initiative to reveal himself at this moment. His expression was incomparably solemn, and his aura was locked on to the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The head. There were even cries of alarm coming from its mouth. This is a puppet refining technique, and it is an incomparably evil secret technique. It should be passed down from generation to generation by the nether world. Not good. Has the old monster Yin Emperor gone crazy? He actually split off a third of his primordial spirit and merged it with this nether puppet, causing it to mutate and have the same cultivation as the old monster Yin Emperor. Furthermore, it has the ability to grow, and will continuously become stronger as the old monster Yin Emperor becomes stronger. But as a result, the old monster Yin Emperor's primordial spirit was damaged, and his path forward has been greatly slowed. This is simply draining the goose that lays the golden eggs. Although his current battle strength has become stronger, his future growth will be affected and restricted. Roar! That's right. This blood puppet has indeed made this great emperor pay a huge price. My path forward will be greatly restricted, and my growth will be slowed down. But all of this is worth it. As a majestic star lord, If I can't even kill my own enemy, what's the use of this great emperor's cultivation? And now this great emperor has severed a third of the nether primordial spirit, and merged it with this nether puppet, becoming one with it. We live and die together. If this great emperor doesn't die, it won't die. If it doesn't die, this great emperor won't die. Unless you have the power to instantly destroy this great emperor and my nether puppet at the same time, no matter which side falls, after paying an extremely small price, I will be able to descend again. Today, if you don't hand over the little nether brat, this old man will definitely cause chaos in the entire Tianji city. By the way, this old man's nether puppet is one of the most evil and filthy cloning secret techniques in the world. It was refined using flesh and the alloy body of the Tianji clan as the foundation. Therefore, all flesh and alloy are its nourishment. As long as it devours a certain amount, it will become this old man's cultivation realm. Because of its reverse nourishment, the lower realm will be able to rapidly improve. Then, let the darkness envelop Tianji city now. My nether puppet, descend. Chapter 3606. This bloody, green thing was made of the flesh and blood of more than 10,000 members of the giant ferocious tribe, and the alloy bodies of several hundred members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. It had been chewed and mashed together. Besides, it also included the souls of the giant ferocious tribe members, and the electronic consciousness of several hundred members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. It was a mess and it was all mashed together. Just the bodies of the 10,000 ferocious tribe members were already enormous. This meant that the inside of the bloody mouth of the dark green skull had the ability to fold space. Otherwise, the bodies of the 10,000 ferocious tribe members would not be able to contain them. However, at this moment, this bloody green thing that made people shudder when it was spat out from the bloody mouth of the dark green skull and smashed down on the Heavenly Legacy continent. Its size was only around 10,000 zhang tall, which was about the same size as the dark green skull. It was much smaller than the flesh and blood of the giant ferocious tribe members. Obviously, when the dark green skull continuously chewed on the bloody mouth of the dark green skull, it could be considered to have been refined. This was very normal, otherwise, it would not have been possible to manifest such a terrifyingly powerful nether skull. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The bloody, green thing that was around 10,000 zhang tall hit the ground of the Heavenly Legacy continent and then started to wriggle. This scene made people shiver. Some members of the Heavenly Legacy clan who hadn't retreated far away retreated in fright. They could feel a strong and extremely evil aura, which made their electronic consciousness shiver. They couldn't face it directly. Without the slightest pause, as this huge blood-green object fell to the ground, after shaking twice, a huge blood-green body slowly rose up and finally stood up. It was a humanoid, 10,000 zhang tall, with a ferocious appearance. Its entire body was blood-green. It was hard to tell whether it was made of flesh or alloy. Although it could move like flesh, its texture was no different from the alloy of the universe. Its eyes were blood-red. 2 long fangs jutted out of its wide, ferocious mouth. The joints and fingertips of its 4 legs were sharp claws that emitted a cold light. This was a monster. A nether prison evil puppet that would make anyone tremble when they saw it. Its body, which was filled with the texture of starry sky alloy but was wriggling like flesh and blood, must have an incomparably hard attribute. The sharp spikes and spikes that covered all the joints and important parts of its body, which were incomparably sharp and even emitted a piercing cold light, must have an extremely terrifying penetrative power. In short, the nether skull was extremely powerful, and the aura emanating from its body was not weaker than any of the 3 Star Lords present. Moreover, there was an indescribable, monstrous, evil and filthy aura. Yixian's eyelids twitched when he saw that. He even had a strong intuition that this terrifying blood-green netherworld puppet was even harder to deal with than Yin Emperor himself. Yixian felt his scalp go numb when he thought about how it had only appeared because of Yin Emperor's intense hatred for him, which was why he hadn't hesitated to cut off a third of his primordial spirit to refine it. He couldn't stay in this place for long. He had to take advantage of the fact that Yin Emperor still didn't know the secret of his identity to quickly settle all the unfinished business, and then quickly leave this place. Fortunately, with Yin Emperor's madness and the appearance of this terrifying nether skull, both Di Yi's clone and Wenxing's old man had temporarily forgotten about Yixian. At this moment, the faces of the 2 old fellows were filled with shock. Their gazes were locked onto the enormous body of the nether skull. Even the aura that had been spread out to pay attention to Yi Xian's figure had unknowingly relaxed. As for the 100,000 Heavenly Legacy clan members who were fleeing in all directions, even the dozen or so mechanical almighties who had the battle prowess of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, were more or less done at this moment. They were all retreating in shock, and similarly, no one noticed Yi Xian. Even if they noticed him, it didn't matter. They didn't have any memories of the previous conversation in their minds. In their minds, Yi Xian was still the new young master of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The opportunity couldn't be missed, and it wouldn't come again. Yi Xian immediately concealed his figure, and after making many turns, he finally left the central plaza of the Heavenly Legacy continent, which was at the center of the chaos. He rushed toward the main passage that led to the inner city of the Heavenly Legacy continent. Roar! Screech! Today, every single one of you will die. My nether skull, kill everything. Let evil descend. Rumble! Just as Yi Xian's figure silently disappeared and then quickly left the plaza of the central region, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly came from the bloody mouth of the dark green skull that was formed from the Yin Emperor's true body in the sky. The incomparably sinister blood-green nether skull below seemed to respond. It raised its head and let out a long and mournful roar, and its ferocious flames surged into the sky. Immediately after, as Yin Emperor's crazy words rose again, the enormous dark green skull in the sky finally rushed out again and shot toward Diyi's doppelganger. On the ground below, there was a loud rumble that sounded like the mountains were collapsing. The blood-green nether puppet, which was also 10,000 feet in size, took large strides and waved its arms, running wildly towards the gloomy old ghost Wenxing. At this moment, the latter's heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. Old man Wenxing was good at stealth and assassination. However, at this moment, when the blood-green nether puppet's murderous intent locked onto the qi around him, Old man Wenxing suddenly realized that he could no longer hide his body like before. This terrifying existence that was refined using the evil secret technique of the netherworld lineage was both a puppet and a doppelganger. It had even merged with 1/3 of Yin Emperor's netherworld body, so it clearly had some kind of evil power of the netherworld lineage. Old man Wenxing's secret technique of stealth and concealment was completely ineffective in front of it. Yes. Screech! Kachacha! Waving his arms full of sharp thorns, Ming Hao, who was tens of thousands of meters tall, casually grabbed dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members who were retreating in fright, and held them tightly in his giant bloody ghost claw. Then it directly threw them into its bloody mouth that had 2 terrifying fangs. Immediately after, as it chewed, that kind of mechanical grinding sound that made the roots of one's teeth sour and scalp numb once again resounded through the void. Very obviously, these dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members couldn't live. Not only could they not live, but their alloy bodies and electronic life consciousness were even turned into nutrients and resources that increased the blood-green nether skull's ferocious flames and made it even stronger. This scene fell into the eyes of Diyi's doppelganger, who was fighting endlessly with the dark green skull not far away. This was the Heavenly Legacy City, the supreme holy land of the first universe. For tens of thousands of years, such a tragic and sullen scene had never appeared before. Chapter 3607. Crack! Crack, crack, crack. The sound of grinding machinery came out from the bloody mouth of the blood-green nether puppet, and the dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members disappeared in the blink of an eye. Diyi's clone was infuriated by the scene. He raised his head and let out a long mournful howl. 2 powerful auras rose from the depths of the inner city of the Heavenly Legacy continent. They were Diyi's other 2 clones. They were guarding the Emperor's prison and the Heavenly Legacy Core in a secret place, respectively. However, he had summoned them all in a fit of anger. The auras of the 2D clones were also Star Lords. They were extremely powerful, and they were rapidly approaching each other. The 3D clones were all Star Lords. Their auras were connected, and they instantly stirred up an invisible storm in the void above the enormous Heavenly Legacy continent. When he saw this scene, a bright light clearly flashed within the depths of old geezer Wenxing's eyes, and a wisp of an extremely deeply concealed scheme was revealed within it. It was as if Diyi's 2 clones had rushed over from the inner city of the Heavenly Legacy continent and left their original positions. This was something that he had been planning and looking forward to for a long time. However, this excitement quickly faded away. Looking at old ghost Wenxing's eyes, he could no longer see the slightest trace of it. At this moment, within the wide mouth of the gigantic blood-green nether puppet, the mechanical grinding sound that came from the continuous chewing finally disappeared. The alloy bodies of the dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members, as well as the nourishment of their electronic life consciousness, made the color of the bloody green nether puppet's terrifying body clearly darker. It was evolving toward the dark green color of the huge skull that Di's original body had turned into. The ferocious aura around his body had clearly become much denser. Soon as the blood-green nether puppet approached, Old Devil Wenxing began to fight with it. On the other side of the Tianji Road Central Territory Plaza, Di's clone and the dark green skull that Emperor had transformed into were also in the midst of a fierce battle. At that moment, Di's clone didn't notice Old Devil Wenxing at all. However, there seemed to be a hint of dawdling. It was as if his mind was not here at all, and he was just blindly wandering around and fighting. Of course, he had always been good at stealth and assassination. Therefore, even if he were to use this method of guerrilla warfare, it would not arouse suspicion. Even when the other two avatars of Di came, Old Ghost Wenxing took the opportunity to retreat far away, thus escaping from the area covered by the power of the blood-green nether puppet's bloodline and successfully hid himself again. Di's 3-star Lord clone shouldn't have thought too much. They wouldn't have noticed anything wrong for the time being. And this was also the plan that Old Ghost Wenxing was secretly scheming in his heart. At the same time, somewhere in the northern region of the Great Road that was extremely far away from the central region square of the Great Road of Tianji, this was one of the 6 main passageways leading to the inner Tianji city on the Tianji Main Road. The 6 main passages were located in different areas of the Great Road of Tianji and led to different areas of the inner city. Even the young clan leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan wasn't authorized to enter 3 of the main passages into the inner city. Only De, the clan leader, and a few experts of the older generation of the Heavenly Fortune clan were authorized to do so. As the young clan leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan, one of the 3 main passages that he was authorized to enter led to the level where the Emperor's prison was located. The passage that Yi Xian was going to the northern region of the Great Road of Tianji at the moment was precisely that passage. From there, he could directly enter the periphery of the Emperor's prison in the inner city, and then enter the real Emperor's prison from the periphery. As the young clan leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan, Yi Xian was authorized to enter the Emperor's prison in the inner city through the main passage of the northern region. However, his position as the young clan leader was only in name. Since Di's avatar was already suspicious of him and planned to capture him at the coronation ceremony, it was naturally impossible for Di to give him the authority to match his position as the young clan leader. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that if he tried to enter the passage with his electronic consciousness as Sha Baofeng, he wouldn't be able to enter the passage in front of him. Instead, it might be possible for the former young clan leader, Di Xiaofeng, to enter. Although he had died, Di's doppelganger might not have revoked the authority corresponding to his identity so quickly. After all, regardless of whether it was Di or Old Man Wenxing, even though they guessed that Di Xiaofeng had died at Yi Xian's hands, they definitely wouldn't have thought that Di Xiaofeng's electronic life form was still completely under Yi Xian's control. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Yi Xian wanted to, he could bring any of the 9 people, including Di Xiaofeng and Sha Baofeng, back to life at any time. The Heavenly Fortune clan was an electronic life form, and its electronic consciousness was equivalent to the primordial spirit of the human clan cultivators. Yi Xian controlled their electronic consciousness, as if he was holding the primordial spirits of the 9 human clan cultivators. He could inject them into the body of an intelligent robot at any time, just like the primordial spirits of the human clan cultivators, returning from the dead, or in other words, obtaining a new life-like possession. However, Yi Xian obviously couldn't do this. What he was considering now was whether to immediately change his identity and change Sha Baofeng to Di Xiaofeng. In this way, if the authority corresponding to the identity of Di Xiaofeng was not completely revoked so quickly, then he could smoothly pass through the main passage of the northern region. Through the main passage of the northern region in front of him, he would enter the inner city where the Emperor's prison was located. Of course, this was also a gamble. If the authority corresponding to the identity of Di Xiaofeng had been revoked, then Yi Xian would not only be unable to enter the Emperor's prison but also inadvertently alert the enemy. Perhaps Di's clone would immediately sense it. After all, he was the dictator of the entire Tianji city, the owner. At that time, even if Di's clone was still being delayed by the Yin Emperor Old Monster and his nether skull, there would still be some countermeasures. This wasn't a good thing for Yi Xian. He didn't have much time left. However, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't have any chance at all. For a moment, Yi Xian hesitated and fell into a dilemma. However, this hesitation only lasted for less than 2 breaths before completely disappearing. It wasn't that Yi Xian suddenly made a decision, but that he didn't need to worry about this at all. In front of him, the giant alloy door of the northern region's main passage, which was incomparably sturdy, which even the Star Lord Old Monsters couldn't forcefully break through, actually opened. At this moment, it opened with a rumble. A figure rushed out of the Emperor's prison with a fierce aura around him. It was another Star Lord Old Monster. This was Di's clone, who was overseeing the Emperor's prison. He had been summoned, and as soon as he rushed out of the giant alloy door, his figure had already used teleportation and disappeared. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Chapter 3608. Stop! Who goes there? Young clan leader. Just as Yi Xian's figure charged into the giant alloy door, a few stern shouts sounded out from the incomparably long and dark tunnel in front of him. At least 10 powerful auras of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm, locked onto Yi Xian's figure. With Yi Xian's current strength, although he was only at the Mystic Light Realm level 8, he was confident that he could take care of 10 Void Realm Heavenly Legacy race cultivators in a short time. Of course, he had to use some trump cards. However, there was no need for that. Other than Di's avatar and Old Man Wenxing, there was no third person in the entire Tianji City Star area who knew about his identity. The news had not spread. Therefore, in the eyes of these 10 Void Realm Heavenly Legacy race guards, he was not a spy. He was the young clan leader who had just received a warning from clan leader Di. It was said that a newly appointed clan leader had to be careful. Yi Xian did not believe that as the young clan leader who had just been appointed, all the other Heavenly Legacy race members in the Tianji city would not be suspicious. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. He stopped and put his hands behind his back. His expression darkened and he sneered slowly. What? Could it be that the few of you still want to attack this young patriarch? We don't dare. It's just the clan rules. Without permission, you can't enter the Imperial prison. Young clan leader Very quickly, the figures of 10 Heavenly Legacy clan members appeared in the dim and narrow passageway. They stood in 2 rows and respectfully bowed their heads as they explained to Yi Xian. Even the guards guarding the tunnel were Void Realm level 12 Void Realm cultivators. On one hand, this showed the importance of the Imperial prison at the end of the tunnel. On the other hand, it also showed that the Heavenly Legacy race had a strong foundation. There were many powerful cultivators in the race. After all, they were all electronic lifeforms and had a long lifespan. Unlike flesh and blood lifeforms, their physical bodies would wither one day. These 10 Heavenly Legacy race guards might have developed their own consciousness tens of thousands of years ago and become electronic lifeforms. It would be strange if they were not strong. Yi Xian didn't listen to their explanation at all. His expression became even more gloomy. Without waiting for the last person to finish speaking, he sternly reprimanded, "How dare you? Don't you know that this young clan leader has just been appointed? Our clan leader did not have time to give me the authority of the young clan leader before our enemies came? The battle outside is so loud. Can't you hear it?" Our clan leader was worried about the Imperial prison, so he sent this young clan leader to patrol. Good, you guys. You're doing your duty, right? All right, this young patriarch will go back now and ask Lord Patriarch to stop the battle and give me the authority. Only then can I come back to patrol. With that, Yi Xian was about to leave. The giant alloy door behind him was not closed yet. He still had time to leave. Hey, don't. Young clan leader, what are you saying? Aren't we just blabbering a little? Damn it, we delayed our young clan leader's important matter. We really deserve to die. The 10 Void Realm Tianji race guards were so scared that they were trembling all over. For tens of thousands of years, the Tianji city had never encountered such a situation where foreign enemies had invaded the core area of the Tianji continent. Clan leader Di was so angry right now, it was obvious that he was furious. If the young clan leader went back and asked for the authority to be given first, all 10 of them would probably be slapped to death in their fear. The 10 Void Realm Heavenly Legacy Race Imperial Prison Guards finally realized that the young clan leader in front of them was just beginning his term. It was too stupid to provoke him like this. Wasn't this asking for the young clan leader to burn their own heads? In order to calm the young clan leader's anger, the 10 of them quickly surrounded him. They were all very obedient and carefully waited on him with words. Boom! At this time the giant alloy door behind him finally closed. Yi Xian thought that he would have to rely on these 10 Imperial prison guards to open the door from the inside. As Imperial prison guards, they had the authority to open the alloy door from the inside. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to bring these 10 fellows behind him and accompany him on his patrol of the royal prison. This way, he would be able to understand the situation from them at any time, and would be able to find out where the 10 or so generations of royal uncles were imprisoned as soon as possible. After all, it was impossible for the imperial prison to hold hostages of the same race together. That way it would be inconvenient to manage, and there would be great hidden dangers. If they really wanted to find all 10 of them, under the circumstances where they were pressed for time, they would more or less have to rely on these 10 fellows behind them. Soon Yi Xian was led and followed by these 10 guards and walked into the depths of the long and narrow tunnel. The tunnel was very long. After a few kilometers they could faintly see the exit at the end of the tunnel. The Heavenly Legacy continent had a diameter of 1 million meters, which was 1,000 kilometers. However, the interior used space folding technology, so it was very vast. It was like a huge planet and was divided into many layers. Just the layer where the Imperial prison was located was vast and boundless. The entire Imperial prison imprisoned important members of the Imperial family of the first universe's slave races. There were more than 1,000 races enslaved by the Heavenly Legacy race in the first universe, and each race had several dozen important members of the Imperial family imprisoned in the Imperial prison. Therefore, the number of important members of the Imperial family of the slave races imprisoned in the Imperial prison was over 10,000. These weren't ordinary hostages. They were all members of the Imperial family of the slave races. The Heavenly Legacy race treated them with respect, and wouldn't isolate them like normal prisons. In fact, this entire layer of the Imperial prison was not only vast, but the environment was also very good. After walking out of the long and narrow tunnel, Yi Xian stood at the exit at the end of the tunnel. Looking ahead, he saw a fertile plain with beautiful mountains and clear water. When he looked up, he even saw a virtual sky. It was extremely realistic. At a glance, he would have thought that this was the land of some life planet. A flourishing aura hit him in the face. The only thing that wasn't the case was that in this vast and fertile plain, there were huge energy barriers that were inverted in the shape of a half bowl. These energy barriers were equivalent to prisons that restricted the entry and exit of the hostages of the Imperial family. It was obvious that the ground had been specially treated. Chapter 3609. Looking at the vast and boundless fertile plain in front of him, Yi Xian frowned, but he was even more confident in his heart. This place seemed to be full of vitality, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Apart from the villas and small mountains in every protective cage, there was even a large river running from east to west on the plain. There were even mountains around it. Presumably, every once in a while, these members of the royal families of various races would be relieved in batches. Let them come out and breathe the fresh air outside the energy shield. But in fact, even compared to the ordinary void of the universe outside, the spiritual energy in this fertile field was extremely thin, only about 1% of the original. Compared to some secret realms or independent small spaces in the vast universe that were filled with spirit energy, it was far inferior. Which one of the people imprisoned here wasn't an important member of the royal family of the first universe's servants? Which one of the ancestral lands of the various races wasn't a place with relatively abundant spirit energy? Therefore, these pawn people lived in such a place that looked peaceful on the surface, but was actually sullen. It seemed to be a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, but in fact even the spirit energy was only about 1% of the ordinary universe void. Even their cultivation was restricted, and their progress was slow. It would be strange if they didn't have the intention to leave. In this way, it was naturally more advantageous for Yi Xian to persuade them to collectively rebel. Previously there was no chance, and even if there was a chance they couldn't leave. Now, the external situation was different, and the opportunity to leave was in front of them. Presumably, except for a few existences whose servility was deeply rooted in their bones, most of the hostages would be determined to leave after Yi Xian's call for help. These energy shields are the prisoners, right? They can't enter and leave freely? Then how often do they have to take a break? Stepping out of the passage, Yi Xian walked on the fertile plain with his hands behind his back. Along the way, he occasionally stuck his head out to look inside the energy shields. At the same time, he asked the 10 followers behind him, "By the way, where are the hostages held by the demon race? Take me there. The patriarch has a secret order. There's a mission. Leave it to them." Behind him, a response quickly came. "In addition to the 10 of us guarding the passage, there are 100 patrol squads in the royal prison plain. Each patrol squad is in charge of 100 prisons. If you want to take a break, you basically open the number of prisons that a patrol squad is in charge of. You take turns every day. In other words, basically every 3 months all the prisoners can come out for a walk. Since it's a secret order from the clan leader, it must be about Grandmaster Mo. He has the highest prestige. All the prisoners give him some face. Young clan leader, this way please. Grandmaster Mo's prison cave residence is in the Central Plain domain. He could only come out once every 3 months? This period of time was too long. Yi Xian's confidence increased by a bit. In addition, this Grand Elder Mo should be one of the imperial uncles of the Demonkin imperial family. From the way the 10 Tianji race guards had addressed him, even changing the name of his prison to a cave residence, this Grand Elder Mo's cultivation was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, the captors of the other races wouldn't have to give him face. In a place like this, who cares about who? To put it bluntly, it was very likely that Grandpa Mo was an existence equivalent to a prison tyrant here, or at least in terms of their natures. This was even better. It was naturally more convenient to find a leader for this kind of thing. After all, Yi Xian didn't have much time. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the central region of the plains under the lead of the 10 Heavenly Legacy clan guards behind him. In front of him was a slightly larger prison, but it was also sealed by an energy barrier. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at one of the guards behind him. The latter understood and immediately extended his right hand to stop him. The electronic consciousness was given the authority to open a door to the energy shield. "You guys wait outside. This young clan leader will go in for a while," Yi Xian ordered and then stepped in. Just as he entered the energy shield, a soft pop came from behind him. The passage that had just been opened disappeared, and even he was locked inside. Yi Xian did not turn around. The 10 guards stood outside obediently and waited. As long as his identity was not exposed, there should not be a problem. However, in terms of time, he really had to hurry. "Is young clan leader here to patrol?" A new official sets fire to 3 fires, to actually burn the imperial prison. This old man is truly honored. Yi Xian walked towards the villa in front of him. Just as he arrived at the door, an old voice that clearly carried a mocking tone sounded from within. He smiled faintly and did not respond. He directly entered the living room on the first floor of the villa. The furnishings inside were similar to the residences of ordinary human experts. There was also a living room and a sofa, but they were all made of alloy, giving off a cold feeling. A demon cultivator expert with white hair and beard sat cross-legged on the sofa, meditating. Just as Yi Xian entered the living room and sat down on the sofa opposite him, the old man opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Although he could not sense the other party's cultivation, Yi Xian could clearly sense the other party's spiritual power level. His expression immediately changed as he cried out involuntarily, "Level 9 spiritual power? And it was just broken through not long ago? How did you?" The other party's expression froze for a moment before he cried out in surprise. After all, the Tianji clan could not sense a demon cultivator's spiritual power. They had to use some kind of equipment to detect it. However, Yi Xian had called out his spiritual power level at a glance and even pointed out that he had just broken through not long ago. Even an ordinary demon cultivator expert would not be able to do this. To do this, one had to have at least level 8 spiritual power. Unconsciously, Grand Elder Mo's face filled with doubt as he tried to extend a strand of level 9 spiritual power to touch Yi Xian's body. Then his body shook violently as he cried out involuntarily. Level 8 spiritual power? You actually have a spiritual power source core? How is that possible? You even have the aura of a mad mosquito. Who are you? Senior, you also know about the mad mosquito emperor? That's great. I asked the Demon King, Duke 7, and the others, but they all said they did not know. Even that old monster Star Lord of your demon race who controls spiritual power said he did not know. As soon as he heard the mad mosquito emperor being mentioned, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He excitedly asked, "Hurry up and tell me." The mad mosquito emperor. Oh right, and that wretched old thing mosquito butcher. What is their background? Chapter 36:10. I was the one who asked the question first. Not only did you not answer, you even asked me back and wanted to attack me. You just opened your mouth and asked me to kill you. Are you taking advantage of your seniority? So what if you're a peak Star Lord? You've been trapped here by D for years, haven't you? But now, seeing that my cultivation is weak, you want to flaunt your strength? You know I'm not a member of the Heavenly Legacy clan. After all, I have level 8 mental power, and you're still treating me like that? You're too arrogant and heartless. Yi Xian became gloomy as those thoughts flashed through his mind. He then sneered and glanced at Grandpa Mo. Is this how the demons treat their allies? If that's the case, I'll have to cancel the rescue operation. Also, I'll have to terminate the cooperation with the demons. Besides, Yi Xian slapped the armrest of the sofa and roared. I don't believe that you haven't guessed that I'm not the real Sha Baofeng. I don't believe that you can't guess why I'm here. You're just strong, right? Do you think you can bully me just because I'm weak? So what if you're a Star Lord? I've killed more than one Star Lord. Even if you're at the peak of the Star Lord state, it'll only take me a little more effort. You can try if you don't believe me. While talking, Yi Xian drew out a trace of the aura of the golden crow remains in the Shenong cauldron and retracted it. Grandpa Mo, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, trembled and exclaimed in shock. The aura of a realm lord? Who exactly are you? You have treasures and means that can release the aura of a realm lord? At the same time, the boundless level 9 mental energy that had been enveloping Yi Xian's body quickly retreated like flowing water. It was obvious that the other party was stunned by Yi Xian. Regardless of whether or not he'd actually killed more than 2 Star Lord old monsters, just the aura that was emitted just now was enough. Grandpa Mo had to be cautious when dealing with the aura of a realm lord. If they were to really fight, even if the other party was suppressed in the end, he would probably lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Moreover, this person was clearly not a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. To be able to utter the psychic battle cry and leave behind the mental brand of the Mad Mosquito Emperor in his body, one that seemed to have a protective nature, there was no need to doubt his identity. This should be a new ally of the demon race, and his purpose for coming here should be the rescue that he said. Thinking of this, Grandpa Mo immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. He raised his hand and cupped it to Yi Xian and said apologetically, "Young friend, please don't blame me. I've been here for more than 10,000 years, and this is the first time I've met someone from the clan. I was so excited that I lost my composure. I hope you can forgive me. As for what you just asked, I'm afraid I can't give you an answer. I can only tell you that Crazy Mosquito and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher are very deep. When this old man was still in the clan, they were already Star Master old monsters. At that time this old man was only at the universe realm, and I had only seen them once. Because they are seniors, how would I have the ability to find out? As for the rescue you mention, Grandpa Mo shook his head and heaved a sigh. Let's just drop the matter. As a matter of fact, although the Heavenly Legacy City is a dangerous place, I'm 60% confident that I can escape with my level 9 mental power and peak Star Lord cultivation if I want to leave. After all, Di's original aura disappeared almost 10,000 years ago. Only his 3 Star Lord clones are in charge of the Heavenly Fate City. Of course he has other clones, but they aren't in the city. The 3 clones, together with the power of the Heavenly Legacy City itself, can barely trap a peak Star Lord in this place. Although I can't take anyone else with me, I can leave on my own, but it's meaningless. Even if you have the means to take away all the royal uncles of the demon race, it would be tantamount to inviting disaster for the entire race. The Heavenly Legacy race will be infuriated if that happens. It's possible that the entire race of demons will be wiped out. That's exactly why we're willing to be pawned here. Doesn't the current demon emperor know that? He's really out of his mind. Grandpa Mo became angry as he spoke, but it was obvious that he wasn't venting his anger on Yi Xian, but the current demon emperor Mo Wentian. Humph. As a matter of fact, even if we didn't leave, once the fact that you were colluding with the demons to sneak into the Heavenly Legacy City to rescue them was exposed, it would be a disaster for the demons. To the human race, this is also a great calamity. Wentian, that child, has truly disappointed this old man too much. We understand what you're saying. Before I came to the Heavenly Legacy City, the Demon Emperor wanted to rescue the people so that they wouldn't have to worry about anything. However, you didn't show up, and the demons continued to pretend to be obedient, while making arrangements in secret. When the time was right, they would take action. Yi Xian continued Grandpa Mo's words and explained, but the situation has changed. It's more advantageous for us now. The Heavenly Legacy continent above us is already in chaos. I've brought the leader of the Een demons, Een D, here. That old guy has rebuilt his nether body and is now a Star Lord. He even refined a nether puppet with a secret bloodline technique that is as strong as him. He's currently fighting with Di's clone and 1D. It's safe to say that they don't have time to care about this place at the moment. The Imperial Prison is temporarily a blank area under the supervision of the Heavenly Legacy City. As long as we can persuade all the other prisoners to break out of the prison together, all the members of the royal family of the First Universe will escape. Even if the Heavenly Legacy race wants to settle the score, they won't be able to do anything about it. I'm afraid the law can't punish too many people. At most, they'll pick 1 or 2 clans to make an example out of them. Won't you resist then? I don't believe that after tens of thousands of years of enslavement, all the races in the First Universe will still be the same as before. You all have your own camps and are in a state of disunity. If you can unite, how can the Heavenly Legacy race, which only has 1 million people, dominate the entire universe? Grandpa Mo, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, had already opened his mouth wide when he heard those words. His face was full of shock. Chapter 36:11. Who are you exactly? You can even deal with the human race? You're from a major camp? Hearing Yi Xian speak so arrogantly, opening his mouth to speak of one of the 2 human camps, and having a 60% chance of winning, Grandpa Mo was once again stunned. Well, my identity is a bit complicated. Yi Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose, then smiled embarrassedly and said, currently, there are 5 relatively well-known identities in the outside world. The young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate clan, Sha Baofeng, is one, and the other 3 are young Master Linghu, the invincible war god, and Prince Xian. What? You're one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses in the world? Grandpa Mo's body shook violently. He almost lost his footing and slid off the sofa. Yi Xian, who was sitting on the sofa, felt awkward once again. After a long time, Grand Elder Mo finally dispelled this shocking news. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. No wonder. With your monstrous talent and methods, it's no wonder you dare to oppose the Tianji clan. In today's world, if you really have the guts to openly challenge the Tianji clan, it's only a matter of time. It's not that there aren't any. You're definitely one of them. Unfortunately, you're underestimating the situation. What you said does make sense and it sounds feasible. The Heavenly Fortune clan is strong, but with the participation of the eternal dynasties and the resources of the slaves of the First Universe, as well as the fact that there are beings beyond the Star Lord state in each of the races, it seems that the Heavenly Fortune clan is no match for the Heavenly Fortune clan. On the surface, they seem to be strong enough to fight the Heavenly Fortune clan head-on. However, there's a big problem that you can't solve, which is that you can't take away all the members of the royal family who are being held hostage in the Emperor's prison. It's possible to take a few of them, but only a few hundred at most. And if these hostages of the royal families of the various races cannot successfully escape, then everything is just empty talk. Even if the slave races of the First Universe have the intention to rebel, they will be restrained everywhere. They will be filled with dread. You must know that those who can be held hostage in the imperial prison are the most talented royal families of the various races. They're the hope of all the races. As long as these people are in the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race, they won't dare to act rashly. Do you really think that 2 Star Lords, Een D and Ming Hao, can throw the entire heavenly mystery continent into chaos and empty the Emperor's prison? Do you know how many Star Lords there are among the thousands of slaves in the Emperor's prison? Hundreds of them. There are even dozens of peak 9th rank Star Lords like me. The energy shield outside the villa can't trap us at all once we reach the peak of the Star Lord state. Why are the dozens of peak 9th rank Star Lords still here? They don't even think about joining hands to fight their way out? Because that's impossible. The Heavenly Fate City isn't as simple as you think. Even though Di's original body disappeared 10,000 years ago, as if he had gone missing, the dozens of horrifying beings who were above the Star-Lord level in the Heavenly Fate clan also disappeared one after another in the past thousands of years. On the surface, it seems that Di's 3 Star-Lord clones are the only ones guarding the Heavenly Fate City. But in fact, the entire Heavenly Fate City is an ultimate mechanical treasure. As long as the mechanical core is there, not just the hundreds of Star-Lords, even the hostages of the royal family won't be able to break out of the Emperor's prison, even if they're all Star Lords. It doesn't matter if it's a small disturbance, as it won't activate the power of the mechanical core. However, if there are more than 1,000 hostages that leave the energy shield, the mechanical core will immediately sense it. The nearly 10,000 energy shield cages on the fertile plains are all powered by the mechanical core's energy, and at the same time, they will also be activated. They're monitored all the time by the mechanical core. Once more than 1,000 cages have an anomaly, the Emperor's prison will be completely sealed. Even the Realm Lords won't be able to break out. When he spoke to this point, Grand Elder Mo's face was filled with bitterness. He shook his head and sighed, no longer speaking. Yi Xian, however, was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth for a moment before he asked in a daze, "Mechanical core? What's that?" Grandpa Mo didn't respond. He simply rolled his eyes and winked at Yi Xian, telling him to figure it out himself. However, his expression was clearly saying that he didn't even know what the mechanical core was, and yet he had the audacity to threaten to break into the Emperor's prison. What a joke! Hum. It was also at this time that a faint buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the villa. It was continuous and densely packed like a tide. Yi Xian and Grandpa Mo were immediately stunned. Then, before Yi Xian realized what was going on, Grandpa Mo had already stood up and exclaimed in shock. What happened? All the cages and shields are gone. Is there something wrong with the mechanical core? But how? Is it possible? At this moment, if Yi Xian was outside the villa, he would be able to see that on this vast and boundless fertile plain, the tens of thousands of energy shields that were originally densely packed together like countless yurts spread out on the ground all the way to the end were actually disappearing one after another with a slight humming sound. All of them disappeared. The villas that were originally trapped within the energy shields were all exposed to the air outside. In some of the villas, there were already captives of various races walking out with faces full of astonishment as they looked up at the sky. As for the Tianji clan patrol squads patrolling the fertile plain, as well as the 10 guards of the Emperor's prison waiting outside Grandpa Mo's villa, their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. They also looked up at the sky, not knowing what had happened. Ever since the Emperor's prison was established, such a thing had never happened in the tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of light shield cages had all opened at the same time. Even in the previous mechanical grand competition, only a small portion of the hundreds of cages had been brought out from here and were lucky enough to observe them. Before Yi Xian could react, Grandpa Mo, who was in front of him, seemed to have suddenly thought of something. An incomparably excited expression appeared on his face, and his body began to tremble. Could it be that the legend is true? This is the mechanical core. Taking advantage of the fact that Di's 3 clones in Tianji City are temporarily tied down, did he finally catch a glimpse of an opportunity and want to? Regardless of whether that's the case or not, there's no doubt that there's something wrong with the mechanical core. At the very least, its power is no longer able to envelop the Emperor's prison. Chapter 36:12. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, Grandpa Mo had already rushed out of the villa. He soared into the air and roared, "Fellow Taoists, don't panic. If you trust this old man, quickly gather here. Move quickly. Young Patriarch Sha Baofeng, I have something to say to everyone." At this moment, Yi Xian just happened to be following behind him and also rushed out of the villa. When he heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes. This was because he instantly understood Grandpa Mo's meaning. This old fellow was a good-for-nothing. He actually wanted to trick the nearly 10,000 members of the imperial family out of the emperor's prison. In fact, this was the best way to deal with it. If they were to tell the truth, they might not be able to make a decision immediately. As for the mechanical core, it had suddenly lost its power over the emperor's prison. No one knew how long it had been, whether it was Yixian or Grandpa Mo. They dared to bet. The safest way was to use Sha Baofeng's identity as the young patriarch of the Tianji clan to trick all of them out of the emperor's prison. Even if these fellows immediately understood everything after leaving the emperor's prison, they would have already come out by then. There was no way they could go back even if they wanted to. Even if the servility in their bones was deeply engraved into their bones, they could only go with the flow and follow the army out. This was a drastic measure. Regardless of whether they accepted it or not, they would force these fellows to rebel together. As expected of an old fox, his temperament was resolute and his methods were ruthless. Even Yixian couldn't help but sigh. Soon as Grandpa Mo's voice fell, the figures who had just walked out of the villas on the vast and boundless fertile plains, who were looking up at the sky in shock, all soared into the air one after another. They gathered in the direction of Yixian and Grandpa Mo. They came over. There were originally hundreds of 10-man patrol teams on the fertile plains. Just now, all the energy shields of the cages had disappeared. These guards were all extremely flustered and had no idea what to do. At this moment, they raised their heads and saw that young patriarch Sha Baofeng had appeared. He didn't seem to be anxious. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back. It floated in the air, quietly waiting for the prisoners around the plains to gather. The patrolling guards immediately calmed down. Even if they didn't understand, they couldn't be nosy. If there was really a problem, wasn't the young patriarch still here? Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. The 10 guards following behind Yixian all had faces full of bewilderment and even a little fear. However, after exchanging glances with each other, they didn't say anything in the end. They obediently rose into the air and stood behind Yixian with their hands folded. They stood there respectfully, waiting for orders. In fact, even if these prison guards and patrolling guards wanted to do something, they didn't have the guts to do so at this moment. There were only a total of over 1,000 people, and there were nearly 10,000 hostages from various races gathered around them. All of their cultivations were above theirs, so they could only tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Soon thousands of figures gathered in the surrounding void. The rest were also on their way, and their figures could be seen from afar. It could be confirmed that all the hostages had basically arrived. At this time, no one would still stay in the villa in the detention center. No matter what happened, whether it was an unforeseen event or for other reasons, they had to come and take a look. Even if it was just to take a stroll and get some fresh air, it was still good. Due to the urgency of time, Grandpa Mo looked around and saw that most of the people had already gathered around, and a small number of them were about to arrive. He didn't dare to delay any longer. Otherwise, if the mechanical core suddenly recovered its power at this time, he would be caught unprepared. Therefore, Grandpa Mo immediately turned his head and gave Yixian a look. The latter nodded, stepped out, and stepped in front of Grandpa Mo. With his hands behind his back, he still had the posture of the young patriarch of the Tianji clan. He coughed twice to clear his throat, and at the same time signaled the experts of various races to stop their private discussions. Then he patted his chest and said loudly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Sha Baofeng, the current young patriarch of the Tianji clan. I have just received my title." This matter had long been known in the imperial prison, so the hostages of the various races didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, they were all puzzled. Their gazes converged on Yixian's face, quietly waiting for him to continue. "A new broom sweeps clean. You should have heard of this, right? Today, this young patriarch came to the imperial prison to burn the first fire." Just as Yixian finished speaking, the faces of many of the imperial family members that had gathered around him darkened. There were even cold snorts coming out from their noses. They had been sullenly held in the imperial prison for nearly 10,000 years. But it wasn't just because they were afraid of the Heavenly Legacy clan. One of them, these existences were more concerned with the survival of the entire race. Now, a mere young patriarch of the Tianji clan had actually come to the imperial prison after taking up his new position. He wanted to act like a tyrant and sweeps clean. This was truly laughable. There was an uproar in the crowd, and there were even some who mocked and ridiculed him. Some people didn't give him any face at all. They curled their lips and turned around, wanting to leave and return to the villa cave residence where they were being held. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's next words were unhurriedly said. Therefore, this young patriarch has decided to grant amnesty to the entire world. All hostages of the various races detained in the imperial prison will immediately scram. The Tianji clan doesn't raise idle people. Why are you freeloading here and not working? Boom! The surrounding crowd instantly went into an uproar. Those fellows who were about to leave all stopped in their tracks and turned around to look at Yi Xian. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and they couldn't even close their mouths. At this moment, apart from Yi Xian himself and Grandpa Mo, everyone, including the patrols and guards in the imperial prison, wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. They actually heard such words from the young patriarch's mouth. Grant amnesty to the entire world? The Tianji clan doesn't raise idle people? All hostages of the various races in the imperial prison will immediately scram? Good heavens, this was the worst joke in history. With this thought, the surrounding hostages of the various races reacted even more strongly than before. Some of them even began to curse in disdain. They were certain that this newly appointed young patriarch of the Tianji clan was purely here to make fun of them. They all turned around and prepared to leave. Old Master Mo, however, raised his arm and shouted at this moment. His gaze swept through the crowd, and he looked at the dozen or so past imperial uncles of the demons, as well as a small number of hostages who were closer to him. He said loudly, "The young master has spoken. Don't you see that the energy barriers of all the cages have disappeared?